Madonna in a fur coat, Sabahattin Ali. Chapter 1. Of all the people I have encountered until now, perhaps one has had the greatest effect on me. Even though months have passed, I still cannot free myself from this effect. Whenever I am alone with myself, Raif Effendi's innocent face, his gaze somewhat distant from the world, yet wishing to smile when encountering another person, comes alive before my eyes. Yet he was by no means an extraordinary man. In fact, he was quite ordinary, without any particular distinction. One of those people we see by the hundreds every day around us and pass by without a second glance. It was certain that there was nothing in the known and unknown parts of his life to arouse one's curiosity. When we see such people, we often ask ourselves, why do these people live? What do they find in living? What logic, what wisdom commands them to walk the earth and breathe? But when thinking this, we look only at their exteriors. We never consider that they too have heads, and within them, whether they wish it or not, brains condemned to work, and as a result, they must have inner worlds of their own. Instead of judging that they do not live spiritually because they do not manifest the expressions of this world outwardly, if we were to wonder about this unknown world with the simplest human curiosity, we might see things we never expected, encounter riches we never anticipated. But for some reason, people prefer to seek things they can predict they will find. Finding a hero willing to descend into a well-known to harbor a dragon at its bottom is certainly easier than finding someone brave enough to descend into a well whose bottom holds no one knows what. My getting to know Raif Effendi more closely was also purely by chance. After being dismissed from my minor position at a bank, I still don't know why I was dismissed. They simply told me it was for economy, but a week later they hired someone to replace me. I searched for work in Ankara for a long time. The 5 or 10 kurush I had ensured I got through the summer months without crawling, but the approaching winter necessitated an end to sleeping on sofas in friends' rooms. I didn't even have enough money left to renew my restaurant voucher that would expire in a week. When the many entrance exams I had taken, knowing full well they would lead nowhere, indeed led nowhere, I was somehow still upset. When I received rejection letters from the stores I applied to for clerk positions, unbeknownst to my friends, I would wander until midnight in despair. Even at the drinking tables to which I was occasionally invited by a few acquaintances, I could not forget the hopelessness of my situation. Strangely, the more my distress increased and my needs made it impossible for me to get from today to tomorrow, my timidity and shame also increased proportionally. When I ran into some acquaintances on the street whom I had previously approached to find me work and who had not treated me badly at all, I would lower my head and pass quickly. I had even changed toward friends from whom I had freely asked to be fed and from whom I had borrowed money without hesitation. When they asked, "How are things?" I would answer with an awkward smile, "Not bad. I'm finding occasional temporary work," and quickly escape. The more I needed people, the more my need to flee from them increased. One day, in the late afternoon, I was walking slowly on the deserted road between the station and the exhibition hall, trying to create an optimistic atmosphere in my soul by drinking in Ankara's miraculous autumn. The sun reflecting off the windows of the community center and drowning the white marble building in blood-red holes. The smoke, whether mist or dust, impossible to tell, rising above the acacia trees and pine saplings. The workers returning from some construction site, walking silently and slightly hunched in their patched clothes. The asphalt with automobile tire tracks running across it here and there. All of these seemed content with their existence. Everything accepted everything as it was. So there was nothing else left for me to do either. Just at that moment, an automobile passed me quickly. When I turned my head to look, I thought I recognized the face behind the window. Indeed, after the car went 5 or 10 steps, it stopped. Its door opened. Hamdi, one of my school friends, had extended his head and was calling me. I approached. "Where are you going?" he asked. "Nowhere, just strolling." "Come, let's go to my place." Without waiting for my answer, he made room for me beside him. According to what he told me on the way, he was returning from touring some factories of the company he worked for. I had telegraphed home that I was coming. They must have made preparations. "Otherwise I wouldn't have dared invite you," he said. I laughed. I hadn't seen Hamdi, whom I used to see frequently since leaving the bank. I knew he was assistant manager at a company that did machinery and such commission work and also dealt in forestry and lumber, and that he earned quite good money. The reason I hadn't approached him during my unemployed period was almost entirely this. I was afraid he would think I had come not to ask him to find me work, but to ask him for financial assistance. "Are you still at the bank?" he asked. "No, I left," I said. He was surprised. "Where did you go?" Reluctantly, I answered. "I'm unemployed." He looked me over from head to toe, examined my attire. He must not have regretted inviting me to his home, because he put his hand on my shoulder with a friendly smile. "Tonight we'll talk and find a solution, don't worry," he said. He seemed content with his situation and self-confident. So he had now reached the point where he could afford the luxury of helping acquaintances. I envied him. He lived in a small but charming house. He had a somewhat ugly but likable wife. They kissed in front of me without any hesitation. Hamdi left me alone and went to wash up. Since he hadn't introduced me to his wife, I stood in the middle of the guest room, not knowing what to do. His wife also stood by the door, discreetly sizing me up. She thought for a while. "Probably, please, have a seat," crossed her mind. But then, not finding it necessary, she quietly slipped outside. I thought about why Hamdi, who was never usually negligent and in fact paid excessive attention to such rules, owing part of his success in life to this attention, had left me stranded like this. One of the essential habits of men who have moved up to important positions is apparently this somewhat conscious absent-mindedness they show toward old friends who have fallen behind them. Then, to suddenly become humble and paternal enough to address friends they had previously called you, with the familiar you. To cut off the other person mid-sentence and ask something random and meaningless, and to do this quite naturally, even often with a smile full of affection and compassion. I had encountered all of this so much in recent days that it didn't even occur to me to be angry or offended with Hamdi. I simply thought of getting up and leaving without telling anyone, escaping this awkward situation. But at that moment, a white-aproned, heads-carved, elderly village woman brought coffee in patched black stockings, without making any sound. I sat in one of the armchairs with gold-embroidered blue flowers, looked around. On the walls were family and artist photographs. In the corner, on a bookshelf that apparently belonged to the lady, were a few 25 cherished novels and fashion magazines. Several albums arranged under a cigarette table seemed to have been quite roughed up by guests. Not knowing what else to do, I took one of them. Before opening it, Hamdi appeared at the door. With one hand, he was combing his wet hair. With the other, he was buttoning his open-collared white European shirt. "So, how are you, tell me?" he asked. "Nothing, I told you." He seemed pleased to have run into me. Probably he was happy to be able to show the rank he had achieved, or thinking of my situation, he was glad not to be like me. For some reason, when we see that people with whom we've walked together in life for a while have met with disaster, have fallen into some distress, we feel relief as if we've warded off these troubles from ourselves, and we want to show those poor souls interest and compassion, as if they've taken upon themselves troubles that could have come to us. Hamdi seemed to address me with the same feelings. "Are you writing anything?" he said. "From time to time. Poetry, stories. Does it do any good at least?" I laughed again. He said, "Oh, drop such things," and spoke of the successes of practical life, of how things like literature can only be harmful after school benches. He spoke as if advising a small child, never once considering that he could be answered, that he could be debated, and he didn't hesitate at all to show through his manner that he drew this courage from his success in life. I looked at him admiringly with a smile on my face that I felt was quite foolish, and with this behavior I was giving him even more courage. "Come see me tomorrow morning," he was saying. "Let's see. We'll think of something. You're a clever boy. I know. You weren't very hard-working, but that doesn't matter. Life and necessities teach people many things. Don't forget. Come early, see me." While saying these things, he seemed to have completely forgotten that he too had been among the leading idlers at school. Or perhaps he was speaking brazenly because he was sure I couldn't throw this in his face here. He made a movement as if getting up. I immediately straightened up and extended my hand. "Excuse me," I said. Why, it's still early. But as you wish. I had forgotten that he had invited me to dinner. I remembered it at that moment. But he seemed to have completely forgotten. I came to the door. While taking my hat. My respects to your wife. I said. Of course, you come see me tomorrow. Don't worry, he said, patting my back. When I went outside, it had gotten quite dark and the street lamps were on. I took a deep breath. The air, even though mixed with some dust, seemed extremely clean and refreshing to me. I walked slowly. The next day, toward noon, I went to Hamdi's company. Yet when I had left his house last night, I had no such intention. In fact, he hadn't made any clear promise either. He had seen me off with stock phrases like, let's see, we'll think of something, we'll do something, which I was accustomed to hearing from every benefactor I approached. Despite this, I went. Inside me, more than any hope, there was somehow a desire to see myself humiliated. I almost wanted to say to my soul, last night you listened without a word and agreed to let him adopt a patronizing attitude toward you. Well then, you must carry this through to the end. You deserve this. The janitor first took me to a small room and had me wait. When I entered Hamdi's presence, I felt that foolish smile from yesterday on my face again, and I became even more angry with myself. Hamdi was busy with a pile of papers spread before him and a crowd of clerks coming in and going out. He indicated a chair with his head and continued with his work. Without daring to shake his hand, I clung to the chair. Now I truly felt a bewilderment as if he were my superior, even my benefactor, and I genuinely found myself, which had been so lowered, worthy of this treatment. What a great distance had formed between me and my school friend who had picked me up on the road in his automobile yesterday evening in just a little over 12 hours. How ridiculous, how external, how empty were the factors regulating relations between people, and especially how little connection they had with real humanity. Since yesterday evening, neither Hamdi nor I had actually changed. We were what we were. Despite this, certain things we had learned about each other, certain small and trivial things, had taken us in separate directions. The truly strange part of the matter was that we both accepted this change as it was and found it natural. My anger was not at Hamdi, nor at myself, but simply at being here. In a moment when the room emptied, my friend raised his head. I found you a job, he said. Then, fixing those bold and meaningful eyes on my face, he added, that is, I invented a job. It's not tiring work. You'll follow our business at certain banks and especially at our own bank. Almost like a liaison officer between the company and the banks. In your free time you sit inside and attend to your own business. Write as much poetry as you want. I spoke with the manager. We'll make your appointment. But we can't give you much for now, 40 or 50 lira. It will increase later, naturally. Come now. Good luck. Without getting up from his seat, he extended his hand. I approached and thanked him. On his face was a sincere satisfaction at having done me a good deed. I thought that he wasn't really a bad person at all, that he was only doing what his position required, and that this might indeed be truly necessary. But when I went outside, I paused for a while in the corridor and hesitated considerably between going to the room he had described to me and leaving this place. Then I walked a few steps slowly, head down, and asked the first janitor I encountered for translator Raif Effendi's room. The man pointed to an indistinct door with his hand and passed by. I stopped again. Why couldn't I just leave? Could I not sacrifice a 40 lira salary? Or did I shrink from acting shamefully toward Hamdi? No. The unemployment lasting for months, not knowing where I would go, where I would look for work if I left here, and a cowardice I had now completely fallen prey to. These were what kept me in that dim corridor and led me to wait for the other janitor who would pass by. Finally, I opened a random door and saw Raif Effendi inside. I didn't know him beforehand. Despite this, I immediately sensed that this man I saw bent over his desk could be no one else. Afterward, I thought about where this conviction came from. Hamdi had told me, I had a desk put in the room of our German translator Raif Effendi for you. He's a quiet, God-fearing man. He doesn't harm anyone. Then, in these times when everyone was called Bey and Bayan, he still spoke of him as Effendi. Probably because the image these descriptions created in my mind resembled the gray-haired, bespectacled man with an overgrown beard I saw there. I had entered without any hesitation and asked the gentleman, who raised his head and looked at me with absent eyes. "You are Raif Effendi, aren't you?" The person across from me looked me over for a while. Then in a soft and almost fearful voice, "Yes, it's me. You must be the clerk who's come to join us. They just prepared your desk. Please, welcome," he said. I moved to the chair and sat down. I began to watch the faint ink stains and lines on the desk. As is customary when sitting face to face with a stranger, I wanted to examine my roommate secretly, to form first, and naturally wrong, opinions about him with furtive glances. But I saw that he felt none of this desire and had bent his head back to his work, occupied as if I were not in the room. This situation continued until noon. I had now fixed my eyes brazenly on the person across from me. The top of his closely cut hair was beginning to go bald. From under his small ears, many wrinkles extended toward his neck. He moved his long, thin-fingered hands among the papers before him and translated without difficulty. From time to time he would raise his eyes as if thinking of a word he couldn't find, and when our gazes met, a movement resembling a smile would occur on his face. While he appeared quite old from the side and from above, his countenance had an expression astonishingly innocent and childlike, especially in these moments of smiling. His yellow mustache, trimmed at the bottom, strengthened this expression even more. At lunchtime, as I went to eat, I saw that he didn't move from his place, that he opened one of the drawers of his desk and took out bread wrapped in paper and a small lunch container. "Bon appetit," I said as I left the room. Although we sat face to face in the same room for days, we spoke hardly anything. I had become acquainted with many of the clerks in other departments, and in the late afternoons we had even begun going out together to play backgammon at a coffee house. According to what I learned from them, Raif Effendi was one of the establishment's oldest employees. Even before this company was founded, he had been a translator at the bank we are now connected to. No one remembered when he came there. It was said that he had a rather large family and could barely get by on the salary he received. Meanwhile, when I asked why the company, which distributed money generously to this person and that, didn't increase his salary despite his seniority, the young clerk said laughing, "Because he's a fool. It's even doubtful whether he knows any language properly." Yet I later learned that he knew German very well and that the translations he made were quite accurate and beautiful. He easily translated letters about the specifications of ash and fir timber to come through Yugoslavia's Susak port, or about the operating methods and spare parts of sleeper boring machines. The manager sent the specifications and contracts he translated from Turkish to German to their destinations without any hesitation. I had seen him read books absent-mindedly in his free time, taking them from the desk drawer without removing them outside, and one day I had asked, "What's that, Raif Bey?" He had blushed as if I had caught him doing something wrong and stammered, "Nothing. A German novel," and immediately closed the drawer. Despite this, no one at the company believed he could know a foreign language. Perhaps they were right, because there was nothing in his manner and behavior of someone who knows languages. No one had ever heard a foreign word slip from his mouth or heard him mention knowing a language at any time. Foreign newspapers and magazines had never been seen in his hand or pocket. In short, there was nothing about him resembling those people who cry out with their entire being, "We know French." His not demanding a salary increase based on his knowledge, his not seeking other, better-paying jobs, also strengthened this opinion about him. He came exactly on time in the mornings, ate his lunch in his room, and after doing his small shopping in the evenings, went home immediately. He refused to come to the coffee house despite my inviting him several times. "They'll be waiting at home," he said. A happy family man, I thought, eager to rejoin his wife and children as soon as possible. I later saw that it wasn't like that at all, but I'll speak of these things further on. This constancy and diligence of his didn't prevent him from being scorned at the office. If our Hamdi found a small typing error in Raif Effendi's translations, he would immediately call the poor man, sometimes even coming to our room to scold him. It was quite easy to understand why my friend, who was always more cautious toward other clerks and feared getting a bad response from these young men, who each relied on some kind of favor, harassed Raif Effendi, whom he knew would never dare to respond to him so much. Why he turned beet red and shouted loud enough for the whole building to hear over a translation that was a few hours late. What intoxicates people more sweetly than testing their power and authority over one of their own kind? Especially if the opportunity to do this shows itself only towards certain specific people due to various subtle calculations. Raif Effendi would occasionally fall ill and couldn't come to the office. These were very often insignificant colds. But a case of pleurisy he said he had had years ago had made him overly cautious. At the slightest cold, he would immediately shut himself in his home. When he went out, he wore layers of wool undershirts. When he was at the office, he never let windows be opened, and in the late afternoons, he wouldn't leave without wrapping scarves around his neck and ears and raising the collar of his thick but somewhat worn overcoat well up. Even when ill, he never neglected his work. Papers to be translated were sent to his home by an attendant and retrieved a few hours later. Despite this, there was something in the manager's and our Hamdi's treatment of Raif Effendi that wanted to say, "Look, we're not throwing you out despite your whiny, sickly condition." They didn't hesitate to throw this in his face constantly, and after every absence of a few days, at each return, they would greet the poor fellow with barbed get-well wishes. So, please God it's over now, isn't it? Nevertheless, I too had begun to tire of Raif Effendi. I wasn't at the company much. With a briefcase in hand, I would go around to banks and government offices whose orders we had accepted. From time to time, I would go to my desk to arrange these documents and give explanations to the manager or assistant manager. Despite this, I had become convinced that this man sitting at the desk across from me, so motionless as to make one doubt he was alive, translating or reading his German novel in the drawer, was a truly meaningless and boring creature. I thought that a person with anything in his soul couldn't resist the desire to express these things. I suppose that inside such a silent and indifferent person was a life not very different from that of plants. He came here like a machine, did his work, read certain books out of a habit I couldn't understand, and in the evenings did his shopping and returned home. Probably, in all these days and even years that resembled each other exactly, times of illness were the only variation. According to what friends told, he had always lived like this. No one had ever seen him excited in any way. He always responded to his superiors' most inappropriate, most unjust accusations with the same calm and expressionless gaze. When giving his translations to the typist and receiving them, he always made requests and thanks with the same meaningless smile. One day again, Hamdi had come to our room for a translation that was late solely because the typist didn't give importance to Raif Effendi and had shouted in a rather harsh voice, "How much longer will we wait? I told you I have urgent business. I'm going to leave. You still haven't brought the translation of the letter from the Hungarian company." The other quickly rose from his chair. "I finished it, sir. The ladies just couldn't type it. They were given other work," he said. "Didn't I tell you this work was more urgent than all the others?" "Yes, sir, I told them to." Hamdi shouted even louder. Instead of answering me back, "Do the work assigned to you." And he went out, slamming the door. Raif Effendi also went out after him to plead with the typists again. I thought about Hamdi, who during this entire meaningless scene hadn't even found it necessary to glance at me. At this moment, the German translator who re-entered came to his place and bent his head forward. On his face was that unshakable calm that aroused wonder, even anger. He took a pencil in his hand and began to scribble on paper. He wasn't writing, he was drawing various lines. But this action wasn't a nervous man unconsciously occupying himself with something. In fact, I seemed to see a self-assured smile appearing at the corner of his lips, just below his yellow mustache. His hand moved slowly over the paper, and every so often he would stop, squint his eyes, and look ahead. I understood from that faint smile spreading across his face that he was pleased with what he saw. Finally, he put the pencil aside and looked for a long time at what he had scribbled. I was looking at him without taking my eyes off him. This time I was astonished when I saw a completely new expression appear on his face. He almost looked as if he were pitying someone. I couldn't stay in my place from curiosity. Just as I was about to get up, he straightened, went again to the typist's room. I immediately jumped up, reached the opposite desk in one step, and took the paper Raif Effendi had drawn something on. When I glanced at it, I froze from amazement. On the paper the size of a palm, I was seeing Hamdi. Within 5 or 10 simple but extraordinarily skillful lines, he was there with his entire identity. I don't think others would find the same resemblance. In fact, if examined part by part, perhaps none of it resembled him. But for someone who had just seen him shouting at the top of his voice in the middle of the room, there was no possibility of mistake. This mouth, open in an oblong shape with animal rage and indescribable vulgarity. These eyes like lines resembling someone drowning in helplessness though wanting to pierce what they looked at. This nose whose wings were exaggeratedly widened to the cheeks, and thus gave the face an even more savage expression. Yes, this was the portrait of Hamdi who had stood here a few minutes ago, or rather of his soul. But this wasn't the real reason for my astonishment. Since I had entered the company, that is, for months, I had been passing all kinds of contradictory judgments about Hamdi. Sometimes I tried to excuse him, very often I despised him. I confused his actual personality with the personality his current position gave him, then wanted to separate them and got completely stuck. The Hamdi that Raif Effendi had presented with a few lines was the person I had wanted to see for a long time, but could never see. Despite all the primitive and savage expression of his face, there was something pitiable about it. The partnership of cruelty and wretchedness has never been shown so clearly anywhere. It was as if I was truly getting to know my friend of 10 years for the first time today. At the same time, this picture had suddenly explained Raif Effendi to me as well. Now I understood his unshakable calm, his strange timidity in relations with people very well. Could there be any possibility for a person who knew his surroundings this well, who saw so keenly and clearly into the interior of the person across from him, to become excited and angry at anyone? What else could such a man do but stand like stone before someone struggling in all his smallness before him? All our sorrows, our disappointments, our rages are due to the incomprehensible, unexpected aspects of the events we face. Is it possible to shake a person who is prepared for everything and knows what can come from whom? Raif Effendi had taken on an intriguing quality for me once again. Despite the light that had just emerged, I sensed there were many contradictions about him in my mind. The accuracy in the lines of the drawing I held in my hand showed this had not come from an amateur's hand. The person who made this must have occupied himself with drawing for many years. Here was not only an eye that truly saw what it looked at, but also a skill that knew how to capture what it saw in all its subtleties. The door opened. I wanted to quickly put what was in my hand on the desk, but I was too late. To Raif Effendi, who was approaching me with the translations of the letter from the Hungarian company, I said apologetically, "It's a very beautiful drawing." I had thought he would be surprised, that he would fear I would reveal his secret. It wasn't like that at all. With his usual distant and absent smile, he took the paper from my hand. "Years ago, I occupied myself with drawing for a while," he said. "From time to time, out of hand habit, I scribble some things. As you see, meaningless things. Just boredom." He crumpled the drawing in his palm and threw it in the wastebasket. "The typing ladies typed it in great haste," he murmured. "There are surely mistakes, but if I try to read it, I'll anger Hamdi Bey even more. He's right too. Let me just take it and give it to him." He went back outside. I followed him with my eyes. He's right too," I muttered. After this, Raif Effendi's every state, even his truly meaningless and insignificant actions, began to intrigue me. I tried to take advantage of every opportunity to talk with him, to learn something about his true identity. He appeared not to notice this excessive familiarity of mine. He maintained his attitude toward me, polite, but always leaving a gap between us. No matter how much our friendship advanced outwardly, inwardly, he always remained closed to me. In fact, when I saw his family up close, his situation within this family, my curiosity about him increased completely. Every step I took to approach him confronted me with many new mysteries. I went to his house for the first time during one of his usual illnesses. Hemi wanted to send a paper to be translated by tomorrow via the janitor. "Give it to me, I'll visit him too," I said. "Fine. See what's wrong with him." This time it's gone on too long. Indeed, this time his illness had lasted somewhat long. He hadn't come to the company for a week. One of the janitors described his house in the Ismet Payzan neighborhood. It was the middle of winter. I began walking in the streets that darkened early. I passed through narrow neighborhoods with broken sidewalks, nothing like Ankara's asphalt-paved roads. There were slopes and descents one after another. At the end of a long road, almost where the city ended, I turned left and entered the coffee house on the corner to ask about the house. A two-story, yellow-painted building standing alone among plots piled with stones and sand. I knew Raif Effendi lived on the ground floor. I rang the bell. A girl about 12 years old opened the door. When I asked for her father, she wrinkled her face and pursed her lips with an affected manner. "Come in," she said. The inside of the house was not at all as I had imagined. In the hall, which was apparently used as a dining room, there was a large folding table, and in the corner a sideboard filled with crystal sets. A beautiful Shiva's carpet lay on the floor, and food smells were coming from the kitchen on the side. The girl first took me to the guest room. The furnishings here were also nice, even expensive. Red velvet armchairs, low walnut cigarette tables, and in one corner a huge radio filled the room. Everywhere, on the tables and on the backs of the sofas, hung finely worked, cream-colored lace, and a ship-shaped creed plaque. The little girl brought coffee a few minutes later. For some reason, her face always had that spoiled expression wanting to belittle me, to mock me, as she took the cup from my hand. "My father is unwell, sir. He can't get out of bed. Please come inside," she said. While saying this, she seemed to want to indicate with her eyebrows and eyes that I wasn't worthy of this polite treatment at all. When I entered the room where Raif Effendi was lying, I was completely astonished. This was a small room, nothing like the other parts of the house, almost like a boarding school dormitory or a hospital ward, with a row of white beds lined up side by side. Raif Effendi was lying in one of these beds, in a half-sitting position under white covers, trying to greet me from behind his glasses. I looked for a chair to sit on. The two chairs in the room were also covered with wool cardigans, women's stockings, several silk dresses taken off and thrown from the back. In one corner, in a cheaply painted cherry-colored wardrobe whose door stood half open, were randomly hung dresses, suits, and below them knotted bundles. A disorder that would astonish a person reigned in the room. On the nightstand at Raif Effendi's bedside, on a tin tray, stood a dirty soup bowl apparently left over from lunch, a small pitcher with its mouth open, and beside them, many medicines in bottles or tubes. The sick man said, "Sit there, why don't you?" indicating the foot of the bed. I perched there. On the back of the person across from me was a woman's knitted wool cardigan, patched and variegated, with holes at the elbows. He had leaned his head against the white iron bars of the bed. His clothes were hanging one on top of the other at the foot of the bed, on my side. The host, sensing I was surveying the room. "I sleep here with the children. They turned the room upside down. The house is small anyway, we can't fit," he said. "Are there many of you?" "Well, quite a few. I have one grown daughter. She goes to high school." "And the one you saw?" "Then my sister-in-law and her husband, 2 brothers-in-law. We all live together. My sister-in-law also has children, too. The housing problem in Ankara is well known. There's no possibility of moving out separately." At this time, the bell kept ringing outside, and from the noise and shouted conversations, it was understood that one of the family members had come home. At one point the room door opened. A woman in her 40s entered, her short hair falling over her ears and face, plumpish. She bent to Raif Effendi's ear and said something. The other, without answering her, indicated me. "From the office," he introduced. "My wife." Then turning to his wife, "Take it from my jacket pocket," he said. The woman this time complained without bending to his ear or anything. "My God, I didn't come for money. Who will go get it?" "You couldn't get up either," said Nurten. "It's 3 steps away. How can I send a child as tall as a leg to the grocer at this hour of night? In this cold, and she's a girl. Even if I tell her to go, will she listen to me?" Raif Effendi thought and thought. Then, as if he had finally found a solution, shaking his head, she'll go," he said and looked ahead. After the woman left, turning to me, Even buying bread is a problem in our house. When I get sick, they can't find anyone to send, he said. As if it were very much my business, I asked, "Are your brothers-in-law young?" He looked at my face, didn't answer. In fact, the expression on his face left the impression he hadn't heard my question at all. But a few minutes later, "No, they're not small," he said. "Both of them go to work. They're civil servants like us. My brother-in-law is at the Ministry of Economy. He got them jobs. They didn't study. They don't even have a middle school certificate." Then, suddenly cutting off his words, he asked, "Did you bring something for translation?" "Yes. It's needed by tomorrow. They'll send the janitor in the morning." He took the papers, set them beside him. "I was also curious about your illness." "Thank you. It's lasted rather long. I don't dare get up." There was a strange curiosity in his gaze. It was as if he was investigating whether my interest was genuine. I was ready to do many things to convince him, but the eyes in which I saw for the first time any expression of excitement in any form quickly returned to their old expressionlessness and that usual completely empty smile. I sighed and got up. He suddenly straightened and took my hand. "Thank you for your visit, my boy," he said. There was warmth in his voice. He seemed to have sensed what was going through me. Indeed, after today a closeness formed between Raif Effendi and me. I can't really say that his treatment of me changed. I wouldn't even think of claiming that he became intimate with me, that he opened his heart to me. He remained the same closed, silent person. True, on some evenings we would leave the office together and walk to his house, and sometimes we would even enter together and drink coffee in the guest room with the red furniture. But during these times we either wouldn't talk at all, or we would speak of inconsequential things, Ankara's expensiveness, the broken sidewalks in the İsmet Paşa neighborhood. It was rare for him to say anything about his house, his wife and children. From time to time he would say, "Our girl got a bad grade in mathematics again," then immediately change the subject. I too hesitated to ask anything about this. The family members I had encountered on the evening of my first visit to him had not left a very good impression on me. As I left the patient's side and passed through the hall, the two young men and the girl of 15 or 16 I saw lined up around the big table in the middle had snuggled together and, not waiting for me to turn my back, began whispering and laughing. I knew there was nothing laughable about me. But these people, like every hollow person of that age, were among those who considered laughing in the face of the first person they met a kind of mark of superiority. Even little Nurten was struggling to conform to her sister and uncles. Later, every time I went to this house, I saw the same thing. I too was still young. I hadn't yet turned 25, but this strange habit I saw in some young people. This curiosity to consider a person they didn't know, saw for the first time, as something very odd, aroused my astonishment. I noticed that Raif Effendi's situation wasn't very pleasant either, and that he stood in the midst of this crowd like something extra and unnecessary. Chapter 2. Later, as I came and went to this house, I became friends with all these children. They weren't bad people at all. They were just empty, completely empty creatures. All the improprieties they committed came from this. In the face of the yawning emptiness inside them, they could only satisfy themselves and become aware of their personalities by despising and insulting various other people, by laughing at them. I would pay attention to their conversations. Vedit and Sihat, the two most junior clerks at the Ministry of Economy, had nothing to do but gossip about their office colleagues, and Raif Effendi's elder daughter Nekla about her school friends, laughing uproariously at certain dress and behavior oddities they themselves possessed identically, seeing and mocking them only in others. What was that outfit Mwala wore at the wedding, my God? Teehee. If you'd seen how the girl snubbed our Orhan. Ha. Raif Effendi's sister-in-law Farhan Hanım was in no condition to think of anything other than dealing with her two children aged 3 and 4, and, as soon as she found the opportunity to leave them with her sister, hastily putting on a silk dress and painting herself to go out. I only saw her a few times, struggling to arrange her painted and waved hair under her tulle hat in the mirror on the sideboard. Although still quite young, still in her 30s, countless wrinkles covered the corners of her eyes and mouth. Her bead-blue eyes couldn't rest on anything for more than a second and reflected a causeless boredom to which she had been condemned since birth. She was angry at her children, whose heads and clothes were always unkempt, faces and hands always dirty, and complexions always pale, like two punishments inflicted by a cursed enemy she couldn't understand, and when getting dressed up to go out didn't know how to keep them away so they wouldn't touch her with their dirty hands. For Hund Hanum's husband, Nurettin Bey, one of the Ministry of Economy's department heads, was another version of our Hamdi. He was a man of 30 or 32 who carefully combed his chestnut wavy hair back and puffed it up like barber apprentices, and after even saying, "How are you?" would lightly shake his head while pressing his lips together as if he had dispensed great wisdom. When speaking, he would look steadily into a person's face, and during this time a smile would play in his eyes saying, "Hey, are your words even worth anything? What do you know anyway?" After finishing an industrial school, he had for some reason been sent to Italy to study tanning. But there he had only learned a bit of language and, more importantly, how to adopt the manners of an important man. Nevertheless, he had important qualities for succeeding in life. First, he considered himself, with great confidence, worthy of very high positions, and by putting forth all sorts of opinions in every field whether he knew about it or not, by despising everyone without exception, he convinced those around him of his value. I think this affliction of contempt in the household passed to them from this brother-in-law they so admired. Then he paid great attention to his attire, shaved every day, had his worn trousers pressed tightly under his supervision, and could devote a Saturday to going from shop to find the most elegant shoes, the most fashionable socks. In fact, according to what I learned later, the salary he received was barely enough for his and his wife's clothing. And since there was no benefit from the 35 liras each that fell to the two brothers-in-law, all the household expenses were loaded onto our poor Raif Effendi's meager wage. Despite this, everyone in the house had their say except the poor old man. Raif Effendi's wife Miray Hanum, who had aged before reaching 40 and combined sagging flesh with a strange obesity, her breasts hanging down to her belly, spent all her day cooking in the kitchen, mending piles of children's socks in her free time, and looking after her younger sister's rowdy little rascals, yet still couldn't please the household. No one asked how the house ran. They only created new unpleasantness by not liking the food, by curling their lips and noses at something, because they considered themselves worthy of a much higher life. When Nurettin Bey said, "What kind of thing is this, for God's sake?" he almost seemed to want to say, "Where are the hundreds of liras I give going, for God's sake?" The brothers-in-law, who wore 7 lira scarves around their necks, didn't hesitate at all to make their sister Miray get up from the table and send her to the kitchen, saying, "I don't like this food, fry me an egg." Or, "I'm not full, fry me some sausage." And then, when 11 kurush were needed to buy bread on some evening, they couldn't bear to give it from their pockets, waking Raif Effendi from the sleep he had fallen into lying sick in his room. As if this weren't enough, they were angry at why he still wasn't well and why he didn't go to the grocer himself. The order in the hall and guest room, in contrast to the wretchedness in the parts of the house invisible to guests, was to some extent Nekla's work. But the others too had found it appropriate to put this kind of mask on their home's face toward the friends they were in contact with. For this reason, they had made installment payments to furniture stores for years, had endured considerable hardship, even participating themselves. But now the red velvet sets made guests nod their heads in admiration, and the 12-lamp radio could drown the whole neighborhood in noise. The gold-embossed crystal drinking set arranged in the glass-fronted sideboard never embarrassed Nurettin Bey before the friends he frequently brought to drink raki together. Although it was Raif Effendi who carried all these burdens, his absence and presence in the house seemed equal. From the youngest to the oldest, everyone appeared not to notice him. They spoke with him about nothing but daily needs and money matters. Very often they preferred to settle even these through Miray Hanum. As if a lifeless machine were sent out in the morning with various orders and returned in the late afternoon with arms full. Nurettin Bey, who 5 years ago, when he wanted to marry for Hund Hanum, wouldn't leave Raif Bey alone, played all sorts of roles to appear pleasant to him, and after the engagement didn't forget to bring something to please his future brother-in-law on every visit to the house. Now seemed tired of living in the same house with such a meaningless person. They were angry at why he didn't earn more money, why he didn't ensure a more luxurious life. But at the same time they were certain he was a nothing, insignificant, and worthless zero. Even Nekla, who seemed like a rather sensible person, and Nurten, who still attended primary school, had probably, under the influence of their uncle-in-law, aunt, and uncles, conformed to the general atmosphere toward their father. In the love they showed him was a haste, as if getting through forced labor. In their concern for his illness was an affectation like the false compassion shown to a pauper. Only his wife, Mirai Hanem, who seemed to have become somewhat stupefied by work and livelihood worries that hadn't lightened for a second in years, occupied herself with her husband as much as she could, striving so he wouldn't be looked down upon, wouldn't be scorned by his own children. When there was a guest at dinner, to avoid letting her siblings or Nureddin Bey order aloud, "Let brother-in-law go get it," she would pull her husband into the bedroom and say in a voice trying to be sweet, "Come on, get 8 eggs and a bottle of raki from the grocer. Let's not make them get up from the table." But she no longer thought, perhaps didn't even notice, why she and her husband didn't sit at these tables, and when they happened to do so once in 40 years, why they were met with uncomfortable glances as if they had committed a disrespect toward the others. Raif Effendi also had a strange tenderness toward his wife. He seemed to truly pity this woman who for months hadn't found time to put anything on her back but a kitchen dress even once. From time to time he would ask, "How are you, my dear? Did you get very tired today?" And sometimes, sitting her across from him, he would talk about the children's passing grades, the expenses of the approaching holiday. But there were no signs showing he was connected by even the smallest spiritual tie to the other family members. Sometimes he would fix his eyes on his elder daughter, seeming to expect something from her, warm, sweet things. But these moments would pass quickly, and his child's meaningless coquettishness, inappropriate laughter would make the gap between them suddenly reveal itself. I thought a great deal about Raif Effendi's states. It was impossible for such a man. What kind of man, I didn't know either, but I was certain he wasn't as he appeared. Yes, impossible for such a man to willingly flee from the people closest to him. The whole problem was that those around him didn't know him, and he wasn't the type of man to make any attempt to make himself known. After this, there was no possibility of breaking the ice between them, of removing this terrible strangeness these people felt toward each other. Because people know how difficult it is to know each other, rather than attempting this laborious work, they prefer to wander randomly like blind people and become aware of each other's existence only when they collide. Only, as I said, Raif Effendi seemed to expect something from his elder daughter, from Nekla. In the movements of her face, in moving her mouth and hands imitating her painted aunt, and drawing all her spiritual strength from her uncle's pretentiousness, this girl, despite all these thick outer shells, had signs that would make one suppose something from a real person remained inside. In her scolding of her sister Nurten, who tried to bring her insolence toward her father to the degree of insult, genuine resentment was sometimes sensed. When Raif Effendi was spoken of with great contempt at the table or in the room, she would sometimes slam the door and leave. But these states were merely the attempts that the humanity hidden and remaining inside made from time to time to breathe, and the false personality the environment had created through years of patient work was strong enough not to allow the rebellion of her true identity. But, perhaps with the impatience my youth gave me, I was angry at Raif Effendi's almost frightening silence. Whether at the company or at home, he not only tolerated people spiritually completely alien to him, not counting him as a human being, he almost found a kind of correctness in it. True, I knew that people not understood by their surroundings, about whom wrong judgments were always made, in time began to feel a pride and bitter pleasure in this loneliness, but I could never imagine they would find the surroundings' action justified. On many occasions, I had noticed he wasn't a man with deadened feelings. On the contrary, he was very sensitive, extremely perceptive and attentive. Nothing escaped his eyes that seemed to look only ahead. One day he had heard his daughters arguing in low voices outside. "You make it," about the coffee to be brought to me. Hadn't made a sound, but 10 days later, on my second visit to their house, he immediately called outside. "Don't make coffee, he doesn't drink it." This action he took to avoid seeing a repeat of this incident that weighed on him. His having made me privy to himself caused me to become even more attached to him. We still hadn't spoken about anything, but I no longer wondered at this. Wasn't his silent existence, his endurance, his looking at people's weaknesses with compassion and at their rudeness with amusement, a sufficient will? When we walked together, didn't I feel with all my strength that the person walking beside me was a human being? During these times, I understood why speech wasn't necessarily required for people to seek each other, find each other, and observe each other's interiors. Why some poets constantly search for someone to walk beside them without speaking in the face of nature's beauty. Although I didn't know exactly what I learned from this man who walked beside me without opening his mouth, who worked across from me without making a sound, I was certain I learned far more things than I could have learned from someone who taught me for years. I felt that he too was pleased with me. That shy and timid manner he showed toward every person and toward me when we first met was gone. Only on some days he would suddenly turn wild. His eyes would lose all expression, would shrink, and when addressed he would answer in a soft voice that nonetheless forbade any approach. During such times he would also neglect translation, very often setting his pen aside and watching the papers before him for hours. I sensed that he had now withdrawn behind all distances and time and wouldn't let anyone in there, and I made no attempt to approach. Only an anxiety filled me, because I had noticed that Raif Effendi's illnesses, by a strange coincidence, usually followed such days. I learned the reason for this quite quickly, but in a very sad way. But I'll tell everything in order. One day in mid-February, Raif Effendi again didn't come to the company. When I stopped by his house in the late afternoon, his wife Mirai Hanım opened the door. "Come in, is it you?" she said. "He just fell asleep. I'll wake him if you like." "No, don't disturb him. How is he?" I said. The woman took me to the guest room. "He has a fever. This time he's also talking about pain." Then she added in a complaining voice, "Oh my boy, he doesn't take care of himself at all. He's not a child. When there's nothing wrong, his nerves suddenly turn. I don't know what happens. He doesn't sit and talk with a person. He takes his head and goes. Then he ends up laid out in bed like this." At that moment, Raif Effendi's voice was heard from the adjoining room. The woman quickly rushed there. I remained in astonishment. Could it be possible that this man who paid such attention to his health, who knew how to protect himself in wool undershirts and scarves, would commit any carelessness? Mirai Hanım returned saying. He woke when the door was knocked. "Come in." This time I found Raif Effendi's condition somewhat worse. His complexion was very yellow, his breathing very rapid. His usual childlike smile seemed to me more like a grimace that tired the muscles of his face. His eyes, too, behind the glasses, seemed to have retreated deeper. "What happened to you again, Raif Bey? Get well soon." I said. "Thank you." There was a slight hoarseness in his voice. When he coughed, his chest shook considerably and wheezed. To quickly satisfy my curiosity, I asked, "How did you catch cold?" "It must be a cold." He stared at the white cover of his bed for a long time. A small iron stove squeezed between his children's and wife's white beds had made the room too hot. Despite this, the person across from me appeared cold, pulling his quilt up to his throat. "Yes, I seem to have caught cold," he said. "Last night after dinner, I went out for a bit." "Did you go somewhere?" "No, I just wanted to walk around a little." "I don't know. I was probably bored." His saying he was bored with anything surprised me. I walked a bit too much. I had gone toward the agricultural institutes. I came to the bottom of the Kisiran slope. Whether I walked fast or what, I got hot. I opened my front. The weather was windy too. It was spitting snow a little. I must have caught cold. Walking for hours at night, in snow and wind, on deserted roads, with his chest and breast open, was not what one would expect from Raif Effendi. "Were you upset about something?" I said. He answered hastily. "No, not at all. It happens from time to time. I like to walk alone at night. Who knows, maybe the noise of the house bothers me or what." Then, as if afraid he had said too much, hurriedly, "I suppose people get like this as they age," he said. "The wife and kids, what's their fault?" Outside, noise and rapid conversations had started again. The elder girl, returning from school, came in and kissed her father's cheeks. "How are you, Daddy?" Then turning to me, she shook my hand. "Sir, he's always like this. From time to time it occurs to him, and he says, 'I'm going to the coffee house for a bit.' Then he either catches cold there or catches cold on the way, or what, he gets sick. It's happened so many times. I don't know what's at the coffee house." After pulling off her coat and throwing it on a chair, she immediately went outside. She seemed accustomed to Raif Effendi's states and didn't attach much importance to them. I looked at the patient's face. He too had turned his eyes to me, and in them was no explanation, no astonishment. I wondered not why he told this lie to the household, but why he told me the truth, yet I also felt a bit of pride in it, the pride of being closer to a person than others. As I went out and took the road home, I fell into thought. Could Raif Effendi really be a simple man with an empty interior? It was certain that he had no purpose, no ambition in life, that he felt no interest in people, even those closest to him. So what did he want? Wasn't it this emptiness inside him, this purposelessness of his life, that drove him into the streets at night? At that moment, I saw I had come to the front of the hotel where I was staying. Here, in a room barely large enough for 2 beds, I was staying with a friend. It was past 8 o'clock. Since I didn't feel like eating, I thought about going up to my room and reading a book a bit, but I immediately gave up. The gramophone in the coffee house below the hotel raised its voice to the maximum at exactly these hours, and the Syrian bar artist living in the room next to us sang the shrillest of Arabic songs at these times while getting ready for work. Turning back, I walked in the Kisiran direction on the asphalt with muddy edges. On both sides of the road there were first automobile repair workshops, low shabby coffee houses. Then on the right side, houses climbing toward the hill. On the left, in a slight hollow, gardens with their trees stripped of leaves began. I raised my collar. Chapter 3. A fast and damp wind was blowing. Inside me was a terrible desire to walk and run that I felt only when drunk. I thought I could go for hours, for days. I had forgotten to look around, had advanced quite far. Because the wind increased, it was almost as if someone were pushing me from the chest, and struggling forward against this force gave me pleasure. Suddenly I thought about why I had come here. Nothing. There was no reason. I had walked and come without deciding. The trees on both sides of the road were moaning from the wind, and clouds in the sky were running and going with great speed. The black and rocky hills ahead were still somewhat light, and the clouds crawling and passing over them seemed to leave pieces of themselves there. I was advancing with my eyes closed, drawing the wet air into me. The question I had torn from my head appeared again. Why did I come here? The wind was very much like last night's. Perhaps in a little while snow would start spitting too. Last night here another man, his glasses fogging, his hat in his hand and his chest and breast open, was walking almost running. The wind was entering between his short and sparse hairs, giving an external coolness to his head burning God knows how. What was inside this head? Why had this head dragged this old body here? I wanted to imagine how Raif Effendi walked in that dark and cold night, what shape his face took. I had now understood why I came here. I thought I would see him and what passed through his head better here. But here I was, seeing nothing but the wind wanting to blow away my hat, the howling trees, and the clouds taking many shapes as they ran and went. Living where he lived, living like him, didn't mean. One had to be very naive and only as heedless as me to suppose this. I returned to the hotel quickly. The coffee house gramophone and the Syrian woman's song had stopped. My friend was lying on his bed reading a book. He glanced at me sideways. What? Coming from gallivanting. How well people understood each other. And here I was getting up in this state wanting to analyze another person's head, to see his straight or complex soul. Even the world's simplest, most wretched, even most foolish man possesses such a tremendous and complex soul that will drop a person from wonder to wonder. Why do we flee so much from understanding this? And why do we suppose the creature called human is among the easiest things to understand and pass judgment on? Why do we avoid saying a word about the qualities of a cheese we see for the first time, yet pass our final judgment on the first person we encounter and move on with an easy heart? I couldn't sleep for a long time. Raif Effendi was lying in his white-covered bed, in fever, smelling the air spreading into the room from his daughter's young bodies and his wife's tired limbs. His eyes were closed and his soul, who knows where was it wandering? This time Raif Effendi's illness lasted rather long. It didn't resemble a simple cold like usual. The old Dr. Nureddin Bey brought recommended mustard plaster and prescribed cough medicine. I stopped by every 2 or 3 evenings, and each time found him a bit more collapsed. But he himself didn't panic much and appeared not to attach importance to his illness. Perhaps he was afraid of alarming the household. Mirai Hanim's and Neckla's states were truly such as to worry a person. The woman, who seemed to have forgotten even to think from doing work for years, was going in and out of the patient's room in great confusion, dropping towels or plates from her hands when putting mustard plaster on his back, always forgetting something inside or outside and constantly being sought. I still see her running in all directions in crooked heelless slippers on her bare feet, and I still feel on me those gazes catching and holding on as if asking help from every person they encountered. Although Nekla hadn't lost herself as much as her mother, she was in great distress. In recent days, she wasn't going to school and was waiting for her father. When I came to check on the patient in the late afternoons, I noticed from her reddened and swollen eyes that she had been crying shortly before. But all this seemed to upset Raif Effendi more. In times when we were alone, he complained about this, and once even said, "Hey, what's happening to them? Am I dying right away? So what if I die? What's it to them? What am I to them?" Then, in a more bitter and merciless manner, he added, "I'm nothing to them. I was nothing. We lived together in the same house for years. They didn't wonder who this man is. Now they're afraid I'll go away." "Please, Raif Bey," I said. "What kind of talk is this?" "True, they're panicking a bit too much, but interpreting it this way isn't right. Your wife and daughter." "Yes, my wife and daughter. But that's all." He turned his head to the other side. I hadn't understood anything from his last words and hesitated to ask anything else. Nureddin Bey brought an internal medicine specialist to calm the household. After a long examination, this man said the illness was pneumonia, and seeing the astonishment of those around him, "No, come on, it's not that serious. Thank God his constitution is strong, his heart is sound too. He'll get through it. Only one must be careful. Don't let him catch cold. In fact, it would be better if you moved him to a hospital," he said. When Mirai Hanim heard the word hospital, she completely let herself go. Sinking into one of the chairs in the hall, she began crying at the top of her voice. Nureddin Bey, too, wrinkling his face as if his dignity had been touched. "What nonsense," he said. "At home he'll surely be looked after better than at a hospital." The doctor shrugged and left. Raif Effendi at first wanted to go to the hospital, saying, "At least there I'll rest my head." It was obvious from his every state that he wanted to be alone, but when he saw how strongly those around him rejected this, he too stopped making a sound. With a hopeless smile on his face, he murmured, "They won't leave me in peace there either." Chapter 4. One day, I still remember, on a Friday evening, I was sitting on the chair at Raif Effendi's bedside, not speaking at all, watching him breathe with his chest wheezing. There was no one else in the room. A large pocket watch standing among the medicine bottles on the nightstand beside him was filling the room with a metallic sound. The patient, opening his eyes that had retreated into hollows. "I'm a bit better today," he said. "Of course, it won't continue like this forever." Then, almost in a distressed manner, "But how much longer will this continue?" he asked. I had understood the true meaning of his question and was horrified. The weariness in his voice showed what he meant. "What's happening to you, Raif Bey?" I said. Looking into my eyes, he insistently asked, "But what's the need? Isn't it enough now?" At that moment Mirai Hanim came in, approaching me. "He's quite good today," she said. "Thank God he's gotten through this one too." Then she turned to her husband. "Laundry will be done on Sunday. If the gentleman would bring that towel of yours." Raif Effendi nodded his head in agreement. After searching for and taking some things from the wardrobe, the woman went out again. The small improvement in the patient's condition had taken away all of his wife's panic and excitement. Now her head was filled with household worries, food and laundry work as before. Like all simple people, she was passing from sorrow to joy, from excitement to calm, and like all women, she was quickly forgetting everything. In Raif Effendi's eyes was a sorrowful and deep smile, indicating with his head his jacket hanging at the foot of the bed. There, in the right pocket there should be a key. Take it and open the top drawer of my desk. Bring the towel my wife mentioned. It'll be trouble, but, he said, I'll bring it tomorrow evening. He stared at the ceiling in silence for a long time. Suddenly, he turned his head to me. There, bring everything that's inside the drawer, he said. Whatever's there. Our lady probably sensed that I won't be able to go to the company again. Our journey is to somewhere else now. His head was buried in the pillow again. The next day, before leaving the company in the late afternoon, I went to Raif Effendi's desk. On the right side were 3 drawers, one on top of the other. I first opened the bottom once. One was completely empty. In the other were some papers and translation drafts. As I inserted the key into the top drawer, I shuddered. I had just now realized I was sitting in the chair Raif Effendi had sat in for years and was repeating the movement he made several times every day. I hastily pulled the drawer. This too seemed empty. Only in one corner was a rather dirty towel, a piece of soap wrapped in newsprint, a lunch container, a fork, and a Singer brand folding knife with a corkscrew. I quickly wrapped these in a paper. I pushed the drawer back in and stood up, but it occurred to me that something might have remained in the back, so I pulled the drawer again and searched inside with my hand. Indeed, at the very bottom was something like a notebook. Taking that too, I put it among the other things and rushed outside. As long as I remained inside the room, the possibility that Raif Effendi would never sit in this chair again and never open this drawer wouldn't leave my mind. At home I again encountered great panic. Nekla opened the door, and when she saw me, shook her head. Don't ask, don't ask. I had almost become like one of the family members, and the household didn't consider me a stranger. The young girl said, Father got worse again. He had 2 attacks today. We were very frightened. My uncle brought a doctor. He's with him now. He's giving an injection. And immediately she plunged into the patient's room. I didn't go in. Sitting on one of the chairs in the hall, I set the paper-wrapped package before me. Although Mirai Hanım came out several times, I was ashamed to give her these poor belongings. While a person's life was being struggled with inside, it would be quite inappropriate to hand one of his relatives a dirty towel and an old fork. I got up and walked around the big table in the middle. When I saw myself in the sideboard mirror, I was quite astonished. I had turned pale yellow. My heart began beating rapidly. Whoever it was, a person struggling on the great bridge between living and dying was a terrible thing. Then I thought that while his closest ones, his wife, daughters, relatives, were present, I had no right to show more interest in distress than them. At that moment my eye caught the inside through the half-open door of the guest room. When I approached a bit and looked, I saw Raif Effendi's brothers-in-law Sabahattin and Vedit. They were sitting side by side on a sofa, smoking. It was obvious they were writhing with terrible boredom and were angry with themselves for not being able to leave the house. Nurten had sat in an armchair, resting her head on her arm. She was crying or sleeping. A bit farther away, Raif Effendi's sister-in-law Ferhand, having seated her 2 children on her lap, was saying things to prevent them from making noise, but from her every state it was understood what an amateur she was at comforting children. The patient's door opened, and the doctor came out, with Nureddin Bey behind him. Despite all his indifference, he had a bothered air. Don't leave his side, and if things worsen, give those injections, he was saying. Nureddin Bey asked, frowning, Is it dangerous? The doctor responded with the answer every colleague gives in such situations. One can't tell. And to avoid being subjected to more questions, especially to avoid being harassed by the patient's wife, he quickly put on his coat and hat, and, wrinkling his face as he took the 3 silver liras Nureddin Bey had prepared in his palm beforehand, left the house. I approached the patient's door quietly. I looked inside. Mirai Hanım and Nekla were looking with great curiosity at the man lying before them with closed eyes. When the young girl saw me, She called me with a gesture of her head. Now, together with her mother, they wanted to see the effect the patient's condition would arouse in me. Because I noticed this, I tried with all my strength to control myself. I nodded my head slightly with a manner as if relieved by what I saw. Then, turning to the women standing almost head-to-head on my left, with a forced smile. "There's surely nothing to fear. He'll get through it, God willing," I said. The patient opened his eyes slightly, looked at me for a while as if unable to recognize me. Then, making a great effort, he turned his head to his wife and daughter, murmured a few incomprehensible words, made some signs while wrinkling his face. Neklo approached. "Did you want something, Daddy? Come on, you go out for a bit." His voice was very faint and broken. Mirai Hanum signaled to us. But the patient, seeing this, extended his hand from the bed and caught my wrist. "You don't go," he said. The women were a bit surprised. Nekla complained. "Daddy, don't stick your arm out." Raif Effendi nodded his head quickly in emotion, wanting to say, I know, and again signaled them to leave. Both women left the room, looking at my face with questioning eyes. Then Raif Effendi indicated the package in my hand, which I had completely forgotten. "Did you bring everything?" I looked at his face without understanding at first. Was all this ceremony for asking this? The patient was still looking at my face, and his eyes were shining as if in great curiosity. For the first time at this moment, I remembered the famous black-covered notebook. I hadn't even opened and looked at it once, hadn't wondered what was inside it. It wouldn't have even occurred to me that Raif Effendi would have a notebook of this kind. I quickly opened the package and put the towel and such inside on a chair behind the door. Then, taking the notebook in my hand, I showed it to Raif Effendi. "Is this what you wanted?" He signaled, yes, with his head. I slowly turned the pages of the notebook. I felt an irresistible curiosity growing inside me. On the single-line pages were large and irregular letters, lines obviously written in great haste. I glanced at the first page. There was no title or anything. On the right side was the date June 20th, 1933, and immediately below it these lines. "Yesterday a strange incident happened to me and made me relive certain other incidents from 10 years ago." I couldn't read the bottom part. Raif Effendi had extended his arm again and taken my hand. "Don't read," he said, and, indicating the opposite side of the room with his head, murmured, "Throw it there." I looked in the direction he indicated. Behind the mica plates, I saw the iron stove with its red glowing eyes. In the stove? Yes. At that moment my curiosity increased completely. Destroying Raif Effendi's notebook with my own hands was impossible for me. "What nonsense, Raif Bey," I said. "Isn't it a pity? Is it right to burn a notebook that's been your companion for so long for no reason?" "No need," he said, and again indicated the stove with his head. "No need anymore." I understood it wouldn't be possible to dissuade him from this idea. He had probably poured into this notebook the soul he hid from everyone, and now wanted to go with it. Toward this man who didn't want to leave anything of himself to people and took his solitude with him even while going to death, an endless compassion arose in me, and an endless interest in his fate. "I understand you, Raif Bey," I said. "Yes, I understand very well. You're right to be jealous of everything of yours from people. Your wanting to burn this notebook is also right. But can't you postpone this for a while, for at least one day?" He looked at my face with his eyes asking, "Why?" To continue what I had started and to try one last resort, I drew closer to him and tried to gather in my eyes all the interest and love I felt toward him. "Won't you leave this notebook with me for one night, just this night? We've been friends for so long. You haven't told me anything about yourself. Don't you find it natural for me to be curious about you? Do you absolutely find it necessary to hide this much from me too? You're the most valuable person in the world to me. Despite this, do you want to leave me saying that in your eyes I'm a nothing like everyone else?" My eyes had teared up. With my chest trembling, I continued speaking. As if at this moment I was also pouring out the reproaches accumulated in my soul toward this man who had been avoiding bringing me close to himself for months. You may be right in withdrawing your trust from people, but aren't there exceptions to this? Can't there be? Don't forget that you too are one of these people. What you're doing may ultimately be a meaningless selfishness. I fell silent, remembering that these words weren't things to say to a gravely ill person. He too was silent. Finally, with one last effort. Raif Bey, you understand me too. I'm at the beginning of the road you're at the end of. I want to learn people, especially to know what people did to you. I said. The patient cut off my words by shaking his head violently. He was murmuring something. I bent down. I felt his breath on my face. No, no, he was saying. People did nothing to me. Nothing. All me. All me. He suddenly fell silent, and his chin dropped to his chest. He was breathing more rapidly. This scene had certainly tired him. I too began to feel great spiritual exhaustion. I was thinking of throwing the notebook in the stove and escaping outside. The patient opened his eyes again. It's no one's fault. Not even mine. He couldn't continue his words. He was coughing. Finally, indicating the notebook with his eyes. Read, you'll see, he said. As if I had been waiting for this, I immediately put the black-covered notebook in my pocket. I'll bring it tomorrow morning and burn it before your eyes. I said. The patient shrugged in a manner nothing like his earlier fastidiousness, as if to say, do whatever you want. I understood that he had now cut his connection even with this notebook, which certainly contained the most important parts of his life. I kissed his hand to leave. When I wanted to straighten up, he didn't let me go, pulled me toward him, kissed me first on the forehead, then on my cheeks. When I raised my head, I saw tears seeping from his eyes toward his temples. Raif Effendi wasn't making any movement to hide or wipe these. He was looking at me without blinking. I too couldn't hold myself, had started crying. This was one of those silent cries without sobs seen only in extraordinarily great and genuine sorrows. I knew it would be difficult for me to part from him, but I couldn't have imagined it would be this terrible, this painful. Raif Effendi moved his lips again, in a barely audible voice. We could never really talk at length like this, my boy. What a pity, he said and closed his eyes. We had now bid each other farewell. To avoid showing my face to those waiting at the door, I passed through the hall almost running and burst into the street. On the road, a cold wind dried my cheeks. I kept saying incessantly, what a pity, what a pity. When I came to the hotel, I found my friend asleep. Getting into bed, I lit the small lamp at my bedside and immediately began reading Raif Effendi's black-covered school notebook. June 20th, 1933. Yesterday, a strange incident happened to me and made me relive certain other incidents from 10 years ago. I know that these memories, which I thought I had forgotten and left behind, will never leave me after this. What treacherous coincidence put them in my path yesterday and separated me from the deep sleep I had been immersed in for years, from the numb insensibility I had slowly grown accustomed to. I would be lying if I said I'll go mad or die. A person very quickly gets accustomed to and endures things he thought he couldn't endure. I too will live. But how will I live? What unbearable torture my life after this will be. But I will endure, as I have until now. Only one thing is no longer possible for me to endure. I can't keep everything in my head alone anymore. I want to tell something, many things. To whom? I wonder if there's another person in this great big world wandering as utterly alone as I am. To whom? What can I tell? I don't remember telling anything to anyone for 10 years. I fled from everyone in vain. I distanced all people from myself in vain. But can I do otherwise from now on? Nothing can change anymore. There's no need either. So it must have been meant to be this way. If only I could tell. If I could pour out what's inside me to even one person. Even if I truly wanted this, there's no possibility now of finding such a person. I have no strength left to search. Even if I did, I wouldn't search. Besides, why did I buy this notebook? Would I have undertaken this writing business that I dislike most in the world if I had even the smallest hope? A person absolutely must empty himself. If yesterday's incident hadn't happened, if I hadn't learned everything yesterday, my old and perhaps comfortable life would continue now. Yesterday, while going along the street, I encountered two people. I was seeing one for the first time. The other was perhaps one of the people most distant from me in the world. Would it have occurred to me that they could have such tremendous effects on my life? But since I've decided to write once and for all, I must tell everything calmly and from the beginning. In that case, I must go back several years, even 10 or 12 years. Perhaps even 15. But I'll write without getting bored. Perhaps it's possible to drown the truly terrible parts among meaningless details to escape their effect. Perhaps what I write won't be as painful as what I lived, and I'll feel a bit relieved. Perhaps I'll see that many things are more insignificant, simpler than I thought, and be ashamed of my own excitement. Perhaps. My father was from Havran. I was born and grew up there. I did my primary education there. Then for a while, I went back and forth to the Edremit High School, an hour away from us. In the last years of the Great War, at 19, I was drafted, but the armistice was declared while I was still in training camp. I returned to the town. I didn't continue and finish high school again. I wasn't very eager to study anyway. The intervening year and the chaotic situation prevailing in these parts at that time had cooled me toward education. After the armistice, all bonds had loosened. Neither a proper government nor a definite idea or goal remained. Some regions were being occupied by foreign forces, suddenly sprouted gangs, under various names, sometimes establishing fronts against the enemy, sometimes robbing villages, were showing activity. A bandit whose name circulated from mouth to mouth as a hero one day would be suppressed a week later, and it would be announced that his corpse was hanging in the square in front of the government house in Edremit. In such a period, shutting oneself in four walls and reading Ottoman history or moral conversations wasn't a very appealing thing. Only my father, who was counted among those in rather comfortable circumstances in the country, had for some reason fallen into the fancy of educating me. Seeing that many of my peers had gone off to join gangs, putting on cross cartridge belts and shouldering rifles, and that some of them had been killed by the enemy, some by bandits, he had started to fear for my fate too. Indeed, I too didn't want to remain idle and was secretly preparing. But at this time the occupation forces came to the town, and all my heroism fancies were condemned to be drowned and remain inside me. For a few months I wandered around like a vagabond. Most of my friends had disappeared. My father decided to send me to Istanbul. He didn't know where I would go either. He said, "Find a school, study." Although I had always been a somewhat clumsy and shy child, my father saying this to me was enough to show how little he knew his son. Whatever the case, I felt certain secret desires within me towards certain directions. There was one subject in which I had won my teacher's appreciation at school. I drew rather well. The idea of entering the Academy of Fine Arts in Istanbul would sometimes cross my mind and make me dream sweet dreams. Besides, since childhood, I had been a quiet child living more in the world of imagination than reality. There was a timidity in my nature so extreme as to be called meaningless, which very often caused me to be misunderstood by my surroundings, to be taken for stupid, and this upset me. Nothing frightened me as much as the obligation to correct an opinion about me. Although a misdeed committed by my classmates in class was always blamed on me, I never dared defend myself with even a word. When I returned home, I would hide in a corner and cry. I remember my mother and especially my father frequently saying to me, "Hey, you were supposed to be a girl, but you were born wrong." My greatest pleasure was to sit alone in the garden of the house or by the stream and plunge into daydreams. These daydreams were bold and vast enough to create a great contrast with my actions. Like the heroes in the countless translated novels I read, I would ravage everything with my entourage who obeyed my every word without hesitation. I would kidnap a girl named Fari who lived in a neighborhood over and aroused sweet desires in me whose shape I couldn't quite define, with a mask on my face and double pistols at my belt, to my magnificent cave in the mountains. I would imagine how she would first be frightened and struggle. Then, seeing the people trembling before me and the unparalleled wealth in the cave, how she would fall into great astonishment, and finally, when I removed my face, with a joy she couldn't hide, how she would cry out and throw herself on my neck. Sometimes I would travel in Africa like great explorers, have unprecedented adventures among cannibals. Sometimes I would become a famous painter and tour Europe. All the books I had read, Michel Zavako, Jules Verne, Alexander Dumas, Ahmet Mithat Effendi, Vechie Bey, had taken indelible places in my mind. Chapter 5. My father would be angry at my reading so much, sometimes taking away and throwing out novels, sometimes not letting light into my room at night. But when he saw that I found a solution to everything, that I read The Mysteries of Paris or Les Miserables in ecstasy under the light of a small wick oil lamp, he had given up his pressure. I would read everything I could get my hands on and fall under the influence of everything I read, whether it was the adventures of Monsieur Lecoq or the history of Murat Bey. When I read in an old Roman history that an envoy named Mucius Scaevola, during peace negotiations with the enemy, in response to the threat that he would be killed if he didn't accept the proposed conditions, put his arm into the fire beside him and burned it to his elbow, and during this time calmly continued the negotiations, showing he couldn't be frightened by such threats. I was seized by the desire to put my hand in a fire the same way and test this fortitude in myself, and had burned my fingers rather badly. The image of this man who endured the greatest pain while maintaining the smile on his face has never left me. At one time, I too had tried writing, even scribbling little poems, but had quickly given this up. The fear of expressing what was inside me in any form whatsoever, this meaningless and unnecessary timidity, prevented me from writing. I only continued drawing. This work didn't seem to me like giving something from within. It appeared to consist of taking the outside and reflecting it on a paper, of being an intermediary. Indeed, when I understood the matter wasn't like this, I gave this up too. All because of that fear. I learned on my own in Istanbul, at the Academy of Fine Arts, without anyone's help, that drawing was also a kind of expression, an inner expression, and I stopped attending school. Besides, the teachers didn't find much in me either. Among the things I scribbled at home or in the studio, I could only show the most meaningless ones. I hid with great fastidiousness and was ashamed to reveal drawings that expressed anything about me, that contained anything from me. If these happened to fall into someone's hands by chance, I would be astonished like a woman caught naked in private, turn beet red, and flee. I wandered around Istanbul for a long time not knowing what to do. These were the armistice years. The city had become shameless and chaotic beyond what I could endure. I asked my father for money to return to Havrin. About 10 days later, I received a long letter. My father was resorting to a final measure for me to become a useful man. He had heard from somewhere that because of the loss of money's value in Germany, foreigners lived very cheaply there, even for less money than in Istanbul. He was telling me to go there and learn soap making, especially perfumed soap making, and informed me he had sent a sum of money for travel expenses and other costs. I was extremely happy, not because I felt enthusiasm for these crafts or anything, but because I was happy that the opportunity to see Europe, which had come alive before my eyes in 1,001 shapes since childhood and had been the subject of many of my dreams, had emerged at such an unexpected time. In his letter, my father said, "If you come back after learning this business in a year or two, we'll expand our soap factory here, reform it, and give it to your management. You too will enter commercial life and become happy and prosperous by virtue of your golden bracelet." But I wasn't even thinking about this aspect of the matter. I estimated I would learn a foreign language, read books in this language, and most importantly, find in this Europe the people I had only encountered in novels until now. Besides, wasn't one reason for my distance from my environment, for my wildness, that I couldn't find in my environment the people I had met and adopted in books? I prepared in a week and departed by train through Bulgaria to Berlin. I knew no language at all. Thanks to 5 or 10 words I memorized from a conversation book during the 4-day journey, I went to a pension whose address I had written in my notebook while still in Istanbul. The first weeks passed with learning enough language to manage myself and walking around the city looking around admiringly. The confusion of the first days didn't last long. This too was ultimately a city with somewhat wider, much cleaner streets, with blonder people. But there was nothing there to make a person drop and faint from astonishment. I didn't know myself what the Europe in my imagination was like and what shortcomings the city I now lived in had compared to it. I hadn't yet realized that nothing in life would ever be as wonderful as in our heads. Thinking I couldn't start any work without learning the language, I began taking lessons from a former officer who had been in Turkiye during the Great War and learn some Turkish. The landlady, Madam, was also devoting her free time to chatting with me and helping. The pension's other guests too counted it an opportunity to make friends and were annoying me with nonsensical questions. The crowd gathered around the table at dinner was quite colorful. Among them especially Frau van Tiedemann, a Dutch widow, her camera, a Portuguese merchant who brought oranges to Berlin from the Canary Islands, and old Herr Dopke were friendly with me. This last was a man who had done business in Germany's Cameroon colony, and after the armistice had abandoned everything and taken refuge in his homeland. Living a rather modest life with the amount of money he had been able to save, he spent his days going to political meetings, which were quite plentiful in Berlin at that time, and telling his impressions in the evenings. Very often he would bring along newly acquainted, demobilized, unemployed German officers he had just met and would argue with them for hours. According to what I understood half-brokenly, they found Germany's salvation in a man of iron, well, like Bismarck coming to power and beginning to arm without losing any time, correcting injustices with a second war. Sometimes one of the pension guests would leave and immediately another guest would come to the vacant room. But in time I had gotten used to these changes, to the dining room's always burning red-shaded electric light, to the various cabbage smells never absent at any time of day, to my table companions' political arguments. In fact, I had even begun to tire of them, especially these arguments. Everyone had their own idea for saving Germany. But all these ideas truly depended not on Germany, but on each person's own personal interests. An old woman who had lost her fortune due to currency depreciation was angry at the officers. The officers found the striking workers and soldiers who didn't want to continue the war at fault. The colonial merchant cursed the emperor who had started the war out of nowhere. Even the maid who tidied my room in the mornings would try to talk politics with me, and in her free time would immediately start reading her newspaper. She too had her own fervent convictions, and when talking about them her face would turn completely red, and she would clench her fist and wave it in the air. I seemed to have forgotten why I had come to Germany. I would remember the soap-making matter whenever I received a letter from my father, writing that I was still occupied with learning the language, that I would soon apply to an establishment of this kind, comforting both him and myself. My days passed exactly like one another. I had toured the whole city, the zoo, the museums. That this city of millions could be exhausted in a few months almost gave me despair. I would say to myself, this is Europe. What's here anyway? And judge that the world was essentially quite boring. Usually in the afternoons, I would wander on the main streets, in the crowds, watching women returning home with seriousness on their faces, particular to people who have done very important work, or hanging on a man's arm, scattering smiles around with languid eyes, and men still maintaining military steps in their walk. Not to have completely lied to my father, with the help of a few Turkish friends, I applied to a luxury soap firm. The German employees of the establishment, which belonged to a Swedish group, received me very well with an interest given by the comradeship in arms not yet forgotten, but they hesitated to show me the deeper aspects of this profession than what I had learned by observation at our soap factory in Havren, probably because it was the firm's secret. Perhaps because they saw no great enthusiasm in me for this work. They did this so as not to waste time in vain. Slowly I stopped going to the factory. They didn't ask where I'd been. My father lengthened the intervals between his letters, and I continued living in the city of Berlin without ever bringing to mind what I would do, why I had come here. 3 evenings a week I took German lessons from the former officer. During the days I watched paintings in museums and newly opened galleries, and I smelled cabbage even 100 steps before the pension. But after the first months passed, I began not to be as bored as before. I was slowly trying to read books and gradually getting more pleasure from this work. After a while this almost became an addiction. I would lie face down on the bed, open the book before me, put the old thick dictionary beside me, and stay for hours. Very often I couldn't even endure looking up words in the dictionary. I would pass through sentences giving meaning through context. It was as if a completely new world was opening before my eyes. This time what I read wasn't talking only about heroes, extraordinary people, and unprecedented adventures like the translated or original books of my childhood and early youth. In almost all of them, I found a piece of myself, my surroundings, what I saw and heard. I would suddenly remember things I hadn't understood or seen, although I lived in them before, and thought I was now giving them their true meanings. Those who had the most effect on me were Russian writers. I would sometimes read Turgenev's huge stories to the end in one sitting. Especially one of them had shaken me for days. The girl who is the heroine of this story, called Clara Milich, falls in love with a rather naive student. But without saying anything about this to anyone, with the shame of loving such a fool, she becomes the victim of her terrible passion and perishes. For some reason, I had found this girl very close to myself. I likened her to myself in not being able to tell what went through her, in hiding her strongest, deepest, most beautiful parts with terrible jealousy and distrust. The old painting masters and museums were also now giving me the possibility to live without being bored. I would sometimes watch a painting in the National Gallery for hours, and then keep the same face and landscape alive in my head for days. It was about to be a year since I had come to Germany. One day, I remember very well, on a rainy and dark October day, while leafing through newspapers, a critical article about an exhibition opened by new painters caught my eye. I didn't understand much from these new ones. Perhaps because the excessive pretension in their works, the tendency to catch the eye in any way, to show oneself, was contrary to my temperament. I didn't like them. Indeed, I didn't even read the article in the newspaper. But a few hours later, while taking one of my daily walks by randomly wandering the streets, I noticed I was in front of the building where the exhibition mentioned in the newspaper had opened. I had no important business to do. Obeying chance, I preferred to enter, and wandered for a long time, watching the many large and small paintings on the walls with indifferent eyes. Most of the paintings made one want to smile. Angular knees and shoulders, disproportionate heads and breasts, nature landscapes tried to be shown with sharp colors as if made from craft paper. Crystal vases as shapeless as a piece of broken brick, flowers as lifeless as if kept between book pages for years, and finally, terrible portraits resembling those taken from a criminal's album. But whatever the case, one was entertained. Perhaps one should have been angry at people who tried to accomplish such great works with so little effort. But when one thought that they almost morbidly and willingly accepted the punishment of not being understood by anyone and being ridiculous, there was nothing to do but pity them. Suddenly, I stopped in front of a wall near the door of the large hall. I can't describe my feelings at that moment, especially after so many years have passed. I only remember standing as if nailed before the portrait of a woman in a fur coat. Those passing by looking at paintings were pushing me left and right with their bodies, but I couldn't move from where I was. What was in this portrait? I know I can't explain this. Only, there was a strange, somewhat wild, somewhat proud, and very strong expression I hadn't seen in any woman until then. Although from the first moment I knew I had never seen this face or its like anywhere, at any time, I was seized by a feeling as if there were an acquaintance between us. This pale face, these black eyebrows and the black eyes beneath them, this dark brown hair, and especially this expression combining innocence with will, infinite melancholy with strong personality, couldn't be foreign to me. I knew this woman from the books I had read since I was 7, from the fantasy worlds I had built since I was 5. In her were pieces of Halit Zia's Nihal, Vesahai Besme Cure, the Chevalier, Buridan's beloved, and from Cleopatra I had read about in history books, even from Amine Hatton, Muhammad's mother, whom I imagined while listening to Mevlut. She was a composition, an amalgamation of all the women in my imagination. Inside a fur from wildcat skin, there was a small piece of neck whose dull white color was evident despite being in shadow. Above this was an oval human face turned slightly to the left. Her black eyes were looking at the ground as if immersed in incomprehensible, deep thoughts, almost wanting to search with a last hope for something she was certain she wouldn't find. Despite this, the sorrow in her gaze was mixed a bit with disdain, as if to say, "Yes, I won't find what I'm searching for. But so what?" This expression of disdain took a completely clear form in her somewhat full lips, the lower one slightly larger. Her eyelids were slightly swollen. Her eyebrows were neither very thick nor very thin, but a bit short. Her dark brown hair surrounded her angular and rather wide forehead and extended downward, mixing with the wildcat's fur. Her chin was slightly curved forward and pointed. She had a thin, long nose with slightly fleshy wings. Almost with trembling hands, I leafed through the catalog. I hoped to find details there about this painting. Toward the end, at the bottom of the page, aligned with the painting's number, I read these 3 words: Maria Puder, self-portrait. There was nothing else. It was understood that the painter had only a single work in the exhibition, her own portrait. I was also somewhat pleased by this. I was afraid, thinking that other paintings by the woman who made this wonderful picture wouldn't have such a great effect on me, that they might even perhaps diminish my first admiration. I stayed inside until late. I would walk around from time to time, look at other paintings with unseeing eyes, and then quickly return to the same place and watch for a long time. Each time I seemed to see new expressions on the face, a life gradually revealing itself. I imagined the eyes looking downward were secretly sizing me up, that the lips were moving slightly. No one remained in the hall. A tall man standing by the door was probably waiting for me. I quickly pulled myself together and went outside. A light rain was drizzling. Contrary to every evening, I returned to the pension without lingering on the roads at all. I was burning with the desire to eat my dinner immediately, withdraw to my room, and bring that face before my eyes alone. I didn't speak at all at the table. The pension owner, Frau Heppner, said, "Where did you tour today?" "Nowhere." I wondered. Then I toured an exhibition of modern painters. I answered. Those in the hall immediately began talking about modern painting. I quietly went to my room. While undressing, a newspaper fell from my jacket pocket to the floor. As I picked it up and placed it on the table, my heart suddenly began beating. This was the newspaper I had bought in the morning and in which I had seen the article about the exhibition while sitting and reading in a coffee house. To learn what was in this article about that painting and its painter, I opened the pages, almost tearing them. I myself was astonished at such haste from a person as slow and unemotional as me. I skimmed the article from the beginning. Toward the middle, my eyes were nailed and remained on the words I had seen in the catalog. Maria Puder. Chapter 6. It spoke at length about this young artist exhibiting a painting for the first time in an exhibition. It said that the woman painter, who appeared to want to walk more in the path of the classics, possessed an astonishingly great expressive ability, that the beautifying or stubbornly uglifying tendencies seen in most artists who make their own portraits weren't found in her. After many technical considerations, it finally claimed that the woman in the painting, in terms of her posture and her face's expression, as a strange coincidence, resembled astonishingly closely the depiction of the Virgin Mary in Andreas del Sarto's Madonna dell'Arpi, and with a half-joking expression, wishing success to this Madonna in a fur coat, it moved on to speak of another painter. The next day, my first task was to go to a store selling famous copies and search for the Arpi Madonna. I found it inside a large Sarto album. Although the rather poorly printed copy didn't show much, the article writer was right. The face of this Madonna sitting in a high place with the Holy Child in her lap, looking at the ground as if not noticing the bearded man on her right and the youth on her left, the way she held her head, the expression of melancholy and hurt clearly visible in her gaze and lips, resembled exactly the painting I had seen yesterday. Because they sold this page of the album separately, I immediately bought it and returned to my room. When I looked carefully, I judged that there was a great particularity in this painting from an artistic standpoint. I was seeing such a Madonna for the first time in my life. In the depictions of the Virgin Mary the first had encountered until now, there was an innocence expression emphasized a bit more than necessary, even carried to the point of meaninglessness. While looking at the baby in their laps, they resembled small children wanting to say, "Did you see what God bestowed on me?" Or servant girls staring in bewilderment and smiling at children they had borne from a man whose name they couldn't say. Whereas the Mary in this painting by Sarto was a woman who had learned to think, had passed her judgments on life, and had begun to despise the world. She was looking not at the saints standing as if worshipping on either side, not at the Christ in her lap, not even at the sky, but at the earth, and certainly she was seeing something. I left the picture on the table. Closing my eyes, I thought of the painting in the exhibition. Only at this moment did it occur to me that the person depicted there actually existed in reality. Yes, since the painter had made her own picture, this wonderful woman was walking among us, turning her black and deep eyes to the earth or to the person across from her, opening her mouth with its slightly larger lower lip to speak. In short, she was living. It would be possible to see her anywhere. When I thought of this possibility, the first feeling I felt was a great fear. For a man like me who had never had any adventure in his life, to encounter such a woman for the first time would truly be terrible. Although I was 24 years old, no woman adventure had happened to me. A few debaucheries we had done in Havren through the mediation of some neighborhood friends older than us were nothing but drunkenness adventures whose meaning I couldn't possibly understand, and the timidity in my nature had prevented me from desiring to repeat them. Woman, for me, was a creature distant from materiality, unapproachable, who spurred my imagination, who participated in the 1,001 kinds of adventures I lived when I lay under olive trees on hot summer days. Although I had relationships with our neighbor Fari, whom I had secretly loved for long years without telling anyone, relationships that in imagination very often went as far as shamelessness, when I encountered her on the street, I would suffer palpitations violent enough to knock me to the ground. My face would turn like fire, and I would look for a place to escape. On Ramadan nights, to watch her going to Tarawih prayers with her mother, a lantern in her hand, I would escape from home and hide across from their door. But as soon as this door opened and black-cloaked bodies appeared in the yellowish light striking outside, I would turn my head to the wall and begin trembling, thinking they would notice I was there. When a woman pleased me in any way, the first thing I would do was flee from her. When I came face to face, I would fear that my every movement, every glance would reveal my secret. I would become the world's most wretched person with a shame impossible to describe, almost suffocating. I don't remember ever looking carefully into any woman's eyes in my life, not even my mother's. Recently, especially during the time I was in Istanbul, I had intended to fight this meaningless shame, had tried to be free with some young girls I met through friends. But the moment I saw the slightest interest from them, all my intentions and decisions would fly away. I was never an innocent person. In times when I was alone, I would live scenes with these women who came alive in my head that wouldn't even occur to the most skilled lovers. I would feel the intoxicating pressure of hot and throbbing lips in my mouth, several times stronger than it could be in reality. But this picture in a fur coat that I had seen in the exhibition had enveloped me to a degree that wouldn't allow me even to touch her in imagination, let alone imagining a love scene with her. I couldn't even think of sitting face to face like two friends. In contrast, the desire to go and watch that painting, to lose myself for hours in those eyes I was certain weren't looking at me, was gradually increasing. Throwing my coat on my back, I took the road to the exhibition again, and this state continued for days. Every day, always in the afternoon, I would go there, walking in the corridors as if looking at the paintings, slowly but with great impatience, forcibly restraining my steps that wanted to reach their true goal, plunging into contemplation of the Madonna in a fur coat, before which I stood as if it had randomly caught my eye. I would wait there until the doors closed. I had noticed that the exhibition guards and many painters who were there every day had now memorized me. As soon as I entered, a smile would play on their faces and their eyes would follow this strange painting enthusiast for a long time. In recent days, I had also given up the role I tried to play before other paintings. I would go directly before the woman in a fur coat, sitting on one of the benches there and turning my eyes now to what was before me, now, when they tired of looking ahead of me. It was certain that this state of mind would arouse the curiosity of those at the exhibition. Indeed, one day what I feared happened to me. A young woman I had encountered several times in the hall, whom I understood from her conversations with long-haired, black-dressed painters with huge neckties to be a painter herself, approached me. "Are you very curious about this painting?" she said. You watch it every day. I quickly raised my eyes and immediately lowered them. The rather bold and somewhat mocking smile of the person across from me had affected me badly. The long-nosed shoes standing a step before me were looking at my face as if waiting for an answer. The legs shooting out from under her short skirt, which I couldn't deny were truly shapely, were stretching slightly from time to time, creating a sweet wave spreading under the stocking to her round kneecaps. Seeing she had no intention of leaving without getting an answer from me. "Yes," I said, "it's a beautiful painting." Then, I don't know why, feeling the need to tell a lie, to give a kind of explanation, I murmured, "It looks very much like my mother." "Ah, so that's why you come and look for hours like this?" "Yes." "Is your mother dead?" "No." She waited as if wanting me to continue speaking. I, with my head still down, added, "She's very far away." "Oh, where?" "In Turkiye." "Are you Turkish?" "Yes." "I had understood you were foreign." She gave a light laugh. In a very free manner, she sat beside me. When she crossed her legs one over the other, her skirt opened up to behind her kneecaps, and I noticed heat rushing to my face as always. This state of mind seemed to amuse the person beside me even more. She asked again, "Don't you have a picture of your mother?" The woman's unnecessary curiosity was bothering me. I noticed she was doing this purely for mockery. The other painters were looking at us from afar and were certainly smirking. "I do, but this is different," I said. "Oh, so this is different." And immediately she gave a small laugh. I made a motion to get up and flee. The woman, noticing this, "Don't be disturbed, I'm going. I'm leaving you alone with your mother," she said. She got up, walked a few steps. Then suddenly stopping, she approached me again, in a serious, even somewhat sad manner, nothing like what she'd spoken before. "Would you really want to have a mother like this?" she said. "Yes, and how I would want it." "Oh." Turning her back, she moved away with quick and young steps. I raised my head and looked. Her bobbed hair was bouncing above the nape of her neck, and because she had put her hands in her jacket pockets, her narrow suit was gripping her body very tightly. When I thought about how I had given away my lie with my last sentence, I fell into great confusion. I immediately got up from my place and burst into the street without daring to turn my eyes around. Inside me was a feeling as if bidding farewell to a person I had met and gotten used to on a journey, but was forced to part from too quickly. I knew I could no longer set foot in this exhibition. People who understood nothing from each other, were making me flee from here too. As soon as I returned to the pension, thinking the old meaningless days would begin again, that at dinner I would listen to plans for Germany's salvation or complaints of middle-class people who had lost their fortunes because of inflation, that in my room I would plunge into Turgenev's or Theodore Storm's stories, I realized how my life had begun to take on meaning in these last 2 weeks and what it meant to lose this. A possibility I didn't even dare to consider the existence of, had drawn close to my empty and meaninglessly flowing life, and then, suddenly, as sudden and causeless as it came, had withdrawn and gone. I was only understanding this now. Since I knew myself, I had spent all my days, without my knowledge and without admitting it to myself, searching for a person, and because of this I had fled from all other people. That painting had convinced me, even for a while, that it was possible to find this person I was seeking, that I was even very close to her, had awakened a hope in me that could never be put to sleep again. That's why this time the disappointment I fell into was proportionately great. I fled my surroundings even more, hid inside myself even more. I was thinking of writing to my father and telling him I wanted to return now. But if he asked, "What did you learn in Europe?" what would I answer? I decided to stay a few more months, to learn enough perfumed soap making during this period to please him. I applied again to the same Swedish firm and, despite being received somewhat more coldly, began attending the factory regularly. I was carefully noting in a notebook the formulas and methods I learned, trying to read books written about this profession. The Dutch widow at the pension, Frau Tiedemann, had also advanced her friendship with me. She would give me children's novels she bought for her 10-year-old son who was at boarding school, have me read them, ask my opinion. Some evenings after dinner she would come to my room with a meaningless excuse, sit and chat for a long time. Usually she would try to learn what adventures I had with German girls. When I told her the truth, she would wave her index finger with a knowing smile, meaning, "You sly dog, you," and narrow her eyes. One day she had suggested we walk together in the afternoon. Returning home in the evening, she had insisted on taking me into a beer hall. Without realizing it, we had drunk until late. Although I had drunk beer from time to time since coming here, I had never been like that evening. At one point, I remember feeling the whole hall begin to spin above my head and losing myself, sprawling into Frau Tiedemann's lap. When I came to myself after a while, I saw the good-hearted widow woman wiping my face with a handkerchief she had waiters dampen. "Let's go home immediately," I said. The woman insisted on paying the bill herself. When we went outside, I noticed she was swaying no less than me. In each other's arms, we were advancing, bumping into passers-by. Since the time was approaching midnight, the streets weren't very crowded. At one place, a strange incident occurred while crossing to the other side of the street. When we were crossing to the opposite sidewalk, Frau Tiedemann's foot caught on the curb. The somewhat plump woman, wanting to hold on to me to avoid falling, probably because she was taller than me, ended up wrapping around my neck. But this time, although her balance had returned, she wasn't letting me go. She was squeezing me tighter in her arms. I don't know if it was the effect of drunkenness or what, but I too had forgotten timidity and such, had embraced her tightly. Suddenly, I felt this 35-year-old woman's hungry lips on my face. Although her breath was somewhat hot, this overflowing demonstration of affection spread inside me like a heavy but beautiful smell. Several people passing around us laughed and offered congratulations. At that moment, my eyes caught on a woman coming toward us from under the electric pole about 10 steps ahead. I felt my entire body begin to tremble with an indescribable excitement. The woman, still clinging to me, noticing this, was becoming even more heated, drowning my hair in kisses. But I was now trying to free myself and wanting to look at the woman approaching us. It was her. The face I saw for a moment had flashed like lightning in my foggy head. This, inside wildcat fur, with her pale face, black eyes, and longish nose, was exactly the painting I had seen in the exhibition, the Madonna in a fur coat. She was walking with that peculiar sad and weary expression on her face, as if unaware of her surroundings. When she saw us, she was astonished for a second, and at this moment our gazes met. I saw something resembling a smile pass through her eyes. I shook as if I had been whipped on the back of my neck. Despite my drunkenness, I understood very well the disaster of encountering her for the first time in such a state, and what it meant for her to pass her first judgment on me with such a smile. I finally freed myself from the old woman's arms. I immediately wanted to run and catch up with the Madonna in a fur coat. I went to the corner, not knowing what I would do, what I would say. She had disappeared. I looked around for minutes. There was no one. Frau Tiedemann had come beside me again, asking, "What happened to you? Tell me, what happened to you?" Taking my arm, she dragged me toward home. On the road, she was pressing my arm to her body, leaning toward my face. Her hot breath had now begun to seem unbearably heavy to me. Despite this, I wasn't resisting. I had never been accustomed to resisting anyone in my life. All I could do was flee, and I couldn't do that now either. The woman would catch me before I went 3 steps. At the same time, that coincidence from a moment ago had made me dizzy. Because my drunkenness was decreasing, I was trying to think coherently and wanted to remember the eyes that had looked at my face and smiled a few minutes ago. But all of this now seemed like a dream to me. No, I hadn't seen her. I couldn't have encountered her in such a situation. All of this was nightmares born of the woman beside me embracing me, kissing me, and circulating her breath on my face. I wanted to get home immediately, throw myself on my bed, fall asleep at once, and escape from meaningless delusions. But the woman had no intention of letting me go. As we approached home, her movements were taking a more passionate form. Her arm, strengthened by unassuaged passions, was squeezing me tighter. On the stairs, she threw herself on my neck again. I escaped with a nimble movement and shot upstairs. She was running after me, shaking the stairs with her large body and breathing as if choking. As I was trying to insert the key into my room door, from the other end of the corridor, the former colonial merchant, Herdopk, appeared. He was walking slowly. I understood he had stayed up until this time waiting for us, and I took a deep breath. Everyone in the pension knew he harbored certain sweet hopes toward this widow woman who was in rather comfortable circumstances and in the full fiery age of her womanhood. In fact, it was said that the woman wasn't very foreign to these sincere feelings either, that she had certain definite plans to bind with soft ties this old bachelor who, despite passing 50, maintained his vigor. When the two friends encountered each other in the corridor, they paused for a while. I immediately entered my room and locked the door from inside. Outside, a conversation in whispers began and continued for a long time. It was understood that questions asked cautiously were answered without hurting, and that these explanations had a softening effect on ears determined to believe. After a bit, footsteps and whispers moved toward the other end of the corridor and disappeared. As soon as I got into bed, I had fallen asleep. Toward morning, I saw distressing dreams. The woman in a fur coat appeared before me in various forms, making me writhe with that terrible and crushing smile. I wanted to tell her something, to explain something, to give an explanation, but couldn't succeed. The sharp expression of her black eyes locked my jaws. The more I saw myself condemned by her with an unchanging judgment, the more I writhed, falling into deep despair. I had awakened before it was even light outside. My head ached. I tried to read something by lighting the lamp. Lines were vanishing before my eyes, and in the middle of the white pages, in mists, two black eyes laughing with silent and inner laughter at my wretchedness were appearing. Although I knew that only a vision had appeared to my eyes last evening, I couldn't calm down. I got up, dressed, and went out into the street. It was a cold, damp Berlin morning. On the streets there was no one but children leaving milk, butter, and small breads at houses with small hand carts. At corners, a few police were struggling to tear off and rip up revolutionary proclamations pasted on walls during the night. Following the canal's edge, I walked to the Tiergarten. On the still water, two swans were gliding, motionless as toys. In the forest, the meadows and benches were soaking wet. On one of these benches were a crumpled newspaper and several hairpins from being sat on. Seeing these, I remembered my state last evening. Frau Tiedemann must have dropped quite a few hairpins at the beer hall and on the roads too, and now probably sleeping a comfortable sleep beside her elderly room neighbor Herdopk. She wasn't thinking she needed to get up before the maids woke in the morning and passed to her own room. I went to the factory earlier than usual and greeted the doorkeeper very warmly. I had resolved to throw myself into work with both hands and escape in this way from the distressing delusions born of idleness. Besides soap cauldrons into which rose essence was being poured, I took long notes in my notebook. I recorded which factory's products the presses stamping the soaps were. I was already seeing myself as the manager of the large and modern soap factory I would establish in Havren, imagining how pink, egg-shaped soaps bearing the stamp Mehmet Raif Havren, in soft and fragrant papers, would spread throughout Turkiye. Toward noon I noticed my distress had decreased, and I had begun to see life somewhat rosily. I understood how I had upset myself with meaningless things, found all the fault in my daydreaming, in withdrawing into myself, and creating delusions. But I would change now. I would also reduce reading outside professional books. What reason was there for an aristocrat's son like me not to be happy? My father's olive groves, 2 factories, and a soap factory in Havren were waiting for me. If I also bought my sister's shares, who were both married to wealthy husbands, I would live as a respected merchant of my country. The enemy had been driven from the homeland. The national army had liberated Havren. My father was enthusiastic in his letters, lining up patriotic sentences one after another. Even we here had tasted the excitement of victory by holding a large gathering at the embassy. From time to time, departing from my usual silence, I would give advice to Herdopk and the unemployed officers beside him on how Germany would be saved, based on what I knew about the Anatolian movement. So there was nothing to be distressed about. Why was a meaningless painting? Even if it were meaningful, what would it matter? A novel based on imaginary events, playing a role in my life. No, I would change completely now. Despite this, when evening came and it grew dark, a causeless melancholy descended on me. I decided to eat dinner outside so as not to encounter Frau Tiedemann at the table and drank 2 double beers. But despite all my efforts, my daytime optimism wasn't returning. It was as if there were something constantly being squeezed and crushed around my heart. Hoping I would escape this bad state of mind if I walked in the open air, I quickly paid the bill. Outside, a fine rain was falling and the sky was overcast. It was possible to watch the red reflection of the city's abundant lights in the low clouds above us. I came to the wide and long avenue they called Kurfürstendamm. Here the sky took on a completely bright quality. Even the raindrops pouring from hundreds of meters above were being painted orange. Both sides of the avenue were covered with cafes, cinemas, theaters. On the sidewalks, people strolled without breaking their lines despite the rain. I was walking slowly, thinking about meaningless things with no connection to each other, as if I wanted to push away an idea insisting on coming into my head. Chapter 7. I was reading every sign, examining every light advertisement. I went back and forth several times like this on this avenue stretching for kilometers. Then turning right, I walked toward Wittenberg Square. Here, on the sidewalks before the big store they called Kadawi, some young men who had put red boots on their feet and painted their faces like women were walking around, looking at passers-by with inviting eyes. I took out my watch. It was past 11, so time had advanced this much. My steps suddenly quickened. I took the road to Nollendorf Square, which was close to them. This time I knew very well where I was going. Last evening I had encountered the Madonna in a fur coat, there and at exactly this time. The square was empty. Before the big theater building on the south side, a policeman was walking. I entered the street coming from across and came to the place where Frau van Tiedemann and I had stood wrapped around each other one night before. As if the person I was seeking would suddenly appear, I fixed my eyes under the electric pole ahead. Although I had convinced myself so much that what I saw last night was a vision, a delusion of my drunk head, now here I was waiting for her, that woman, perhaps that vision. The building I had constructed since morning was blown away by winds. I was again, as before, distant from the world and always a plaything of my imaginings and inner world. Just at that moment, I saw a person crossing from the middle of the square toward the street where I was. Hiding in the doorway of one of the houses there, I began to wait. When I extended my head and looked, I recognized the woman in a fur coat approaching this way with short and hard steps. This time there was no possibility of my being mistaken. I wasn't drunk. The dry sounds her shoes made were hitting and echoing off the houses on both sides of the deserted street. My heart began to ache as if being crushed and to beat with tremendous speed. The footsteps had gotten quite close. Turning my back to the street, I was fiddling with the door. I had taken on an air as if about to open it and enter and had bent down. When the footsteps came right behind me, I made a great effort not to fall and not to let out a small cry, and held the wall beside me. The woman continued on her way. I came out from where I was and, with the fear of losing sight of her again, began following very closely. I hadn't seen her face. Although I was so afraid of encountering her, I was now walking 5 or 6 steps behind her. The woman appeared not to notice this. Since I was looking for a place to hide in the face of the possibility she might see me, why had I come here and waited for her path? Why was I now going after her? Could it be her? From where was I judging that a woman passing through a street at any hour of the night had to pass through the same place again the next evening? I wasn't in a state to answer all these questions. I was following her with a palpitation that never decreased, and the more I thought of the possibility she might suddenly look back and see me, the more excited I became. I was walking with my head down, seeing nothing but the asphalt sidewalk, following the sound of footsteps. Suddenly, these sounds stopped. I remained where I was. Bowing my head even more, I waited like a convict. No one approached me. No one said, "Why are you following me?" Only after a few seconds did I notice that the place where I was standing was more brightly lit than other parts of the avenue. I slowly raised my eyes. There was no woman in the middle. A few steps ahead was a rather famous cabaret, its door illuminated with electric lights. On a huge sign jutting out toward the street, The word Atlantic, written in blue bulbs, was flashing on and off, and at the bottom of the writing were shapes made from bulbs resembling sea waves. A man about 2 meters tall in gold-embroidered clothes and a red cap, standing at the door, bent down and invited me inside. I understood the woman had entered here and approached the man without hesitation. Did the woman in a fur coat walking before me just now enter here? The doorman bent down once more. Yes, he said. There was a very meaningful smile on his face. The possibility that this woman was one of this place's regular customers suddenly passed through my mind. Her coming at the same hour every evening showed this. Taking a deep and comfortable breath, I took off my coat and entered the hall. Inside was crowded. In the middle, in a hollow, was a round dance floor. Across from it, an orchestra. At the edges, high and secluded boxes. More than half of these had their curtains closed. The couples inside would occasionally come out to dance, then enter their boxes again and draw their curtains. I went and sat in one that apparently hadn't yet been occupied by anyone. I ordered a beer. My palpitation had passed. With unhurried eyes, I looked around. I hoped to find her, the woman in a fur coat, the person who had been keeping me awake for weeks, at one of these tables with an old or young rake beside her. And when I saw how this woman, to whom I had given such great importance, such deep meaning, put herself on the market, I would be freed from my empty dreams. She wasn't at the tables around the dance floor. She must have entered one of the boxes. I felt myself smiling bitterly. I was angry at my insistence on looking at people with eyes other than what they were. Although I had reached 24 years of age, I still hadn't escaped the naivete of my childhood. What extreme impressions a simple, perhaps not even beautiful painting had left on me. What vast hopes it had given birth to. I had given so many meanings to that pale human face as to fill books, had found in it qualities that didn't exist in reality at all. Whereas she, like many young women, was running after vulgar pleasures in such entertainment places. The wildcat fur I had watched with such respect was also surely the payment for her services in such places. I decided to take the boxes with closed curtains one by one under eye arrest to recognize those inside. Half an hour later, I had completely memorized the passionate couples in these private corners. It was certain the woman in a fur coat wasn't in any of them. Even daring to arouse everyone's curiosity, as curtains opened and closed, I was carefully looking inside. In none of them was there anyone sitting alone or as a couple and not going out to dance. I fell into a distressed hesitation again. Had I seen wrong this evening too? Only one woman in Berlin didn't wear such a fur, after all. Besides, I hadn't even seen her face. Was it possible for me to recognize by her walk a woman who had fixed her eyes on me with a mocking smile in my drunken state one evening before? Let's see, had I really seen her last evening? Or was everything, as I had been interpreting since this morning, merely a vision? I began to be afraid of myself. What was happening to me? To fall so much under the influence of a painting. Then to think the woman there had appeared before me at night. Then to follow a random woman based on her footsteps and fur. There was no other solution but to leave immediately and put myself under strict control. The hall suddenly darkened. There was only a faint light where the orchestra was. The dancing area had emptied. After a bit, heavy music began. A thin violin sound was heard from behind the instruments. The sound was slowly approaching. A young woman wearing a white and very low-cut dress descended, continuing to play the violin. In a very low but alto voice close to a man's voice, she began to sing one of the songs that were fashionable at that time. A spotlight, drawing an egg-shaped circle on the floor, was illuminating the artist. I immediately recognized her. Now all my hesitations, my 1,001 kinds of meaningless assumptions had flown away. An ache enveloped my insides again. It seemed very sad to me that she had to work here, having to scatter so many false smiles around her, having to make such unwilling coquettish airs. It was possible to imagine the woman I had seen in the painting in every situation, even going from lap to lap. But I wouldn't have brought to mind I would see her like this. In this state, there was a wretchedness so clear as to be incomparable with the proud, self-sufficient, strong-willed woman I had kept alive in my mind. It would have been better if I had seen her as I had just thought, drinking drunk with men, dancing, and kissing. I thought, because she would do these things willingly after all. She would do them forgetting herself, throwing herself into it. But it was obvious she absolutely didn't want to do this work she was now doing. There was nothing extraordinary in her violin playing, and her voice was only beautiful in itself, or rather effective. She was singing songs trembling with complaint, as if pouring from a drunk boy-child's mouth. The smile standing like a patch on her face seemed to be waiting for a small opportunity to disappear. Indeed, after bending toward one of the tables and hurling a few faint melodies toward the customers, when going to the other table her face would become serious for a moment, taking on exactly the expression I had seen in her picture. Nothing in the world has seemed as bitter to me as a person melancholy by nature trying to laugh by force. At one of the tables she approached, a young and drunk man slowly got up from his chair and kissed her on her bare back. A wrinkling like a snake bite passed across the woman's face and an icy shudder through her body, but this was very brief, perhaps lasting less than a quarter of a second. Then I saw her straighten up and look at the man with a smile, and with her eyes almost trying to say, "Oh, how well you did," and turning her eyes to the woman who was the man's table companion, and appeared angry at this action of the person beside her, shaking her head with an expression wanting to say, "Please forgive, sir, men are free to do such things to us." After each song, a few claps were heard, and the woman would signal with her head for the orchestra to play something else. Then beginning another song with that same thick and complaint-filled voice, advancing from table to table, dragging her feet that disappeared under white skirts over the parquet, and at the bedside of drunk couples wrapped around each other's necks, or before the closed curtains of boxes where what was happening inside couldn't be seen. Leaning her head on the violin, she would wander her not very skillful fingers on the strings. When I saw her approaching my table, I fell into great panic. I didn't know how to look at her, what to do. Then I laughed at this state of mind. Was it possible for her to recognize a man she had seen in a dark street at midnight last night? What else could I be to her but any young man, a customer who had come here to have fun and find a fun companion? Despite this, I had bowed my head down. I saw her skirt, its ends dusty from dragging on the ground, and beneath this her white, low-cut shoe whose toes stuck out a bit. She wore no stockings. On the upper part of her foot, where her toes began, was a small part about a finger's width whose pinkness was evident despite the spotlight's dull white light. When my eyes caught here, with a shudder and shame as if I had seen her entire body naked, I raised my eyes up. She was looking at me carefully. She wasn't singing, only playing the violin. That artificial smile wasn't on her face. When our gazes met, she greeted me amicably with her eyes. Yes, without any exaggeration, without smirking at all, she greeted me like an old friend. She did this simply by opening and closing her eyes once, but in a way clear enough to leave no possibility of mistake. Then she laughed. She laughed with a laugh that spread across her entire face, open, clean, without lies. She laughed as one laughs at an old friend. After playing for a while and greeting me once more, this time with her eyes and head, she went to other tables. I felt a tremendous desire to jump up from my place and throw myself on her neck and kiss her crying. I didn't remember ever being so happy in my life, my insides expanding so much. How was it possible for one person to make another person so happy, doing almost nothing? A friendly greeting and a clean smile. And at this moment I wanted nothing else. I was the richest man in the world. Following her with my eyes, I was murmuring, "Thank you, thank you." And I was pleased to see that what I had thought while watching the painting in the exhibition had turned out right. She was exactly as I had imagined. Would she have looked at me with such familiar eyes, greeted me, if she were otherwise? At one point a doubt passed through me like a sting. I wonder if she mistook me for someone, I said. Or did she greet me as a precaution because this face she saw in a disgraceful state on the street last evening didn't seem foreign to her, and she couldn't remember where she knew me from? But there was no slightest hesitation on her face, no absent-mindedness indicating she was searching her memory. She had looked into my eyes with complete confidence, then laughed. Whatever the case, Her showing me this closeness was enough to make me the happiest person in the world. I was sitting at my table with that impudent and comfortable smile of people content with their lives, looking ahead of me, around me, and at the young woman who had now gone to the other end of the hall. Her dark, wavy and short hair had fallen to her nape. As her bare arms moved, her waist bent slightly right and left. Small muscle movements occurred on her back. After singing her last song, she disappeared behind the orchestra with quick steps. The lights came on again. I stayed for a while in the joy of my happiness, thinking of nothing. Then I asked myself, what should I do now? Should I go outside immediately and wait for her at the door? For what purpose? Although I hadn't spoken even a word with her, if I waited for her path and said, "May I accompany you to your home?" what judgment would she pass on me? Would I respond to her showing me a bit of interest with such a stockrake sentence? I judged that the most polite action would be to leave immediately and come again tomorrow evening. I would advance the friendship slowly. This much was even too much for one night. Besides, since childhood I had feared wasting happiness, had wanted to save a part for later. This behavior, true, caused me to miss many opportunities, but I always refrained from frightening my fortune by wanting more. Chapter 8. I looked around to call the waiter. My eyes caught on the woman coming toward the hall, passing through the orchestra. She didn't have her violin in her hand. She was walking quickly. When I saw her approaching my side, I looked around. She was coming to me, to my table. She was smiling amicably like a moment ago. She stood before me and extending her hand. "How are you?" she said. Only at this moment did I recover somewhat from my confusion and think to stand up. "Thank you. I'm well." She sat in the chair across from me. She shook her head to throw back the hair falling on her cheeks, then fixing her eyes on me. "You're probably angry at me," she said. I was completely astonished. Because I couldn't understand what she meant, all sorts of inappropriate possibilities were coming to my mind. "No," I said. "What nonsense." Her voice wasn't foreign at all. It was natural that I knew every line of her face by heart, that I had even found in her far more meanings than existed in reality. I had engraved her picture in my head by watching it for days, then had thoroughly completed this depiction with the Madonna painting. But her voice, I must have heard this somewhere, perhaps in very distant times, in my childhood, or perhaps only in my imagination. I made a movement to free myself from thinking these things. Since she was across from me and talking with me, it was now unnecessary and meaningless to occupy myself with other things. The woman asked again, "So you're not angry? But then why didn't you ever come again?" Oh no, she had really mistaken me for someone else. I moved my lips to ask, "How do you know me?" With a thought that wasn't very honest, I gave this up. What if upon this question of mine, she realized her mistake and got up and left with a brief apology? The longer this wonderfully beautiful dream continued, the better. I had no right to cut it, to leave it half-finished, to wake up even at the cost of reality. When the woman saw I wasn't answering, she moved to another question. "Do you receive letters from your mother?" After a tremendous confusion lasting less than a second, I jumped from the chair, grabbing her hands. "Oh my God, that was you!" I shouted. I had understood everything. I remembered where I knew this voice from. The woman gave a clear laugh. "You're a very strange child," she said. I remembered this laugh too. This was the woman who had come beside me while I sat absent-mindedly before that painting in the exhibition and asked what I found in this picture, who had laughed when I said, "It resembles my mother," saying, "Don't you have a picture of your mother?" I couldn't understand at all how I hadn't recognized her then. Had the painting enveloped me so much as to take from my eyes the power to see the original? "But you didn't resemble that painting at all then," I murmured. "How do you know?" she said. "You didn't look at my face." "No, I don't think so." "How could that be?" "Yes, you looked several times." "But how?" As if not to see. Then, pulling her hands that were still inside my palms. "When I returned to my friends, I didn't say you didn't recognize me," she said. "Otherwise they would have laughed at you a lot." "Thank you." She thought a bit. A cloud passed through her eyes, suddenly becoming serious. "So, do you still want to have such a mother?" she said. I paused, not remembering at first. Then I answered quickly, Of course. Of course. And how?" "You said exactly the same thing then too." "Perhaps." She laughed again. But can I be your mother? That, no. Perhaps your sister. How old are you? Does one ask such a thing? But never mind, 26. You, 24. See? I can be your sister. Yes. We were silent for a while. I felt there were boundless things to say to her inside my head. Things that wouldn't end even if spoken for years. But none of them was coming to my mind at this moment. She too was looking ahead without saying anything. She had rested her right elbow on the table. Her hand was simply left on the white cloth. She had fingers that tapered toward the small tips and gave the feeling that their bones were very fine, and their tips were red, as if cold. I remembered that the hands I had held in my palm a moment ago had indeed been cold, wanting to take advantage of this in my own mind. How cold your hands were, I said. She answered without hesitation. Warm them, and she extended both at once. I looked at her face. Her eyes were commanding and willful. It was as if she found nothing extraordinary in abandoning her hands to a man she was speaking with for the first time. I wonder, the same inappropriate possibilities kept coming to my mind. To push these from my head by saying something. I was a bit excused in not recognizing you at the exhibition. I said, you were so cheerful, even mocking. Then, how shall I say it? Your every state was the opposite of the one in the painting. Your hair was short, your skirt was short too, and your dress was very tight. You were walking, almost running, almost hopping. It was certainly a difficult thing to liken you to that dignified, thoughtful, even somewhat sorrowful painting that critics called Madonna. But I'm astonished. So I must have been very absent-minded. Yes, very. I remember you from the first day you came to the exhibition. While you were walking around as if bored, you suddenly stopped before my portrait. You began to look with such strange attention that even passers-by found it odd. At first I too had thought you were likening the painting to someone you knew. Then you began coming every day. I fell into a curiosity you can easily understand. Several times I approached beside you and watched the painting with you, almost head to head. You weren't aware of anything. Although you occasionally turned your eyes to this spectator disturbing your comfort, you didn't recognize me. There was a strange charm in this absent-mindedness of yours. As I said, I was curious too. Finally, I decided to approach and talk with you. The other painter friends were also curious about you. They insisted too, but I wish I hadn't done it. We lost you completely. You didn't come to the exhibition again. I had thought they would make fun of me. I said, but I immediately regretted it. She could take offense at these words. But she, yes, you're right, she answered. Then, running her eyes over my face as if searching for something. You're alone in Berlin, aren't you? She said. In what way? I mean, alone, that's all. Without anyone. Spiritually alone. How shall I say? You have such a manner. I understand. I'm completely alone. But not in Berlin. I'm alone in the whole world. Since childhood. I'm alone too, she said, this time taking my hands into her own palms. Alone enough to drown. She continued, alone as a sick dog. She squeezed my fingers considerably, raised them a bit upward, and then struck them on the table. We can be friends, she said. You're newly getting to know me, but I studied you for 15 or 20 days. You have a manner unlike everyone. Yes, we can be very good friends. I looked at her face strangely. What did she mean? What could a woman propose to a man in this way? I knew nothing. I had no experience and I didn't know people at all. She had noticed this. On her face, with the anxiety of a person fearing having gone too far, fearing being misunderstood. Don't you think like other men? She said. Don't try to give other meanings to my words. I always speak openly like this. Like a man. Besides, many of my aspects resemble men. Perhaps that's why I'm alone. She looked me over from head to toe for a long time. Suddenly, you also have a bit of femininity, she said. I'm realizing it now. Perhaps that's why from the first moment I saw you, I judged there was something I liked in you. You have a manner particular to young girls. Hearing this phrase I had heard so much from my mother and father from a person I was speaking with for the first time astonished and upset me. She continued speaking. I won't be able to forget your state last evening, she said. Every time it came to mind, all night I laughed. You weren't struggling like an innocent young girl wanting to defend her honor. Yet it's not very easy to escape from Frau van Tiedemann. Opening my eyes in astonishment. Do you know her? I said. How could I not know her? She's my relative. My uncle's daughter. But we're estranged now? Not me. My mother doesn't want to see her because of her ways. Her husband was a lawyer. He died in the Great War. Now, in my mother's expression, she's leading an inappropriate life? But what's it to us? What happened last evening? Could you escape? How do you know each other? We're staying at the same pension. Last evening, thanks to a coincidence, I saved my skin. At our pension, there's a herr who's closely interested in your cousin. We encountered him. They should at least get married. With this sentence, I understood she wanted to close the subject. We were silent for a while. We both wanted to examine each other without showing it. And during this time when our eyes met, we continued looking with an approving smile, wanting to say, I'm pleased with what I see. I was the first to break the silence. So you have a mother? Like you. I was embarrassed as if I had asked something meaningless. She, noticing this, changed the subject. I'm seeing you here for the first time. Yes, I had never come to such places. Only this evening. This evening, gathering all my courage. I followed you, I said. She was a bit surprised. Was it you following me to the door? Yes. So you noticed. Of course. How can a woman not notice such things? But you didn't look back. I never looked back. She was silent for a while. She thought about something, then with a roguish smile. This is also a kind of entertainment for me, she said. When I sense someone following me on the street, I insist on not turning my head, overcoming all my curiosity, and during this time many possibilities pass through my head. The person behind me could be young, could be an old and collapsed woman hunter, a rich prince, a poor student, even a drunk vagrant. I try to determine who it is from the sound of their steps, and in this way, the road ends without my understanding how it passed. So it was you this evening, but from your hesitant steps I had thought you were an old and married man. Suddenly looking into my eyes. Did you wait for my path, she said. Yes. How did you guess I would pass through the same place this evening too? Did you know I worked here? No, but what do I know? Perhaps, I said. In fact, I perhaps didn't even say it. Without realizing it, I found myself there at the same hour. Then when you were passing, I hid in a doorway from fear you would see me. Let's go. We'll talk on the way. When she saw my confusion, she asked, Don't you want to take me to my home? I immediately jumped up from my place. This movement of mine made her laugh. Don't hurry, my friend, she said. I'm going to go change my clothes. You wait for me at the door in 5 minutes. She got up quickly. Gathering her skirt with her right hand, she disappeared behind the orchestra with quick steps. While going, she had looked at my face again, greeting me by blinking those wonderful eyes like a friend of 40 years. I called the waiter and paid the bill. I had suddenly opened up, become emboldened. I was looking straight into the face of the man writing a few numbers on a long-leafed notebook, as if to say, Don't you notice my happiness, you fool? And felt a strong desire to greet with laughter the customers who hadn't yet left the hall, even the orchestra. Inside me was suddenly a desire to embrace all people, to kiss everyone with the passionate affection of friends who have finally reunited after being separated for long years. I got up from my place. I walked with wide, comfortable, self-confident steps and went to the wardrobe, jumping several steps of stairs at once. Although such rakish behavior wasn't my habit at all, I left one mark for the woman who gave me my coat. At the door I took a deep breath and looked around. Above me the Atlantic sign had gone out. The sea waves had become invisible. The sky was clear, and in the west there was a thin crescent that had approached the horizon. Behind me a soft voice said, Did you wait long? No, I just came out. I answered and turned. She was standing across from me, blinking her eyes like people thinking without making a decision. Finally, moving her lips slightly. You really seem like a good person, she said. All my courage, my freedom, had flown away as soon as she came. Although the desire passed through me to thank her, to cling to and kiss her hands, I could only say in a barely audible voice, I don't know. The woman, in a very free manner, grabbed my arm, held my chin with her other hand, in a soft voice as if caressing a small child. Oh, you're really shy like a young girl, she said. My face flushing, I looked ahead. I was thoroughly embarrassed by a woman treating me so brazenly. Fortunately, she too didn't go further. First, she released my chin, then the hand holding my arm slowly dropped to her side. When I raised my eyes, I was left in astonishment. On the face of the person across from me was also tremendous confusion, even shame. A redness was spreading from her neck toward her cheeks. Her eyes were half closed, and she hesitated to look at me. A question immediately passed through my mind. Why is she doing this? It's certain she's not such a woman. But why is she doing this? As if guessing my thoughts. This is how I am, she said. I'm a strange woman. If you want to be friends with me, you'll have to endure many things. I have very meaningless caprices, incompatible moods. In short, I'm a very troublesome and incomprehensible creature for the people who are my friends. Then, as if angry at having spoken so badly of herself, she added in a sharp, almost rude voice. But if you wish, I need no one. I don't intend to be grateful to anyone, to want anyone's friendship, favor. If you want, in my same soft and timid voice, I'll try to understand you, I said. We walked a few steps. She slowly entered my arm and began speaking in a colorless voice as if talking about very simple things. So you'll try to understand me? Not a bad idea. But it seems to me, wasted effort. Only sometimes I think I can be a good friend. Time will show. If we have small quarrels, it doesn't matter. You won't mind. She stopped in the middle of the road, raised and waved the index finger of her right hand, as if instructing a child to behave. Pay attention to this. The day you ask me for anything, everything is finished. Nothing. Do you understand? You will ask for nothing. Then she continued in an angry voice as if fighting with an unknown enemy. Do you know why I hate you? That is, all men, so much in this world? Simply because they ask many things from a person as if they're their most natural rights. Don't misunderstand me. These demands don't necessarily have to take the form of words. Men have such a look, such a smile, such a way of raising their hands. In short, such a way of treating women. You'd have to be blind not to notice how excessively and how foolishly they trust themselves. To see the confusion they fall into when their demands are rejected in any way is enough to understand their impudent pride. They never give up thinking of themselves always as a hunter, us as poor prey. Our duty is only to submit, to obey, to give what's wanted. We can't want, we don't give anything on our own. I'm disgusted by this foolish and impudent male pride. Do you understand? That's why I think I can be friends with you. Because in your manner there's none of that meaningless self-confidence. But I don't know. I've seen savage wolf teeth grinning from the mouths of lambs. Toward the middle of her words, we had started walking again. She was taking quick and hard steps. She was speaking, fixing her eyes now on the ground, now on the sky, making gestures with her hands. Between sentences, she left pauses long enough to give the feeling she had finished speaking, and during this time, she would continue on her way, again half closing her eyes. We walked quite a bit. She had fallen into a long silence again. I too was going beside her fearfully and keeping silent. On one of the streets around the Tiergarten, she stopped before a 3-story stone building. I live here, with my mother, she said. We'll continue our conversation tomorrow. But don't come there. I think I wouldn't be pleased to appear to you in that state. You can record this as a point in your favor. Let's meet tomorrow during the day. We'll walk around together. I have my own particular walking places in Berlin. Let's see if you'll like them. For now, good night. 1 minute. I still don't know your name. Raif. Raif? Just that much. Hadabzaid Raif. Impossible. I can neither keep it in my mind nor pronounce it. Can't I just say Raif? I'd be more pleased. You two can just call me Maria. I told you, I don't want to be under obligation. She laughed again. Her face, which had changed expression several times since a while ago, again took on that sweet, friendly state. Extending her arm, she squeezed my hand in her palm. In a soft voice that for some reason gave me the feeling she was apologizing, she wished good night a second time, took her key from her bag, and turned her back. I moved away slowly. I hadn't gone 5 or 10 steps when I heard her voice behind me. Raif. I turned around where I was and waited. Come, come, she said. In her voice was a manner as if she could barely control her laughter. adopting a very polite air. I'm fortunate to have obtained so quickly the opportunity to address you only by your name, she was saying. Because she had climbed to the upper steps of the stairs before the door, I raised my head and looked at her face. Because she remained in the twilight, I couldn't see anything. I was waiting for her to continue speaking. Indeed, in that same voice reminiscent of laughter, but trying to be very serious. So you're going, she said. My heart leaping, I took a step forward. With a possibility I couldn't determine at that moment whether it pleased me or not, and with a hope I feared to bring to mind. Should I not go? I said. She too descended 2 steps. Now her face, struck by the street lamp, was very clearly visible. Running her black eyes over my face with cunning curiosity, she asked, "You still haven't understood why I called you back?" I understood. Here I come. I was about to throw myself into her arms. But inside me, much stronger than this feeling, I felt a collapse, a confusion, even a nausea. Turning bright red, I looked ahead. No, I didn't want this. The woman's hand moved on my cheeks. What's happening to you? You're about to cry. You really need not a sister, but a mother. Tell me, you were separating from me and going now, weren't you? Yes. You wouldn't search for me at the Atlantic again. We had talked like that. Yes. We'll meet tomorrow during the day. Where? I looked at her face stupidly. This hadn't occurred to me at all. As if pleading, I asked, "Is this why you called me?" Of course. You really don't resemble other men. Their first business is first to secure these aspects. You're taking your head and going. The person you're searching for doesn't always appear in your path like tonight, wherever you want. I felt an oppressive doubt lift from my soul. I was afraid of living an ordinary rake adventure with her. I couldn't do that. Rather than see the Madonna in a fur coat in that state, I would prefer to be taken for stupid, inexperienced by her. But this possibility was also distressing. Thinking she would laugh behind me after we separated, that she would mock my naivete, my timidity, could give results heavy enough to require me to turn my back on all people completely, to give up hope on everyone, and withdraw completely into myself. But now my heart was at ease. I was feeling great shame for my impertinent suspicions a few minutes ago, and also great gratitude toward the woman across from me for freeing me from these suspicions. Pulling myself together with unexpected courage. "You're a wonderful woman," I said. "Don't hurry. Be very cautious, especially when passing judgment on me." I clung to her hands and kissed them. Probably my eyes had teared up. For a moment I saw her face approaching me, her eyes almost embracing me with a much warmer expression than what I had seen until then. Before this happiness approaching to a few centimeters from my face, my heart almost stopped. But she suddenly, and with a rather harsh movement, pulled her hands away and straightened up. "Where do you live?" "On Lutzow Street." "It's not far. Then come and get me from here tomorrow afternoon." "Which apartment do you live in?" "I'll wait for you at the window. There's no need for you to come upstairs." Turning the key standing on the door, she entered inside. This time I took the road home with quick steps. My body seemed lighter to me than usual. Before my eyes was always her image. I was murmuring something, but didn't know what these things were. When I paid attention, I understood I was repeating her name and always addressing her with a bunch of caressing words. From time to time, I was giving short and silent laughs I had no possibility of controlling. When I came to the pension, the horizon had begun to lighten. Perhaps for the first time since childhood, I fell asleep without thinking of the meaninglessness and emptiness of my life. Without saying, "So today passed too. And all my days will pass like this, then what anyway?" The next day, I didn't go to the factory. Around 2:30, passing through the Tiergarten, I approached the house where Maria Puder lived. I was asking myself, I wonder if it's early. Thinking she had stayed up until morning, thinking of the tiredness of her night work, I hesitated to disturb her. Inside me was an indescribable tenderness toward her. I was imagining how she lay in her bed, how she breathed slowly, how her hair spread on the pillow, and I was thinking there could be no greater happiness in life than seeing this scene. The interest I had withheld from all people until then, the love I had never truly felt toward anyone, seemed to have all accumulated and now emerged toward this woman as a tremendous mass. I knew I didn't yet know anything about her, that all my judgments were based on imagination and dreams. Nevertheless, I had an unshakable conviction that I was never mistaken. Throughout my life, I had always searched for her, waited for her. Could my senses, which had acquired an almost morbid faculty and sensitivity by gathering all their attention, all their being at one point and searching for this person everywhere, examining each person encountered from this perspective, be mistaken? These feelings had never made a mistake until now. They would pass the first judgment on a person, then my mind, my experiences would modify this, usually wrongly. But each time, this first feeling turned out to be right. It would happen that a person about whom I had passed positive judgment seemed bad to me over time, or vice versa. Then I would say to myself, so my first impression deceived me. But after a while, this while could be short or very long, I would be forced to admit the correctness of my first judgment, that the changes logic, external influences, or deceptive events had made on it were false and temporary. Now Maria Puder was a person I unconditionally and absolutely needed to live. This feeling seemed strange to me too at first. How could the existence of a person I hadn't even known existed until this age suddenly become a necessity for me? But isn't it always like this? Don't we discover our need for many things only after seeing and knowing them? I too had begun to find the emptiness of my life until then, its purposelessness solely in my deprivation of such a person, my fleeing from people, my hesitating to let even the smallest piece of what went through me be sensed by my surroundings would seem causeless and meaningless to me. From time to time I would fear that the melancholies surrounding me, the weariness of life, were signs of spiritual illness. When reading a book, noticing that the 2 hours that passed were fuller, more important than many years of my life, I would think of the frightening nothingness of human life and remain in despair. But now everything had changed. In the few weeks that had passed since I saw this woman's picture, I felt I had lived more than all the years of my life. Every day, every hour of mine, even the times I slept, were full. I was seeing that not only my limbs giving me only fatigue, but also my soul had begun to live, that the covered deep parts waiting inside me without my knowledge had suddenly emerged and presented me with extremely attractive, valuable landscapes. Maria Puder had taught me I had a soul, and I too was determining for the first time among the people I had encountered until now that she had a soul. Certainly, all people had souls, but many weren't aware of this and would go where they came from, again without being aware. A soul emerged only when it found its like, and without even needing to consult us, our mind, our calculations. Only then did we truly begin to live with our soul. Then all hesitations, shames were set aside. Souls, to embrace each other, would run to each other, trampling everything. All my timidities had disappeared. I was impatient to pour out everything before this woman, to lay my completely naked soul before her without hiding even the smallest point, with all my good and bad, strong and weak aspects. I had so many things to tell her. I thought these wouldn't end even if I spoke all my life. Because I had been silent all my life. For everything that passed through my mind I had said, "Come on you. What good will it do to say it anyway?" Just as before, without any foundation, purely under the influence of an irresistible feeling, a prejudgment, I had said about every person, "This person won't understand me." This time for this woman, again without any foundation but subject to that infallible first feeling, I was saying, "This person will understand me." While walking slowly, I had come to a canal passing through the southern edge of the Tiergarten. The house of Maria Puder was visible from this bridge. It was still 3 o'clock. Because the house windows were shining, it wasn't visible whether anyone was behind the windows. Leaning on the edge of the bridge, I looked at the motionless waters. A light rain that had just started was making the water's hair stand on end. Far ahead, a large motorized barge was unloading fruit and vegetables to carts on the wharf. Leaves falling one by one from the trees at the edges were sliding down, making twists in the air. How beautiful this dark and distressing scene was. how fresh this damp air I drew into me was. To live by sensing nature's smallest movements, by watching life's flow with unshakable logic, to live knowing one lives more powerfully than everyone, that one fills a lifetime with as much life as a moment. And especially to live thinking there exists a person to tell all this to, waiting for her. Could there be anything more refreshing in the world? Now I would walk with her on these wet roads. We would sit in a deserted and dim place and come face to face. I would tell her many things I had never told anyone until now, not even myself. Most of these were being born in my head in an instant and were giving way to new ones with a speed that astonished me. I would take her hands again into my palms, would bite her cold fingers whose tips were a bit red, rubbing them. In a word, I would be close to her. It was coming to 3:30. I wonder if she woke up, I said. Would it be right to go toward the house and walk around there? She had said she would look from the window. Could she guess I would wait here? I wonder if she would really come. I immediately expelled this doubt from my head. I felt that thinking this way was a distrust toward her, an injustice, kicking the building I had constructed myself. But once they came to my mind, these kinds of possibilities chased each other with great speed. She could have gotten sick. An urgent matter could have come up, and she could have gone somewhere. This must be how it was. Such great happiness coming so easily wasn't natural. With each passing minute my panic increased more, my heart beat faster. What happened to me last evening was one of those extraordinary states that occur only once in a person's life. It wouldn't be right to expect its repetition. My head had even begun to find various consolations. The sudden entry of my life onto such a new and dark-futured road perhaps wouldn't be good for me. Wasn't it more comfortable to return to my old calm, to cling to the chain of numb days? Chapter 9. When I turned my head, I saw she was coming toward me. On her back was a thin raincoat, on her head a navy blue beret, on her feet low-heeled shoes. Her face was smiling. When she came beside me, extending her hand, "Did you wait for me here?" "Since when?" she said. "For an hour." My voice was trembling from excitement. She, thinking this was a complaint, with a half-joking reproach. "Your own fault, sir," she said. "I've been waiting for you for an hour and a half." By not coming to the front of the house and preferring this poetic scene, I noticed by chance just now. So she had waited for me. So I was a person of importance to her. Like a caressed little cat, I looked into her eyes. "Thank you. What are you thanking for?" Without waiting for my answer, she entered my arm. "Come on, let's go." I began walking, subject to her. She was taking short but quick steps. I was afraid to ask where we would go. We both weren't speaking. Although I was extremely pleased with this silence, I was eating myself, thinking it was absolutely necessary to say something. Not one of those beautiful ideas that had passed through my mind one after another a moment ago, each surpassing the other in being important and interesting, was present. The more I forced myself, the more I felt my head completely emptying and becoming more wretched, and that my brain was nothing but a throbbing piece of meat. When I looked from the corner of my eye, I saw not a trace in her of this panic and excitement in me. With her black eyes turned to the ground, with that stone-solid and motionless calm on her face, that faint curve reminiscent of a smile at the corner of her lips, she was continuing on her way. She had simply left her left hand on my arm. Her index finger, standing a bit raised, was meaningful as if indicating a point ahead. When I looked at her face again, I saw she had raised her thick and somewhat disheveled eyebrows as if thinking about something. The thin blue veins of her eyelids were visible. Her black and thick lashes were trembling slightly, and on them several tiny raindrops were shining. Her hair too had gotten wet in places. Suddenly turning her head to me, "Why are you looking at me so carefully?" she said. This question also came alive in my head at the same time. How was it that, without hesitation, without bringing to mind that I was watching a woman at such length perhaps for the first time, I was watching her for so long? And how was it that even now, after she asked this question and turned her eyes to me, I continued looking at her without losing my courage? With a courage that astonished me too. "Don't you want me to?" I said. "No, not that. I asked, that's all. Perhaps I want it. That's why I asked." Her eyes were so black and so meaningful that I couldn't bear it. Are you originally German? I said, yes. Why did you ask? Your hair isn't blonde, and your eyes aren't blue. It's possible. On her face occurred a movement reminiscent of her usual smile, but also appearing somewhat hesitant. My father was Jewish, she said. My mother is German. But she's not blonde either. I asked curiously, so you're Jewish? Yes. Or are you also an enemy of Jews? What nonsense. We don't have such things. But I hadn't guessed. Yes, I'm Jewish. My father was from Prague. He became Catholic before I was born. So in terms of religion, you're Christian? No. I mean, I have no connection with any religion. We had walked quite a bit. She didn't continue her words. I too didn't ask anything else. We were slowly coming to the outskirts of the city. I began to wonder where we were going. Surely we wouldn't take a country excursion in this weather. The rain continued, in the same way. At one point Maria asked, "Where are we going?" she said. "I don't know. Aren't you at all curious? I'm subject to you. Wherever you want." Turning her moist and pale face like a white flower covered with dewdrops to me. "You're very docile. Don't you have any opinion, any desire?" I immediately put forward her words from last evening. "You had forbidden me from asking you for anything." She didn't answer. After waiting a while, I continued, "Or weren't you serious last evening? Or did you change your mind today?" She denied strongly. No, I'm still of the same mind." She plunged into thoughts again. We had come before a large garden with iron railings. Slowing her steps, "Should we enter here?" she said. "What place is this?" "Botanical garden." "As you know." "Then let's enter. I always come here, especially in rainy weather like this." There was no one inside. We walked for a long time on sandy paths. Both our sides were surrounded by many trees that hadn't shed their leaves despite the advanced season. Around large and rocky pools were various kinds and colors of grasses, flowers, and mosses. Large leaves covered the surface of the waters. In the high greenhouses were plants from warm countries, trees with thick trunks and small leaves. "Maria, this is Berlin's most beautiful place," she said. "In this season, it's so deserted as to have almost no visitors. Then these strange trees always remind me of distant countries I long for. Seeing them uprooted from the places they're accustomed to and brought here and try to be kept alive with such artificial measures and care, I pity their state a bit. Do you know, in Berlin the weather is clear and sunny only 100 days of the year. It's overcast 265 days. Can the greenhouses, spotlights, and artificial suns satisfy these trees, leaves accustomed to light and heat? Despite this they live, they don't dry up. But can this be called living? Isn't separating a living being from the climate suitable to it, and subjecting it to these wretched conditions for the pleasure of a few curious people a kind of torture? But you're also one of these curious people." "Yes, but every time I come here, my insides fill with deep melancholy." "Why do you come then?" "I don't know." She sat on one of the wet benches. I too perched beside her, wiping the raindrops on her face with her hand. "While watching the plants here, I also think a bit about myself," she said. "Perhaps I remember my ancestors who lived in the same places with these trees, these strange flowers, centuries ago. Aren't we too, like them, uprooted and scattered from our places? But these don't concern you. Actually, they don't much concern me either. They only give me the possibility to think many things, to live many things inside my head. You'll see, I'm a person who lives in my head more than in the world. Real life for me is nothing but a tedious dream. You perhaps found my work at the Atlantic very sad, whereas I'm not even aware whether it's like that or not. In fact, sometimes it even entertains me. Besides, I do this work because of my mother. I must look after her, and there's no possibility of getting by on the few paintings I make in a year. Have you occupied yourself with painting?" "A bit." "Why didn't you continue?" "I understood I had no talent." "Impossible. How much talent you have for painting was obvious from the expression your face took while watching paintings at the exhibition. Say you understood you didn't have courage. For a man to be so cowardly isn't very pleasant. I'm saying this for yourself. As for me, I have courage. I want to paint and reflect my judgments about people in them. And perhaps I'm even a bit successful. But this too is empty. There's no possibility for people I despise to understand this. Those who can understand are already those not worthy of contempt. So painting, like all arts, is without addressee, that is, incapable of addressing what it actually intended. Despite this is the only work in the world I take seriously. That's precisely why I don't want to make a living by painting. Because then I'll be forced to do not what I want, but what's wanted from me. Never. Never. I prefer to put my body on the market. Because it has no importance to me. She struck my knee roughly. That's it, my dear friend. What we do isn't anything else anyway. Last evening when a drunk kissed my back, you were there, weren't you? He'll kiss, of course. It's his right. He's spending money. And they say my back is attractive too. Do you also want to kiss? Do you have money? My tongue remained as if tied. I was blinking my eyes rapidly, biting my lips. When Maria noticed this, she frowned. Her face took on an even paler state than usual, like lime. No, Raif, I don't want this. Absolutely. The thing I can least endure is pity. The moment I sense you pity me, goodbye. You can't even see my face. When she saw I was completely confused, that I was actually in a pitiable state, she put her arm on my shoulder. Don't be offended by my words, she said. We shouldn't hesitate to discuss openly things that have the possibility of muddying our friendship in the future. In such matters, cowardice is harmful. So what? If we understand we can't get along, we'll say goodbye and part. Is this such an important disaster? Can't you still accept that staying alone in life is fundamental? All approaches, all unions are false. People can only draw close to each other up to a certain limit. They fabricate the rest, and one day, when they understand their mistake, they abandon everything and flee from their despair. Whereas if they were content with what's possible, if they gave up supposing what's in their imagination is reality, this wouldn't be so. Everyone accepts what's natural. Neither disappointment of dreams nor disappointment remains. In this state of ours, we're all worthy of pity, but we should pity ourselves. To pity another is to suppose one is stronger than them, and we have no right to see ourselves so great or others more wretched than us. Shall we go now? We both straightened up. We shook off the raindrops accumulated on our coats. The wet sands were creaking under our feet. The streets had begun to darken, but the lamps hadn't yet been lit. We were returning with quick steps, passing through the same roads as we came. This time I had entered her arm. I was snuggling up to her like a small child, bending my head that way. Inside me was a strange state between joy and sorrow. The more I saw how many of her feelings, thoughts resembled mine, feeling the closeness between us more strongly, I was happy, but I was afraid because I understood she parted from me at one point, that she absolutely didn't want to hide truths from herself, to deceive herself at any cost. Because a vague feeling whispered to me that after completely seeing a person, whoever they are, and not hiding what one sees from oneself, one could never get completely close to them. But I didn't want to be so truth-loving. I understood I couldn't endure any truth distancing me from her. After finding in each other the things most necessary, most valuable for our souls, wouldn't it be more human and more fair to pretend not to see other details, or rather to sacrifice small truths for a great truth? It was certain that this woman who gave correct and sound judgments in every matter thought this way, subject to her bitter experiences in life, to the environment's corrupting influences. Because she was forced to live among people she didn't want, didn't like, to laugh at them by force, she was seized by such deep resentment, suspected everyone. As for me, because I had remained distant from people throughout my life and wasn't much disturbed by them, I wasn't angry at anyone. What gnawed at me was only a feeling of great loneliness, and again under the influence of this loneliness, I was ready to deceive myself in many points toward a person I understood was close to me. We had come to the middle of the city. The streets were bright and crowded. Maria Puder was thoughtful and probably also a bit sad. Fearfully, "Are you upset about something?" I said. "No," she answered. "Nothing happened to upset me. In fact, I'm pleased with our walk today. I'm certainly pleased." While saying these, it was obvious she was thinking other things. In her eyes that occasionally caught my face was an absent state, and in her smile was an alienness that frightened me. At one point she stopped in the middle of the street. "I don't want to go home," she said. "Come on, Let's eat dinner somewhere together. We'll talk until my work time. I met this proposal I hadn't at all expected with unnecessary excitement. But seeing this state of mind made her more alienated. I quickly pulled myself together and looked ahead. We entered a rather large restaurant in the western parts of the city. Inside wasn't very crowded. In a corner, a Bavarian women's orchestra in national dress was playing noisy tunes. Sitting at a side table, we ordered food and wine. The stillness of the person across from me had passed to me too. Inside me was a causeless distress and oppression. When the woman noticed this, she tried to free herself from her thoughts and open up a bit, to smile. She struck my hand resting on the table with her hand. Why are you sulking? Young men eating dinner with a young woman for the first time are more cheerful and talkative, she joked. But it was visible she didn't believe what she said either. Indeed, she quickly took on her old state. To do something, anything, she ran her eyes over the tables around. She drank a few sips from the wine before her and suddenly turned to me, looking into my eyes. What can I do? What can I do? I just can't be otherwise, she said. What did she mean? I only sensed this in a dark way. I felt that what she said she couldn't do and what had been upsetting me since a while ago were the same, but I couldn't clearly determine its nature. Her eyes wanted to get stuck and remain wherever they looked, and she seemed able to separate them from there with difficulty. From her mother-of-pearl dull white face, faint tremors occasionally passed. She began speaking again. In her voice was a trembling that had suddenly appeared, a barely controlled excitement. Please don't be angry at me, she was saying. It will be better to speak plainly with you so you don't get caught up in empty hopes. But don't be angry at me. Yesterday I came beside you. I asked you to take me to my home. Today I proposed we walk together. I said let's eat dinner together in the evening. I almost imposed myself on you. But I don't love you. I've been thinking this the whole time. No, I don't love you either. What can I do? I perhaps find you pleasant, even attractive. I perhaps see you have aspects different from all the men I've met until now. But that's all. Talking with you, discussing many things, arguing, fighting, getting angry, making up again, these will certainly please me. But loving? I can't do this. Now you'll wonder why I'm saying all this out of the blue. As I said, so you won't be angry at me later by expecting other things. Let me tell you now what I can give you, so you won't later claim I played with you. However different you are, you're still a man. And all the men I've met, when they understood this, that I don't love them, can't love them, left me with great distress, even anger. Goodbye. But why did they think me at fault? Because I didn't give something I never promised them, that they only kept alive in their heads? Isn't this injustice? I don't want you to think of me in the same way. You can record this too as a point in your favor. I was astonished, but trying not to break my calm. What need is there for these things? The form of our friendship is subject not to me, but to you. It will be however you want. I said. She objected strongly. No, it won't be like that at all. Look, you see, you too, like all other men, are taking the path of getting everything accepted by appearing to accept everything. No, my friend, issues aren't settled with such soothing words. Think that although I've always tried to pass open and sincere judgments on this subject, whether against myself or others, I couldn't reach a conclusion. Human relationships, especially male-female relations, are so tangled, and our desires, our feelings so incomprehensible and murky that no one knows what they're doing and gets swept away by the current. I don't want this. Doing things that don't satisfy me 100%, that don't fully satisfy me, diminishes me in my own eyes. Especially one thing I can't endure is woman's being forced always to remain passive before man. Why? Why will we always flee and you chase? Why will we always surrender and you take surrender? Why will there be domination even in your pleadings, helplessness even in our refusals? Since childhood, I've always rebelled against this, could never accept this. Why am I like this? Why does a point other women don't even notice seem so important to me? I've thought a lot about this. I wonder if there's an abnormal aspect in me. I said. No, on the contrary, perhaps I think this way because I'm more normal than other women. Because my life, purely is a coincidence, past distant from the influences that accustom other women to seeing their fate as natural. My father died when I was still small. At home we remained, my mother and I. My mother was almost a symbol of womanhood, accustomed to being subject, to obeying. She had lost the habit of walking alone in life, or rather had never acquired this habit. Although I was 7 years old, I began managing her. I advised her fortitude, taught her sense, supported her. Thus I grew up without seeing male domination, that is, naturally. At school, the indolence of my girlfriends, their ambitions, always disgusted me. I didn't learn anything to make myself liked by men. I never blushed before men and didn't wait for a compliment from them. This state condemned me to tremendous loneliness. My girlfriends found being friends with me and accepting my ideas contrary to their pleasures and comforts. Being a pleasantly held toy seemed to them easier and more attractive than being human. I didn't become friends with men either. When they couldn't find the soft morsel they sought in me, they preferred to flee rather than come face to face with equal forces. Then I understood very well what male determination and power was. No creature in the world runs after such easy successes, and no creature is as selfish, conceited, and arrogant as a man, but at the same time cowardly and comfort-loving. After noticing these things once, it was impossible for me to truly love men. I saw that even the men who pleased me most and were close to me in many respects showed these wolf teeth on small occasions. After togetherness that gave both of us equal pleasure, they approached me with foolish glances, trying to apologize, to protect, but at the same time supposing they were victorious in some way. Whereas it was they who were in a pitiable state, whose wretchedness emerged. No woman can be as helpless and ridiculous as a man in a state of passion. Despite this, they have such misplaced pride as to suppose this state of theirs is a manifestation of power. Oh my God, one goes mad. Although I know I have no unnatural tendency in myself, I prefer to fall in love with a woman. She paused a bit and examined my face. She drank some wine. As she talked, she seemed to be opening up and freeing herself from her distress. "Why are you astonished?" she continued. "Don't be afraid. It's not as you suppose. But I wish I could be like that. I would certainly be doing something that debases the human soul less. Only I'm a painter, you know. I have my own conceptions of beauty. I don't find making love with a woman beautiful. How shall I say? It's not aesthetic. Then I love nature very much. I always behave timidly toward unnatural things. That's why I believe I must absolutely love a man. But truly a man. A man who can drag me without relying on any force. A man who will love me and walk beside me without asking anything from me, without dominating me, without debasing me. That is, a truly strong, complete man. Now do you understand why I don't love you? Besides, not enough time has passed to love, but you too aren't what I'm searching for. True, you don't have that meaningless arrogance I mentioned a moment ago, but you're too childish, or rather too womanly. Just like my mother, you too need someone to manage you. This could be me, if you want, but I can't be more than that. We'll be perfect friends. You're the first man who listened without cutting off my words, without trying to change my mind, to convince me, that is to bring me around. It's obvious from your eyes that you understand me. As I said, we can be very good friends. Just as I've spoken openly with you, you too can pour out your heart to me. Isn't this much enough? Is it better to lose even this by wanting too much? I would never want this. I said last evening too, sometimes my one state doesn't fit my other state. But this shouldn't lead you to wrong thoughts. I never change in main points. Well, will you be friends with me? All these words had left me dizzy. I was afraid of passing a final judgment on her, and sensed I couldn't be correct in this. Only one desire passed through my head, at any cost, to be close to her, not to separate from her. I didn't need her other side. I had never been accustomed to asking from any person more than they gave me. Despite this, there was a strange stillness inside me. Looking into her black and absent eyes, waiting for an answer from me, slowly. "Maria," I said, "I understand you very well. I also see that your experiences in life have led you to give such a long explanation, and I'm pleased thinking you're doing this to prevent things that could shake our friendship in the future. So this friendship has value to you." She nodded her head quickly in affirmation. I continued, "Perhaps you didn't need to tell me these things. But how would you know? We're newly getting to know each other. It's better to be cautious. I don't have as much experience in life as you. I've met very few people and always lived with myself. I see that although we've gone by different paths, we've both arrived at the same conclusion. We're both searching for a person, our own person. If we find this in each other, it will be a wonderful thing. What's truly important is this. Other matters remain secondary. As for male-female relations, you can be sure I've never been the kind of person you fear. True, I have no adventures that have happened to me, but I never even brought to mind that I could love a person I didn't respect as much as myself and didn't find as strong as myself. You mentioned being debased a moment ago. For a man to permit this is, in my opinion, to deny his own personality, to actually debase himself. I too, like you, love nature very much. In fact, I can say that the more I've remained distant from people, the more I've drawn close to nature. My country is one of the world's most beautiful places. Many civilizations we've read about in histories were established and destroyed in those places. When lying under 10 or 15-century-old olive trees, I would think of the people who once gathered their harvest. In its mountains covered with pine trees, in places thought untrodden by human foot, I would encounter marble bridges, carved columns. These were my childhood's companions, my dream subjects. Since then I've held nature and its logic above everything. Let's leave it be. Let our friendship too walk in its natural path. Let's not try to give it artificial directions, to bind it with prejudgments. Maria struck my hand resting on the table with her index finger. You're not as childish as I thought, she said. Her eyes, undecided and timid, were wandering over me. She had stuck out her somewhat larger lower lip even more, thus taking on the state of a small girl about to cry. Her eyes, contrary to this, were thoughtful and searching. I was astonished at how many expressions her face changed in such a short time. You can tell me many things about your life, your country, your olive trees, she began speaking. I'll tell you my childhood and some things I can remember about my father. We certainly won't have difficulty finding words to speak. But how much noise there is here. Probably because the hall is empty. The poor things want to cheer the boss at least with the noise of their instruments. Ah, if you knew what the bosses of such places mean. Are they very rude? And how? This too is an occasion to get to know men closely. For example, the owner of our Atlantic is a very polite man, not only toward his customers, but toward every woman he has no business with. Certainly, if I didn't work at his cabaret, he would court me as subtly as a baron and make me admire his courtesy. But he suddenly changes toward people who take money from him and probably calls this professional ethics. It would be more correct if he said profit ethics. Because his roughness, sometimes going as far as rudeness, comes more from the fear of being deceived than from the desire to protect the establishment's seriousness. If you saw how this man, who is probably a good family man or honest citizen, wants us to sell not just our voice, our smile, our body, but also our humanity, you would shudder. With a distant association, I cut off her words. What was your father? I said. Didn't I say? He was a lawyer. Why did you ask? Are you curious about how I fell into these circumstances? I was silent. It's understood you don't yet know Germany well. There's nothing extraordinary in my state. I studied with the money my father left. Our situation wasn't bad. I did nursing during the war. Then I attended the academy. Our small income went because of inflation. I was forced to earn money. I'm not complaining about this. Working isn't a bad thing at all. What bothers me is that our wanting to work without debasing our souls isn't approved. Then being obliged always to be face to face with drunk people and those hungry for human flesh bothers me. Sometimes they have such a look. I can't call this merely bestiality. If it were only this much, it would still be natural. This is something lower than bestiality. A bestiality mixed with human hypocrisy, cunning, wretchedness. Disgusting. She looked around. The orchestra had increased its noise completely. A plump woman with corn tassel-like hair wearing a Bavarian dress was singing cheerful mountain tunes at the top of her voice, making strange sounds from her throat and turning around. Maria, come on, let's sit in a quiet place. It's still early, she said, then looking at my face carefully. Or am I boring you? I keep talking and dragging you from place to place since morning. It's not good for women to be so pushy. I'm speaking seriously. If you're bored, let me set you free." I held her hands. I couldn't answer for a long time. I didn't look at her face either. Despite this, only after being certain she understood what was going through me. "I'm grateful to you," I said. "I too to you," she said and pulled her hands away. When we went out into the street, "Come, let's go to a coffee house near here with you," she said. "It's a very pleasant place. You'll see strange people." "To Romanish's Cafe?" "Yes, do you know it? Have you been?" "No, I heard about it." She laughed. "From your friends who run out of money at month's end?" I too smiled and looked ahead. I had heard that this coffee house, always visited by artists, filled after 11 at night with old, pleasure-loving, young-seeking, and moneyed women, and that gigolos of every nation, every age would go there at these times and try to make themselves liked. Because it was still early, there were only young artists in the coffee house. Sitting in groups, they were arguing in loud voices. We went up to the upper floor by a staircase between columns. We had difficulty finding an empty table. Around us sat young painters imitating the French with their wide-brimmed black hats and long hair, writers filling pages constantly with pipes in their mouths and long-nailed fingers. A tall, blond young man with sideburns down to his mouth made signs from afar and came to our table. "I salute the Madonna in a fur coat," he said, taking Maria's head between his hands. He kissed her first on the forehead, then on her cheeks. I fixed my eyes on the ground and waited. They talked about this and that. It was understood they exhibited paintings at the same exhibition. Finally, after the young man squeezed and shook Maria's hand strongly and gave me a greeting saying goodbye, "Young sir," probably in artist fashion, he moved away. I was still looking ahead. The woman asked, "What are you thinking? You said you to me, are you aware?" "Yes. Don't you want it?" "What do you mean?" "Thank you." "Oh, you thanks so much. We Orientals are very polite people. Do you know what I was thinking? That man kissed you, and I wasn't jealous at all. Really, and I'm wondering why I wasn't jealous." We looked at each other long. With trust, we looked at each other searchingly. "Tell me a bit about yourself too," she said. I nodded my head in agreement. I had planned since daytime to tell her many things, but none of these was coming to mind. Completely new things were passing through my head. Finally, I decided and began speaking randomly. I wasn't telling any specific thing. I was talking about my childhood, my military service, the books I read, the dreams I built, our neighbor Fari, and the bandits I knew. Aspects I had until now hesitated to tell even myself were coming out from where they were hidden and pouring forth without even informing me. Because I was speaking about myself to a person for the first time, I wanted to appear in all my nakedness, without covering anything up. I was making such effort not to lie to her, not to distort myself, not to change anything. In fact, sometimes going too far in this effort. I was emphasizing the points against me so much that in this way I was again departing from reality. Chapter 10. Memories and long-controlled feelings, always silenced excitements were flowing out like a flood, gradually growing, swelling, speeding up. The more I saw how attentively she listened to me, how she ran her eyes over my face as if wanting to understand even the aspects I couldn't put into words, the more I opened up. Sometimes she was slowly nodding her head as if in affirmation. Sometimes she was slightly opening her mouth as if in astonishment. When I got excited, she was slowly caressing my hand. When my words took on a complaining manner, she was smiling with compassion. At one point, as if pushed by an unknown force, I cut off my words and looked at my watch. It was coming to 11. Not a soul remained at the tables around us. Jumping up from my place. "But you'll be late for your work," I shouted. She tried to pull herself together. She squeezed my hands more, straightening up without hurrying. "You're right," she said. While placing her beret on her head, she added, "How beautifully we were talking." I brought her to the front of the Atlantic bar. On the road, we hardly spoke at all. We both were absent and full, as if wanting to settle the impressions of this evening inside us. Toward the end of the road, I felt my body shiver. "Because of me, you couldn't go home and wear your fur. You'll be cold." I said, "Because of you." "Right. Because of you." But the fault is mine. It doesn't matter. Let's walk fast. Should I wait to take you home again? No, never. We'll meet tomorrow. As you know, perhaps to avoid being cold, she snuggled closer to me. As we approached the door illuminated by electric lights, she stopped, came out of my arm, and extended her hand. She seemed to be thinking something extremely serious. Pulling me, she dragged me to the edge of the wall. Finally, she bent toward my face, fixed her eyes on the sidewalk, and in a voice like a whisper, but quickly. "So you don't feel jealous of me?" she said. "Do you really love me this much?" Suddenly, she raised her eyes and began looking at my face with curiosity. Because at this moment, I couldn't find a word to tell her what I felt. I felt my chest constricting as if narrowing, my throat drying. I was afraid every word, even every sound from my mouth, would spoil, muddy my happiness. She was still, this time also with a bit of fear, looking at my face. From helplessness, I noticed my eyes had teared up. Then on her face occurred a comfortable relaxation. As if resting, she closed her eyes for a second. Then, holding my head, she kissed me once on the mouth and, turning her back, without saying anything, walked slowly and entered inside. I returned to the pension almost running. I wanted to think nothing, remember nothing. The events of this night were so valuable I shrank from touching them even with my memories. Just as a moment ago I had feared a small sound from my mouth would spoil the atmosphere of that unimaginably happy moment. This time, too, I was afraid that every meddling I would make with my imagination would harm the wonderful events of the few hours I lived today and their unique harmony. The pension with its dark staircase seemed very charming to me. All the smells filling the corridors pleased me. After this, every day I began meeting with Maria Puder and walking together. We hadn't finished the things to tell each other on the first evening. The people, scenes we encountered always gave us the possibility to tell our thoughts and determine how close these were to each other. This closeness of ideas was the result of thinking the same way in every point. True. In this was also the influence of one side's being prepared beforehand to accept and adopt the other side's idea. But wasn't seeking an occasion to find every conviction of the person across from you correct, and to adopt it also a kind of sign of spiritual closeness? Most often, we would go to museums and painting galleries. She would give me explanations about the paintings of new and old masters, make arguments about their values. We had gone to the botanical gardens several times again, and to the opera 1 or 2 evenings. But because leaving here at 10:30 at night and going to her work was difficult for her, we gave up opera visits. Later one day, she said to me, "Not only in terms of time, but also for another reason, I don't want to go to the opera." After leaving there, singing at the Atlantic seems to me like the world's most ridiculous, most vulgar work. I would go to the factory only before noon. I had almost stopped seeing the pension people, although Frau Heppner occasionally teased, saying, "We seem to have lost you to someone." I had only smiled and hadn't prolonged the talk. I especially wanted Frau van Tiedemann not to hear anything. Maria perhaps wouldn't see harm in this, but I, perhaps from a habit remaining from Turkiye, was of the opinion it was necessary this way. Yet there was nothing to hide from anyone. Since the first evening, our friendship had remained within the boundaries we had determined between us, and the scene before the Atlantic hadn't been recalled by either of us on any occasion. In the first times, what brought us closer to each other was more curiosity. We were curious, wondering what else is there, and talked very much. Later, a habit took the place of this curiosity. If for some reasons we couldn't see each other for 2 or 3 days, we really missed seeing each other. When we met, we would rejoice like separated friend children, walk holding hands. I loved her very much. I felt there was enough affection in me to love a whole world, and I considered myself happy for finally being able to spend it somewhere. It was certain she too liked me, searched for me, but she never gave occasion to take our friendship to other fields. One day while walking in Grunewald, a forest around Berlin, she had put her arm around my neck. She was walking leaning on me. Her hand hanging down from my shoulder was swinging lightly, and her thumb was moving as if drawing circles in the air. With a desire whose birth I didn't understand, I grabbed this hand and kissed the inside of her palm. She immediately pulled her arm away with a soft but definite movement. We didn't speak about this at all and continued our walk. But her seriousness at that moment was clear and strong enough to prevent me from falling into such feelings again. Sometimes we would talk about love matters. The more I saw how indifferently, as if it were something so distant from herself, she examined this subject, the more I would feel a strange oppression inside. Yes, I had agreed to everything, had accepted all her conditions. But despite this, sometimes I would skillfully transfer the subject to ourselves, would try to analyze our friendship. In my opinion, there wasn't a separate, abstract concept called love. All the loves, sympathies showing themselves in various ways among people were a kind of love. They only changed name and form according to place. Not giving the love between woman and man its true name was nothing but a kind of self-deception. Then Maria would wag her index finger and laugh. "No, my friend, no," she would say. "Love isn't at all the simple sympathy or sometimes deep love you say. It's completely different, such a feeling we can't analyze that just as we don't know where it comes from, one day we don't know where it escapes and goes. Whereas friendship is lasting and depends on agreement. We can show how it began, and if it breaks down, we can analyze its reasons. What doesn't enter love is analysis. Then think. In the world there are many people we all like. For example, I have many friends I truly love. I can say the honorable gentleman comes first among them. Now am I in love with all these people? I had insisted on my idea. Yes, I had said. You're truly and in love a bit with each of the others, in love with the one you love most. Maria had given an answer I hadn't at all expected. Then why were you saying you didn't feel jealous of me? Unable to find something to say, I thought for a while, then tried to explain. A person who has the ability to truly love inside can never restrict this love to one person and can't expect this from anyone either. The more people we love, the more and stronger we also love the one single person we actually love. Love isn't something that decreases as it's distributed. I would have thought Orientals thought differently. I don't think that way. After Maria fixed her eyes on a fixed point and fell in for long. The love I'm waiting for is different, she said. It's outside all logic, impossible to describe, and of unknown nature. Loving and liking is one thing. Wanting with all one's soul, with all one's body, with everything, is another. Love, in my opinion, is this wanting. An irresistible wanting. Then, with a manner certain of myself as if I had caught her. What you say is a matter of a moment, I said. The love, interest existing inside you, with some reasons not clearly known, at a moment whose time can't be determined, suddenly accumulates, condenses. Just as the sunlight that sweetly warms, after passing through a lens, gathers at one point and begins to burn. This love that increases its power extraordinarily also surrounds and inflames you. It's not correct to suppose it's something suddenly coming from outside. It consists of the feelings already existing inside us intensifying in a way that will astonish us. We had left this argument here, but had taken it up again at other times. I sensed that neither my words nor her ideas were 100% correct. It was certain that certain secret, vague thoughts and desires not subject to us managed both of us, no matter how much we wanted to be open to each other. However many points we united on, there were also places we were separate, and if one side easily adapted to the other, it was doing this only for a purpose it found more important. We didn't hesitate to pour out even these most hidden corners of our souls and argue about them. Despite this, there were also aspects we never touched, because we too didn't properly know what they were, but a feeling whispered to me that these aspects were actually important. Because until now I hadn't encountered a person this close to me. I had the desire to preserve her above all matters. Perhaps the ultimate goal of all my desires was to possess her completely, without any deficiency, with all her material and spiritual being, but with the fear of losing what I could obtain, I hesitated to turn my eyes to this goal. I remained immobile like a person afraid of making the wonderfully beautiful bird he's watching and wants to catch fly away with a small movement. I was sensing in a dark way that this immobility, this hesitation based on fear, was more harmful, that in human relations one couldn't remain as if turned to stone at one point. that every step not taken forward took a person backward, and moments that didn't bring closer certainly distanced. And I was feeling an anxiety burning silently inside me, but growing day by day had begun to take place. But for me to do otherwise, I had to be another kind of person. Although I knew I was constantly circling around the main point, I couldn't find the roads to go to this point. My old shyness and timidity were gone. I wasn't withdrawing into myself. In fact, perhaps even in a somewhat extreme way, I was revealing my soul, but all on condition of not touching this main point. I don't know whether I thought all these things this clearly and deeply at that time. Today, after more than 12 years have intervened, I bring before my eyes my state of that day and draw these conclusions. My judgments about Maria too have passed through the purification and examination of the same time distance. At those times, I understood Maria too was in certain contradictory feelings. Sometimes she would become extremely still, even cold, sometimes suddenly becoming passionate, showing me such extreme interest as to give me the courage I forbade myself. She was almost openly provoking me. But these states would pass very quickly. The old friendly atmosphere would again appear between us. It was certain she too, like me, noticed that our friendship, by remaining where it was, had entered a dead end. Only she, although not finding what she actually searched for, saw that many other aspects in me were too valuable to be sacrificed for her, and for this reason, she hesitated to do things she thought would cause me to distance myself from her. All these complex feelings remained in the most hidden corners of our souls, as if afraid to come to light. And we, in reality, were still two sincere friends, always searching for each other, wanting each other, always returning more pleased and richer from each other's presence as before. But suddenly everything changed and took a completely unexpected direction. It was toward the end of December. Her mother had gone to one of her distant relatives around Prague to spend Christmas. Maria was pleased with this. One of the things that most gets on my nerves in the world is that pine sapling decorated with those candles and tinsel, she was saying. Don't attribute this to my Judaism, because since I find such meaningless ceremonies people resort to with the fancy of supposing themselves happy for a moment ridiculous, it's quite natural I can't find pleasant the Jewish religion full of such strange and unnecessary obligations. Besides, my mother, a Protestant of pure German blood, is attached to these customs only because she's old and for something to do. If she finds my ideas heretical, what's operative in this is more the fear of spoiling the spiritual calm of her last days than her religious convictions. Do you think New Year's has no particularity either? I asked. No, she said. What difference does it have from other days of the year? Has nature separated it in any way? Even that it shows a year has passed from our life isn't that important, because dividing our life into years is also people's invention. Human life consists of a single road extending from birth to death, and every kind of division made on it is artificial. But let's leave philosophy aside. If you want, on New Year's Eve let's go somewhere together. My work at the Atlantic ends before midnight, because that night there are also many other extraordinary numbers. We'll go out together. Like everyone, we too will get drunk. It's a pleasant thing to occasionally escape from ourselves and get swept away by the current. What do you say? Besides, we've never danced together, have we? No, we haven't. I don't get much pleasure from dancing anyway. Sometimes the person I dance with pleases me, and for this reason I endure that hardship. I don't suppose I'll please you for this work. I don't suppose so either. But never mind. In friendship, sacrifice is necessary. On New Year's Eve we ate dinner together and sat and talked at the restaurant until her work time. When we arrived at the Atlantic, she went somewhere in the back to change. I settled at the table where I had sat on my first evening. Inside was decorated with paper ribbons, colored lanterns, gold-plated wires. The crowd already seemed drunk. Almost all those dancing were kissing and cuddling. Inside me was a causeless ennui. So what? I was saying. Where really is this night's extraordinariness? We make it up and believe it ourselves. It would be better if everyone went home and slept. What will we do? We'll embrace and turn like them. With one difference, we won't kiss. I wonder if I'll be able to dance. In the months I attended the Academy of Fine Arts in Istanbul, Some friends had shown me some dances they had learned from the White Russians filling the city at that time. I could even waltz a bit. But could I accomplish tonight a skill I hadn't shown perhaps for a year and a half? Come on you, I'll stop halfway and sit down, I said. Maria's violin playing and singing lasted even shorter than I had thought and ended in noise. This evening, everyone preferred to be their own number. As soon as Maria changed her top, we left immediately. We went to a big place they called Europa, across from Anhalter Station. This was completely different from the small and intimate Atlantic. In halls as big as the eye could see, hundreds of couples were dancing constantly. Tables' tops were filled with bottles of all colors. Those who had laid their heads down and were already sleeping, those sitting in each other's laps could be seen. Maria this evening was strangely cheerful, hitting my arm. If I had known you'd sit sulking like this, I would have chosen another young man for myself this evening, she was saying. She was drinking the bitter-tasting Rhine wines she had brought one after another with a speed that astonished me, and was forcing me to drink too. The real fun of the casino started after midnight. Shouts, laughter, the noise of music playing tearingly in 4 different places, the foot clatter of couples waltzing old-style hopping and hopping were mixing with each other. The unrestrained exuberance of the post-war years was being seen here in all its nakedness. The state of the young men losing themselves in a moderate joy with their frail bodies, protruding boned faces and eyes shining as if suffering a nervous disease, and of the young girls supposing the best form of rebellion against society's unjust and illogical bonds, its superstitious judgments, was to let loose their sexual desires, was truly sad. Maria, thrusting another glass into my hand, whispered, Raif, you're not doing well at all. You see how much effort I'm making not to fall into tremendous ennui and melancholy. Leave it. Let's separate from ourselves this evening at least. Suppose we're not us. We're one of a bunch of people filling this place. Besides, are all of them really as they appear? I don't think so. I don't want to put myself in place of everyone's wise or sensitive one. Drink and laugh. I had understood she was beginning to get a bit drunk. She had gotten up from the chair across from me and sat beside me, putting her arm on my shoulder. My heart was beating rapidly like a coughing bird's heart. She thought me sad, but I wasn't. Now, I was too happy to laugh and was taking my happiness seriously. A waltz began to play. I bent slowly to her ear. Come on, I said, but I don't know very well. She acted as if she hadn't heard the second part of my words, jumping up from her place. Come on, she said. We began turning in the crowd. This wasn't dancing or anything. It consisted of being dragged here and there subject to the pleasure of bodies pressing us from all 4 sides. But neither of us complained about this. Maria had fixed her eyes on me. In these black and absent eyes, something I couldn't understand occasionally flashed and astonished me. From her chest spread a light, but wonderfully beautiful skin scent. Above all these things was being close to her, knowing I was something to her. Maria, I whispered, how is it that one person can make another person so happy? What tremendous powers must be hidden inside a person? That flash passed through her eyes again. But after looking at me carefully for a while longer, she bit her lip. Her gaze was foggy and meaningless. Come on, let's sit, she said. What a crowd. I think I'm beginning to get bored. She drank wine again and repeatedly, at one point, getting up from her place. I'm coming now, she said and moved away, swaying. I waited a long time. Despite all her insistence, I had avoided drinking too much. Rather than drunk, I was dazed. My head ached. Although close to 15 minutes had passed, she didn't come back. I began to worry. I went and toured all the restrooms lest she had fallen and remained somewhere. In these places were women trying to pin the torn parts of their dresses with needles or refreshing their toilets before mirrors. I didn't encounter Maria in any of them. I looked one by one at the women curled up and dozing on the couches at the edges of the halls. I couldn't find her. Inside me began an anxiety that suddenly intensified extremely. Bumping into sitting and standing people, I ran from one hall to another. Jumping several stairs at once, I descended to the lower floor and searched. She wasn't there. At this time my eye caught outside through the foggy windows of the casino's revolving door. A white thing seemed to be standing there. I threw myself at the door, and when I went outside, I let out a cry. Maria Puder, bringing both her arms side by side to the level of her head, had leaned against one of the trees right before the door and pressed her face there. On her back was nothing but a thin woolen dress. Snowflakes were falling slowly on her hair and the nape of her neck. Hearing my voice, she turned her head and smiled. "Where were you?" she said. "Where were you? What are you doing? Have you gone mad?" I shouted, bringing her finger to her lips. "Hush," she said. "I want to get air and cool off. Come on, let's go." I brought her inside almost by force. I found a chair and sat her down. Going upstairs, I paid the bill and brought my coat and her fur coat from the cloakroom. Our feet sinking into the street snow, we began walking. She was holding my arm very tightly and trying to go fast. On the streets were many drunk couples. The main avenues were filled with crowded groups of people. Women dressed so thinly as to give the feeling of having gone out into the street in summer clothes were laughing with cheerful laughter, singing songs, as if they had gone out for spring fun at this weather and 2 or 3 hours after midnight. Maria was pulling me to pass faster through these cheerful and drunk people. She was responding with a superficial smile to those calling out to her on the road, those wanting to embrace her neck, slipping skillfully from their hands and dragging me. I understood how mistaken I had been in supposing she was drunk enough not to stand. When we came to somewhat more deserted streets, she slowed down. She was breathing frequently and strongly. She drew a deep "oh," then turned to me. "Well, are you pleased with this evening? Did you have fun?" "Ah, I had so much fun. So much fun." She began laughing with laughter. Suddenly, she was seized by a cough. She was writhing as if choking. Her chest was shaking, but she wasn't letting go of my arm. When she found a bit of calm, "What happened to you? See, you caught cold," I said, smiling with her whole face. "Ah, I had so much fun," she said. I was afraid she would almost cry. This time I was the one wanting to take her home and leave her as soon as possible. Toward the end of the road, her steps began to wander. Her strength almost seemed to have left her. Yet the cold air had completely sobered me. I was taking her by the waist, occasionally stepping on her feet. While crossing from one sidewalk to the opposite side, we almost rolled onto the snow. Now in a barely audible voice, she was murmuring jumbled words. At first I thought she was trying to sing to herself. Then understanding she was addressing me, I listened. "Yes, this is how I am," she was saying. "Raif, dear Raif, this is how I am. Didn't I say that my one day doesn't fit my other day? But there's no need to grieve. You're a very good boy. Certainly, you're a good boy." Suddenly, she was beginning to sob, then complaining again. No, there's no need to grieve." Half an hour later, we came before her door. Giving her back to the staircase wall, she waited. "Where are the keys?" I asked. "Don't be angry, Raif. Don't be angry at me. There, they must be in my pocket." Putting her hand inside her fur, she extended a bunch consisting of 3 keys. I opened the door. When I turned to take her upstairs, she slipped away and began running up the stairs. "You'll fall," I said. Panting, she answered. "No, I'll go up myself." Because the keys were with me, I went after her. From one of the upper floors, she called to me from the darkness. "I'm here. Open this door." I opened it by groping. We entered inside together. She turned on the electricity in her room. Old but rather well-preserved furniture and a beautiful oak bed caught the eye at first glance. I was standing motionless in the middle of the room, while taking off her fur coat and leaving it in a corner, showing me a chair. "Sit down," she said. Then she herself perched on the edge of the bed. With great speed she took off her shoes, her stockings, pulled her dress off over her head, and threw it on a chair, and entered under the quilt. I got up from where I was sitting. Without saying anything, I extended my hand to her. She looked me over as if examining a person she was seeing for the first time. A drunken smile spread on her face. I lowered my eyes. When I looked again, I saw she had straightened up a bit in bed and opened her eyes as if in great anxiety and occasionally blinked as if trying to wake from sleep. Her right shoulder and arm shooting out from under the white covers were as pale and white as her face. She had propped her left elbow on the pillow. "You'll be cold," I said. She pulled my arm quickly and sat me on the edge of her bed. Then she approached, held both my hands at once, placing her face into my palms. "Ah, Raif," she said, "so you can be like this too? You're right. But what can I do? If you knew? Ah, if you knew. But we had fun, didn't we?" "Certainly." No, I know. Don't pull your hands away. I had never seen you like this. How beautifully serious you can be. But what's the reason?" I raised my head. Kneeling in bed, she sat beside me, put her hands on both my cheeks. "Look at me," she said. "What you're thinking isn't true. I'll prove this to you. I'll prove it mainly to myself. Why are you staying like this? Don't you still believe? Do you still doubt?" She closed her eyes, as if trying to catch something escaping here and there inside her head and unable to be caught at all. She was making effort. Her forehead and the space between her eyebrows were wrinkling. Seeing her bare shoulders trembling, I pulled the quilt, wrapped it around her back, and held it with my hand so it wouldn't slip. She opened her eyes, smiling confusedly. "Like this. You're laughing too, aren't you?" she said. Then, unable to continue her words, she began looking at a corner of the room. Her hair had fallen on her forehead. The electric light striking from the side was casting the shadow of her lashes on the upper part of her nose. Her lower lip was trembling slightly. Her face at this moment was more beautiful than the one in the painting, than Raphael's Madonna. With the arm holding the quilt, I pulled her toward me. I felt her body trembling, breathing in gasps. Of course, she said. "Of course I love you. And I love you very much. Is there any possibility it could be otherwise? I certainly love you. I definitely love you. But why are you astonished? Did you suppose it would be otherwise? I understand how much you love me. I too doubtlessly love you that much." She pulled my head toward herself and drowned my whole face in kisses like fire. In the morning when I woke, I heard her deep and regular breaths. She had put her arm under her head, turned her back to me, and was sleeping. Her hair was spread in waves on the white pillow. Her mouth was slightly ajar, and at the edge of her lips were very fine hairs. As she breathed, the wings of her nose moved. Several strands of hair falling on her mouth were flying up and falling again. I left my head on the pillow and began waiting, fixing my eyes on the ceiling. Inside me was an impatience. I was curious about how she would look at me when she woke, what she would say to me, but without knowing the reason, I was afraid of her waking. Inside me wasn't the calm and security I had hoped to find as soon as I opened my eyes. I couldn't understand the reason for this at all. Why was my inside still trembling, like an accused waiting for the judgment to be passed on him? What more could I want from her? What more was I waiting for? Hadn't all my desires been fulfilled to their final limit? I felt there was an empty part left inside me, and this emptiness was giving me almost a physical oppression. Something was lacking, but what was this? I was distressed like a person who, after leaving home, notices he's forgotten something and pauses, but unable to find at all what he's forgotten, searches his memory and pockets, and finally, when he loses hope, continues on his way with steps unwilling to go forward, his mind behind. For a while I had noticed Maria's regular breathing had stopped. I slowly raised my head and looked. She had fixed her eyes on an indiscernible point and was looking. She hadn't moved at all, hadn't even pulled the hair falling on her face. Although she knew I was watching her, she continued looking at that unknown place without turning her head. She wasn't blinking. I understood she had been awake for quite some time, and I felt the anxieties inside me suddenly grow, an invisible band almost surrounding and squeezing my chest. The more I thought that all these meaningless feelings, groundless fears had no necessity at this moment, that there was no reason to darken the brightest day of my life with delusions and evil premonitions, the more my heart sank completely. Without turning her head, she asked, "Did you wake up?" "Yes." "Has it been long since you woke?" "A moment ago." Her voice gave me courage again. This voice, which had been the sweetest familiar of my ears for a long time and awakened only good memories in me, had brought relief into me like a trustworthy friend suddenly appearing. But this effect lasted only a day. She had said to me, "Did you wake up?" True. In recent days we were sometimes addressing each other randomly, as you familiar or you formal. But on the morning of this night, should she speak to me like this? Perhaps her sleep still hadn't cleared. She turned toward me in bed. She was smiling, but this wasn't her usual sincere, close smile. It more resembled those she spent on customers at the Atlantic. "Aren't you getting up?" she said. "I'm getting up." "You?" "I don't know. I don't feel very well. I have a bit of ache. Perhaps also from the drink. My back hurts too. Perhaps you caught cold last evening too." I said. What was there to wander the streets stark naked? She shrugged her shoulders and turned her back again. I got up, washed my face, and dressed very quickly. I had sensed she was following me from the corner of her eye where she lay. There was a distressing air in the room, wanting to make a joke in my own mind. A silence has fallen on both of us. What's happening to us? Have we really begun to be bored with each other like married people? She looked at my face with eyes not understanding what I meant. I was even more embarrassed and fell silent. Then I approached the bed. I wanted to caress her, to break the ice between us before it grew stronger. She too straightened up, dangled her feet down, and took a thin cardigan on her back. She continued looking at my face. In her state was something preventing me from approaching more. Finally, in a very calm voice, "Why are you embarrassed?" she said. Suddenly a pinkness I had never seen before covered her pale face, her chest continuing to rise and fall heavily. "What more do you want? Can you want something else?" "But I want many things and can't obtain any of them. I resorted to every means. No use. You can be content now. But what should I do?" Her head fell forward. Her arms hung down lifelessly. The tips of her bare feet were touching the carpet. She was raising her big toe up, curling her other toes down. I pulled a chair and sat across from her. I grabbed her hands. Like a person about to lose his most valuable treasure, the reason for his life, my voice trembling from excitement. "Maria," I said. "Maria? My Madonna in a fur coat. What suddenly happened? What did I do to you? I had promised I wouldn't want anything. Didn't I keep my word? At this moment, when we should be closer to each other than ever, what are you saying?" Shaking her head. "No, my friend, no," she said. "We're farther from each other than ever. Because I have no hope anymore. This was the end. Let me try this once too," I said. Perhaps this was lacking, I thought. But no, that emptiness is still inside me. Even bigger. What shall we do? The fault isn't yours. I'm not in love with you. Whereas I know very well that in the world I should fall in love with you. That after not falling in love with you too, I can love no one. That I must abandon all my hopes. But it's not in my hands. So this is how I am. There's no other solution but to accept this as it is. How I wished to be otherwise. Raif, my good-hearted friend, be sure I wanted to be otherwise as much as you, even more than you. What can I do? I feel nothing in my mouth but the bitterness of last night's drinks, nothing on my back but increasingly growing pains." She was silent for a while. She closed her eyes. A sweet softness came to her face, in a voice as sweet as telling a fairy tale from her childhood. "Last evening, especially after coming here, what hopes I had for a moment. I had thought I would be completely changed by a magical hand, that I would feel in my soul innocent excitements like little girl children, but at the same time strong enough to embrace all my life. That this morning I would wake from sleep as if being born to another world. But how different reality is. The weather is overcast as always. My room is cold. Beside me, despite everything foreign to me, despite all closeness separate from me, a different person from me, tiredness in my muscles and pain in my head." Entering her bed again, she lay on her back. Covering her eyes with her hand, she continued, "So people can only approach each other up to a certain limit, and after that, every step taken to draw closer distance is more. How I wish the closeness between you and me had no boundary, no end. What mainly saddens me is this hope's coming to nothing. After this, there's no need to deceive ourselves. We can no longer speak openly as before. Why? For what did we sacrifice these things? Nothing. While trying to possess something non-existent, we lost what existed. Is everything finished? I don't think so. I know neither of us is a child. Only it's necessary to rest for a while and stay away from each other, until we feel strongly the need to see each other again. Come on now, Raif. When this moment comes, I'll search for you. Perhaps we'll be friends again, and this time we'll act more wisely. We won't expect or want from each other more things than we can give. Come on now, go. I want to be alone so much." She had removed her hand from her eyes. She was looking at my face almost pleadingly. She extended her arm. I held the tip of her fingers and said, "Goodbye." "No, no, it can't be like this. You're leaving angry at me." "What did I do to you?" she shouted, making a tremendous effort to be calm. "I'm not angry. I'm distressed." I said, "Am I not distressed? Don't you see me? Don't go like this. Come." Pulling my head toward her chest, she caressed my hair. She rubbed her cheek on my face. "Smile at me once and then go," she said. I smiled and, covering my face with my hand, burst outside. On the street, I began walking randomly. The surroundings were deserted. Most of the shops were closed. I was going in the southern direction. Tramways, omnibuses with foggy windows were passing beside me. I walked. Dark-faced houses, paved sidewalks began. I continued on my way. Because I had sweated, I opened the front of my coat. I had come to the end of the city. I walked again. I walked under railroad bridges, over frozen canals. I kept walking. I walked for hours. I wasn't thinking anything. I was blinking my eyes from the cold and advancing with steps as fast as running. On both my sides were regularly planted pine forests. Occasionally pieces of snow were falling from branches to the ground with a pat. Bicyclists and a train shaking the places from afar were passing beside me. I walked. On the right side, I saw a rather large lake and a crowd skating on it. Turning among the trees, I went that way. Throughout the forest were long, intertwined ski tracks. In groves surrounded by wire fencing, tiny pine saplings were trembling like children with white capes, with the snow loaded on them. In the distance was a two-story, wooden country casino. On the lake, short-skirted girls and young men with tied trouser legs were skating without stopping. They were raising one of their feet into the air, turning in place, holding hands, and moving away toward a cape behind. The girls' colored neck scarves and the men's blonde hair were flying from the wind. Their bodies were bending right and left with regular movements. With each step their heights seemed now to extend, now to shorten. I was paying attention to all these things. Walking with snow up to my ankles, I was paying attention to everything. Going around behind the country casino, I went toward the trees on the opposite side. I remembered having seen these places once before, but I couldn't find it all when I had come or where this place was. A few hundred meters beyond the casino, in a rather high place, were several old trees. I stopped there. I began watching the crowd on the lake again. Chapter 11. Perhaps I had been walking for 4 hours. I wasn't aware of why I had left the road and turned here, why I hadn't gone back. The burning of my head had decreased. The tingling I felt at the root of my nose had passed. Only inside me was a feeling of tremendous emptiness. A period of my life I had thought most full, most meaningful had suddenly emptied, had lost all its meaning. My insides were sinking like a person waking from a dream in which he saw the realization of his sweetest hopes to bitter reality. I wasn't really angry at her. I wasn't angry at all. I was only distressed. This shouldn't have been like this, I was saying. So she couldn't love me at all. She was right. No one in my life had ever loved me. Besides, women were very strange creatures. When I wanted to pass judgment by gathering all my memories, I was reaching the conclusion that women could never truly love. Woman doesn't love when she can love. She only grieves for unsatisfied desires, wants to repair her broken ego, burns for lost opportunities, and these appear to her under the face of love. But I quickly understood I was being unfair to Maria by thinking this way. Despite everything, I couldn't consider her such a creature. Then I had seen how much she too suffered. There was no possibility she was so upset purely because she pitied me. She too was burning for something she searched for and couldn't find. But what was this? What was lacking in me, or rather in the relationship between us? To see that when we suppose a woman has given us everything, she actually has given us nothing. To be forced to admit that at the moment we thought her closest to us, she was as far from us as beyond all distances. This is a bitter thing. This shouldn't have been like this. But, as Maria also said, there was nothing to be done. especially from my side. What right did she have to do this to me? For years, without clearly seeing its emptiness, I had lived a SOSO life. Even if I fled from people, I had attributed this to my nature's strangeness and been swept along. But I also had no idea about a life that would please me. I felt my loneliness and was upset, but I didn't hope it was possible to escape from this. When Maria, or rather her painting, appeared before me, I was in this state. She had suddenly separated me from my silent and dark world, had taken me to light and truly living. I had only then noticed I had a soul. Now, as causeless and sudden as she came, she was withdrawing and going. But for me, there was no longer any possibility of returning to the old sleep. As long as I lived, I would travel various places, meet people whose languages I knew and didn't know, and everywhere, in everyone, I would search for her, Maria Puder, the Madonna in a fur coat. I already knew I wouldn't find her, but it wouldn't be in my hands not to search. She was condemning me to search all my life for an unknown, for something non-existent. She shouldn't have done this. The years before me seemed unbearably sad. I couldn't find a reason to bear this burden. Right at this point in my thoughts, it was as if a curtain lifted from my eyes. I remembered where the place I was in was. This lake was Wannsee. One day, when going with Maria Puder to Potsdam to tour the park of Frederick II's carefree palace, she had shown this place from the train window, had said that under these trees where I now was, more than 100 years before, the unfortunate German poet Kleist and his lover had committed suicide together. What had brought me here? When walking randomly, when my eye caught these parts, why had I immediately turned? In fact, why had I, as soon as leaving home, headed in this direction and come here as if by agreement? After separating from the creature I trusted most in the world and listening to her saying that two people could only approach each other up to a certain limit, was I giving her a kind of answer by coming to the place where these people who went even to death together departed from life? Or had I simply wanted to convince myself to remember that in the world there could also be loves that didn't stop halfway? I don't know. In fact, I can't determine well whether I even thought these things at that time. But the place where I was had suddenly begun to burn under my feet. I was as if seeing them lying side by side, with a pistol bullet each in the woman's chest and the man's head. I was imagining stepping on their blood flowing twistingly among the grasses and joining in a pool. Like their fates, their blood too had mixed with each other. And here, a few steps ahead, they were lying. They were still together. I began running back the way I had come. From below, from over the lake, laughter was coming. Couples holding each other by the waist were going around without stopping, as if they had set out on an endless journey. From the casino's door opening every other moment, music sound and foot clatter were striking outside. Those tired from skating were climbing the slope toward the casino. They certainly wanted to heat up by drinking grog and dance a bit. They were having fun. They were living. And I understood that by withdrawing into my head and only my own soul, I was not above but below them. I was feeling that, contrary to what I had thought until now, separating from the mass meant not a peculiarity, an excess, but a deficiency. These people were living as one must live in the world. They were doing their duties, adding something to life. What was I? What was my soul doing but gnawing at me like a tree worm? These trees, the snow covering their branches and hems, this wooden building, this gramophone, this lake and the ice layer on it. And finally, these various kinds of people were busy doing a work life gave them. Every movement of theirs had a meaning not visible at first glance. I, however, was swaying like a wheel that had shot off its axle and was rolling idle, and was trying to derive privileges from this state of mind. I was certainly the world's most unnecessary man. Life wouldn't lose anything by losing me. No one had any expectation from me, and I had any expectation from no one. From this moment on began the change dominating my life's direction. From this moment on I believed in my unnecessariness, my uselessness. Occasionally, I seemed to return to life again. I thought I was living. In fact, a few days after thinking these things, a completely new situation took me under its influence and occupied me for a while. But in the deepest corner of my soul, this conviction, the conviction that the earth didn't need me, settled and remained for all time. No action of mine could escape its influence. And today, too, although so many long years have passed between, I remember all the details of that moment that broke my courage completely and made me completely distant from my surroundings, especially. I see I wasn't mistaken in the judgments I passed on myself at that time. I came running to the asphalt road and began walking toward Berlin. I hadn't eaten anything since last evening, but in my stomach I felt a kind of nausea rather than hunger. In my legs was not tiredness, but a tension spreading toward my body. This time I was going slowly and plunged in thoughts. As I approached the city, my hopelessness increased. I absolutely couldn't accept that my coming days would pass separated from her. I found this possibility far from seriousness, ridiculous, impossible. I could never go begging with my head bowed. Such a thing was both beyond me and would be of no use. I was imagining things resembling the dreams I built in childhood, but, compared to them, more mad, more absurd, and more bloody. At night, exactly when she was performing her number at the Atlantic, to call her to the telephone, after apologizing for disturbing her, to shoot a bullet in my head at the microphone after briefly saying goodbye. How beautiful that would be. When hearing this terrible sound, at first not understanding what it was, she would pause for a while, then like mad would shout Raif, Raif, and try to get an answer from me. While giving my last breath on the ground, I would probably hear these sounds too and die smiling. Because she didn't know where I was calling from, she would struggle in helplessness, couldn't inform the police, and the next day, while searching through newspapers with trembling hands and reading the details about this tragedy whose mystery couldn't be solved, her heart would struggle in remorse and despair. She would understand she would never be able to forget me for the rest of her life, that I had bound myself to her memory with blood. I had approached the city. I passed under and over the same bridges again. It was beginning to be evening. I didn't know where I was going. I entered a small park and sat down. My eyes were burning. Throwing my head back, I looked at the sky. The snow was freezing my feet. Despite this, I sat for hours. A strange numbness spread through my body. To freeze and remain here, and the next day to be buried quietly in some place. When Maria heard this by chance days later, what would she do? What shape would her face take? How she would regret everything she had done. My thoughts all circled and wandered around her. I got up and set out on the road again. I had to walk hours more to come to the middle of the city. On the road, I began speaking to myself. I was always addressing her. As in the first days we met, 1,000 kinds of beautiful, attractive, convincing ideas were attacking my head. There was no possibility these words wouldn't affect her, wouldn't change her mind. With my eyes tearing and my voice trembling, I was explaining to her the closeness between us, the impossibility of our separating for such meaningless reasons in this world where two people finding each other was so difficult, that a person like me, always calm, ready to accept everything, suddenly becoming passionate at first seemed strange to her. Then slowly holding my hands, she was smiling and saying, "You're right." Yes, I had to see her and tell her all these things. She must change the terrible decision I had accepted so easily in the morning. She would change it. In fact, perhaps she had been astonished at my leaving her house without almost any objection, had been upset. I had to see her immediately, this very evening. I wandered until 11 o'clock and at night, walking up and down before the Atlantic. I began waiting for her. But she didn't come. Finally, I asked the man in gold embroidery standing at the door. "I don't know. She didn't come this evening," he said. Then I guessed her illness had increased. Running, I went to the front of her house. There was no light in her window. She was certainly sleeping. Thinking it wouldn't be right to disturb her, I returned to the pension. For 3 days in a row, I waited for her on the road the same way, then went before her door, looked at her dark windows, and returned unable to dare do anything. Every day I sat in my room, trying to read books. I was turning pages without noticing even a single letter. Sometimes, resolving to pay attention, starting from the beginning, but after a few lines I was seeing my mind was again wandering in other places. During days I was accepting events as they were, understanding her decisions were final, that I could do nothing but wait for some time to pass. But with night my imagination would begin activity, making me think impossible things like a feverish patient. Finally, contrary to all my daytime decisions, I would burst from home late, wander on the roads where she would pass and around her house. Because I was now embarrassed to ask the gold-embroidered doorman, I was contenting myself with looking from afar. 5 days passed this way. Every night I saw her in my dream, closer than before. On the 5th day, when I understood she again hadn't gone to work, I called the Atlantic from a casino and asked for Maria Puder. They said she hadn't been coming for several days because she was sick. So she was really this sick. Was I doubting this? Why had I waited for such confirmation to believe in her illness? She wouldn't change her work hours to escape from me or give instructions to doormen to turn me away. With the decision to wake her even if asleep, I headed toward her house. The boundary of our relationship was wide enough, despite everything, to give me the right to do this. It couldn't be right to give so much value to the morning scene of a drunken night. I climbed the stairs out of breath and immediately brought my hand to the bell so as not to hesitate and give up. I rang briefly and waited. There was no movement inside. After that, several more times, I rang long. The footstep I waited for wasn't heard. Only the door of the opposite apartment opened ajar. A sleep-dazed maid asked, "What do you want?" The person living here. After looking at my face carefully, in a surly manner. "There's no one there," she said. My heart leaped. Did they move elsewhere? My panic and excitement seemed to have softened the person across from me a bit. Shaking her head, she answered, "No, her mother still hasn't come from Prague. She herself also got sick. Because there was no one to look after her, the health insurance doctor had her taken to the hospital." I ran toward the girl saying these things. "What's her illness? Is it serious? Which hospital did they take her to? When?" The maid, confused before the attack of my questions, withdrew a step and said, "Don't shout, you'll wake the household. They took her 2 days ago. I think they took her to cherished." "Her illness? I don't know." Without even thanking the maid girl looking after me in astonishment, I jumped down the stairs 4x4. From the first policeman I encountered, I learned where this hospital they called cherished was. Without knowing for what purpose, I went there. The big stone building hundreds of meters long gave me shivers inside. But I went toward the big door without any hesitation and brought the doorman out of his room. The doorman, who perhaps showed a bit more courtesy than deserved to the visitor who came after midnight and disturbed him in this terrible cold, had no information he could give me. He had no news of whether such a woman had come, or her illness, or where she had been admitted. To each of my questions, trying to smile although annoyed, he responded by saying, "Come at 9 tomorrow. You'll learn." How much I loved Maria Puder and how madly attached I was to her. I understood this completely in this night when I wandered around the high stone walls until morning and always thought of her. I was looking at the windows from many of which dull and yellow light struck outside, trying to guess in which of these she was. I felt an irresistible desire to be beside her, to serve her, to wipe the sweat on her forehead with my hands. This evening I understood that a person could sometimes be bound to another person with ties much stronger than being bound to life. Again this evening I understood that after losing her, I could only roll and be dragged in the world like a hollow walnut seed. The wind was sweeping snow from one wall to another and filling my eyes. There was no one on the streets. Occasionally, a white automobile would enter through the hospital's door, exit again after a bit. A policeman, when passing beside me the second time, looked at me intently, and the third time asked why I was wandering around here. When I said I had a patient inside, he advised me to go rest and come tomorrow. But in his subsequent encounters, he passed beside me with a silence pitying my state. When the surroundings began to lighten, the streets slowly came alive. After a bit, the white automobiles entering and leaving through the hospital's multiple doors multiplied. At exactly 9 o'clock, although it wasn't visiting day, I obtained permission from the duty doctor to see the patient. Certainly, the wretched expression of my face had caused this exception to be made for me. Maria Puder was in a single bedroom. The nurse who came with me said I shouldn't stay inside long, that it wouldn't be right for the patient to tire. The illness was pneumonia, but the doctor didn't find it very dangerous. When Maria turned her head and saw me, she immediately smiled. But her face suddenly changed and took on an anxious state. As soon as the nurse left the room and left us alone. "What happened to you, Raif?" she asked. Her voice hadn't changed at all. Only her face's paleness had taken on a yellowish state. Approaching beside her. "What happened to you?" "Look, see," I said. "It's nothing. It will certainly pass. But you look very worn out. I learned you were sick last night from the Atlantic. I went home. The maid of the opposite apartment said they brought you here. They didn't let me inside at night. I waited for morning too." "Where?" "Here. Around the hospital." She ran her eyes over me. She was very serious. She made a movement as if about to say something, then gave it up. The nurse opened the door ajar. I said goodbye to the patient. She nodded her head, but didn't smile. Maria Puter stayed in the hospital 25 days. Perhaps they would have kept her longer, but she told the doctors she was bored here, that she would look after herself well at home too. With lengthy advice and bunches of prescriptions, on a snowy day, she left the hospital and came to her house. During these 25 days, I don't remember very well now what I did. Probably I did nothing except for the times I went and saw her, stood at her bedside and watched her sweating face, her eyes occasionally sliding to the side, and her chest breathing with great difficulty. In fact, I didn't even live, because if I had lived, now I would have at least a tiny memory belonging to these days in my mind. Only when beside her would a tremendous fear, the fear of losing her, surround my insides. Her fingers shooting out from the edge of the bed, her feet swelling the end of the cover, had already taken on a dead state. In fact, her face, her lips, and her smile too seemed to be waiting for a small opportunity, a moment, to be subject to this terrible change. Then what would I do? Yes, maintaining my calm, I would deal with her final affairs, would choose the place of her grave, would console her mother who would have returned from Prague by this time, and finally would leave her into the pit with a few people. I would leave there with everyone. After a while would come secretly to the head of the grave and remain alone with her. And everything would begin at this moment. From this moment on I would have actually lost her. Then what would I do? Up to here I was thinking everything in all its details, but I could never imagine after this. Yes, after putting her under the earth and after those at the head of her grave dispersed, and I remained alone with her, what could I do? Since at this moment all affairs belonging to her would be finished, there could be nothing as ridiculous, as causeless as my being on earth. My whole soul was a state of terrible emptiness. After she began recovering, one day she said to me, "Talk to the doctors, let them discharge me now," she said. Then, as if saying something ordinary, she murmured, "You look after me better." Without answering, I burst outside. The specialist wanted her to stay a few more days. We agreed. Finally, on the 25th day, I wrapped her in her fur, entered her arm, and brought her down the stairs. I brought her home in a taxi. While taking her upstairs, the driver too helped by holding one of her arms. Despite this, when I undressed her and put her in bed, she was in an exhausted state. From this moment on, I truly looked after her alone. An elderly woman would come until noon, clean the house, light a large porcelain stove, cook a pot of invalid food. Despite all my insistence, Maria didn't agree to her mother being called, writing letters with trembling hand. "I'm fine. Enjoy yourself and spend the winter there. If she comes, she won't help me, because she herself needs help. She'll worry for nothing, will upset me too," she was saying. Then again, with that manner of not giving importance, she was murmuring, "You're looking after me, after all, or are you tired, fed up?" But saying this, she wasn't smiling, wasn't joking. Besides, since her illness, she had hardly laughed at all. Only on the first day I saw her in the hospital had she greeted me with a smile. After that she had maintained a stubborn seriousness. When requesting something, when thanking, when talking about any matter, she was always serious and thoughtful. At night, I would wait at her bedside until late. In the morning, I would come early. Later, bringing a rather large divan from the other rooms and her mother's bed covers, I began sleeping in the same room. The incident that passed between us on the morning of New Year's Day. Actually, it wasn't permissible to call this an incident. That small conversation had not been mentioned even with a word. Everything, my visits to the hospital, my taking her and bringing her home, our life here, was considered so natural as not to need discussing. We both avoided the slightest allusion to these matters. But it was certain she was thinking some things. While I was wandering around doing various tasks in the room, while reading books to her aloud, I felt her eyes constantly following me, staying on me without ever tiring. It was as if she was searching for something in me. One day, in the evening under the light of the lamp, I was reading her Jacob Wasserman's long story, The Never-Kissed Mouth. Here was mentioned a teacher who had never been loved by anyone in his life and had aged waiting for a love, a human love, although not admitting it even to himself. The poor man's spiritual loneliness, the hopes born only inside himself and dying again quickly without being sensed by anyone, were depicted with a skillful pen. After the story ended, Maria was silent for a long time, closing her eyes. Then she turned to me, in an indifferent voice. "You didn't tell me what you did in the days we didn't see each other after New Year's," she said. "I did nothing," I answered. "Really, I don't know." There was silence again. She was touching this subject for the first time, but I wasn't surprised. In fact, I noticed I had been waiting for this question for a long time. But instead of answering, I fed her dinner. Then I covered her nicely, sat at her bedside again, and, "Should I read something?" I said. As you know, after dinner, I had made it a habit to put her to sleep by reading the most boring things possible. I hesitated for a moment. "If you want, I'll tell you what I did in the 5 days after New Year's. You'll fall asleep faster," I said. She didn't laugh at this joke of mine, didn't answer either, only nodded her head as if saying, "Speak." Slowly, pausing occasionally to collect my memory, I began. I told how I left home, where I went, what I saw and thought at 1C, how at night I wandered on the road where she would pass, and then around her house. Finally, on the last evening, when I learned she was in the hospital, how I ran there and waited outside until morning. My voice was very calm. I was as unemotional as if narrating events belonging to someone else. I was dwelling on details, pouring out what went through me, trying to remember and analyze one by one. She too wasn't moving at all. She had closed her eyes. She was motionless enough to make one think she was asleep. Despite this, I was continuing. It was as if I was repeating all this more to myself. I was saying my feelings, the nature of which I myself couldn't yet understand, as they were, arguing about them, moving to other things without reaching a conclusion. Only once, when telling that I wanted to say goodbye to her on the telephone, she opened her eyes, looked at my face carefully, closed them again. Not a single line of her face was moving. I wasn't hiding anything, didn't see the need for this. Because I had no purpose. The events I lived in seemed foreign to me, like memories from which long years had passed. A distance had formed between me and them. For this reason, in my judgments both about myself and about her, far from every kind of secret thought and calculation, I was almost merciless. None of the piles of convincing sentences that had attacked my head on the nights I waited for her on the roads came to my mind, and I wasn't searching for them. Inside me was no interest other than a simple need to narrate. I was valuing events not in terms of their proportion to me, but in terms of their own importance. And she, although not making even the smallest movement, was listening to me with all her attention. I felt this very well. When telling what I thought while watching her at the hospital bedside, how I imagined her as dead, she blinked her eyes a few times. That's all. After finishing my words, I was silent. She too was silent. We remained like this perhaps 10 minutes. Finally she turned her head to me, opened her eyes, for the first time in a long time smiled faintly, or I thought so, and in a very calm voice. "Shouldn't we sleep now?" she said. I got up from my place. I arranged the place where I would sleep. I undressed and turned off the electricity, but I couldn't sleep until late. I understood from the inaudibility of her breathing that she too was awake. Although heaviness slowly descended on my eyes, I waited for the beginning of this regular and soft breath rustle I had become accustomed to hearing every evening. I was making effort not to lose consciousness and was constantly moving. Despite this, I was the first to fall. In the morning, I opened my eyes early. The room was still dark. Very little light was seeping through the curtains. I couldn't find the sound I was waiting for again, her breathing. In the room was a silence frightening to people. It was as if we were both waiting with all the tension of our souls. Many things were accumulating inside both of us. I felt this almost in a material way. At the same time, I had fallen into tremendous curiosity. I wonder when she woke up? Or didn't she sleep at all? I was saying. Despite all our motionlessness, an air was filling the inside of the room that our thoughts circling around each other were spreading. I slowly raised my head. My eyes, accustomed to the darkness, noticed Maria was leaning her back against a pillow and looking at me. "Good morning," I said, and went outside and washed my face. When I entered the room again, the sick woman was in the same position. I opened the curtains. I removed the night lamp. I arranged the couch where I had slept. I opened the door for the maid and helped Maria drink her milk. I was doing all these things with almost no talking. Every day, I was getting up the same way, occupying myself with the same tasks, going to the soap factory until noon, and in the afternoon, by reading her newspapers or books, by talking about what I saw and heard outside, I was finding evening. Was it necessary for it to be like this, or wasn't it? I didn't know. Everything had taken this path by itself, and I was only being subject. Inside me was no desire. I wasn't thinking of either the past or the future. I only knew the moments I was living. My soul was calm like a windless and wrinkleless sea. After shaving and dressing, I asked Maria's permission to go. "Where are you going?" she said. I was astonished. "Don't you know?" I said. "To the factory." "Can't you not go today?" "I can, but why?" "I don't know. I want you to stay beside me all day." I counted this as a sickness caprice, but I didn't answer. I began leafing through the morning newspapers the maid had left at the edge of the bed. In Maria's state was a strange panic, almost a disturbance. Putting the newspapers aside, I went and sat beside her and put my hand on her forehead. "How are you today?" "I'm fine. Very fine." Although she made no movement, I understood she didn't want me to remove my hand from her face. I felt my fingers sticking to her cheeks, her forehead, as if all her will had gathered in her skin. In a voice trying to appear as indifferent as possible. "So you're very fine," I said. "Well, why didn't you sleep at all last night?" She was surprised for a moment. A redness spread from her neck toward her cheeks. It was understood she was struggling not to answer this question. Suddenly she closed her eyes. As if feeling great weakness, her head leaned back. In a barely audible voice. "Raif," she said. "What's the matter?" She pulled herself together a bit. Breathing quickly. "Nothing," she said. "I don't want you to leave my side today." "Do you know why?" "I think the things you told yesterday evening will attack my head as soon as you leave. Won't leave me in peace even for a minute." "If I had known, I wouldn't have told," I said. Shaking her head, she answered. "No, I don't mean it like that. I'm not saying it for myself. I can no longer trust you. I'm afraid of leaving you alone. Yes, last night I hardly slept at all. I thought of you all the time. What you did after leaving me, how you wandered around the hospital, I saw in all detail, even with the parts you didn't tell. That's why I can no longer leave you alone. I'm afraid. Not just for today. I'll never separate you from my side again." Small beads of sweat had appeared on her forehead. I slowly wiped them. At this time I felt a warm wetness in my palm. I looked at her face in astonishment. She was smiling. For the first time in a long time, she was smiling openly, cleanly, but from the corners of her eyes toward her cheeks, tears were seeping. I grabbed her head with both hands at once and laid it on my arm. Now she was laughing more comfortably, but the tears had multiplied in the same proportion. She wasn't making the slightest sound. Her chest wasn't shaking with any sob. I couldn't imagine one could cry this comfortably, in this much calm in the world. I held her hands standing like two small white birds on the white bed cover and began playing with them. I was curling her fingers, opening them again, and making her hand into a fist, squeezing it in my palm. On the inside of her hand were thin lines like a leaf's veins. I slowly left her head on the pillow. "You'll tire," I said. Her eyes shone. No, no, she said, clinging to my arm. Then, as if talking to herself, now I know what was lacking between us, she said. This deficiency belonged not to you, but to me. I was lacking belief. Because I absolutely couldn't believe you loved me this much. I was thinking I wasn't in love with you. I understand this now. So people have taken from me the ability to believe. But now I believe. You made me believe. I love you. Not like mad, but very sanely I love you. I want you. Inside me is a tremendous desire. If only I were well. When will I get well, I wonder? I didn't answer. Rubbing my face to the corner of her eyes, I dried her tears. After this, until she recovered and got up, I never left her side. When I was forced to leave her for an hour or two to buy food and fruit, or to stop by the pension and change laundry, time seemed terribly long to me. While holding her by the arm and sitting her on a couch, or leaving a thin cardigan on her back, I felt the endless happiness of having dedicated my life to another person. Sitting across from each other before the window, we would watch outside for hours, not talk about anything, only occasionally look at each other and laugh. Her illness and my happiness had made us childish. A few weeks later, she gained a bit more strength. In good weather, we began going out into the street together and walking for half an hour or so. Before going out, I would prepare her carefully. Because coughing seized her when she bent down, I would even put on her stockings. Then I would pass her fur coat onto her back, bring her down the stairs slowly, and we would rest a bit on a bench about 150 meters beyond the house. From there we would go to the edge of one of the ponds in the Tiergarten, watch the mossy waters and swans. And one day, everything ended. It ended in such a simple, such a definite way that for me, it wasn't possible to understand the magnitude of the matter at first moment. I was only a bit surprised, fairly upset, but I never thought this event would have such a big, such unchangeable effect on my life. In recent days, I was hesitating to go to the pension. Despite having paid for my room in advance, my not stopping by there at all was causing the landlords to treat me a bit coldly. One day, Frau Heppner said, "If you've moved elsewhere, let us know so we can inform the police. Otherwise, they hold us responsible." I wanted to pass the matter off with a joke. "Is it possible for me to leave you?" I said and entered my room. This room where I had lived for more than a year, my belongings, most of which I had brought from Turkiye, the books thrown here and there, all seemed completely foreign to me. Opening my trunks, I took some things I needed, wrapped them in a newspaper. At this time, the maid girl entered. "There's a telegram for you. It's been waiting for 3 days," she said and extended a folded paper. At first, I understood nothing. I absolutely couldn't take the telegram from the maid's hand. No, this paper couldn't have any connection with me. I hoped I could push away a disaster circling around me by not learning what was inside it. The maid looked at me in astonishment. Seeing I made no movement, she left the telegram on the table and left. I jumped from my place. This time, so whatever would happen as soon as possible, I quickly opened the telegram. It was from my brother-in-law. "Your father died. I wired travel money. Come immediately," it said. That was all. 4 or 5 simple words whose meaning was very clear. Despite this, I looked at the paper in my hand for a long time. I read each word one by one and several times. Then I got up, squeezed the package I had just prepared under my arm, went outside. What had happened? I saw nothing around me had changed. Everything was as it was when I had come a moment ago. There was no difference either in me or in the objects surrounding me. Maria was certainly waiting for me at the window. Despite this, I was no longer the me of half an hour ago. Thousands of kilometers away, a person had ceased to live. Although this event had occurred days, perhaps even weeks before, neither I nor Maria had sensed anything. There was no difference between the days. But suddenly, a paper the size of a palm was turning everything upside down, taking me from this world and carrying me there, reminding me I belonged not here, but to the distant places the telegram came from. I understood very well how mistaken I had been in supposing the life surrounding me here for several months was real, in pinning hope on its continuation. On the other hand, I was still struggling not to accept this reality. This shouldn't have been like this. Being born in any place and being the son of any man wasn't this important. What was truly Chapter 11. Perhaps I had been walking for 4 hours. I wasn't aware of why I had left the road and turned here, why I hadn't gone back. The burning of my head had decreased. The tingling I felt at the root of my nose had passed. Only inside me was a feeling of tremendous emptiness. A period of my life I had thought most full, most meaningful had suddenly emptied, had lost all its meaning. My insides were sinking like a person waking from a dream in which he saw the realization of his sweetest hopes to bitter reality. I wasn't really angry at her. I wasn't angry at all. I was only distressed. This shouldn't have been like this, I was saying. So she couldn't love me at all. She was right. No one in my life had ever loved me. Besides, women were very strange creatures. When I wanted to pass judgment by gathering all my memories, I was reaching the conclusion that women could never truly love. Woman doesn't love when she can love. She only grieves for unsatisfied desires, wants to repair her broken ego, burns for lost opportunities, and these appear to her under the face of love. But I quickly understood I was being unfair to Maria by thinking this way. Despite everything, I couldn't consider her such a creature. Then I had seen how much she too suffered. There was no possibility she was so upset purely because she pitied me. She too was burning for something she searched for and couldn't find. But what was this? What was lacking in me, or rather in the relationship between us? To see that when we suppose a woman has given us everything, she actually has given us nothing. To be forced to admit that at the moment we thought her closest to us, she was as far from us as beyond all distances. This is a bitter thing. This shouldn't have been like this. But, as Maria also said, there was nothing to be done, especially from my side. What right did she have to do this to me? For years, without clearly seeing its emptiness, I had lived a SOSO life. Even if I fled from people, I had attributed this to my nature's strangeness and been swept along. But I also had no idea about a life that would please me. I felt my loneliness and was upset, but I didn't hope it was possible to escape from this. When Maria, or rather her painting, appeared before me, I was in this state. She had suddenly separated me from my silent and dark world, had taken me to light and truly living. I had only then noticed I had a soul. Now, as causeless and sudden as she came, she was withdrawing and going. But for me there was no longer any possibility of returning to the old sleep. As long as I lived, I would travel various places, meet people whose languages I knew and didn't know, and everywhere, in everyone, I would search for her, Maria Puder, the Madonna in a fur coat. I already knew I wouldn't find her, but it wouldn't be in my hands not to search. She was condemning me to search all my life for an unknown, for something non-existent. She shouldn't have done this. The years before me seemed unbearably sad. I couldn't find a reason to bear this burden. Right at this point in my thoughts, it was as if a curtain lifted from my eyes. I remembered where the place I was in was. This lake was Wannsee. One day when going with Maria Puder to Potsdam to tour the park of Frederick II's carefree palace, she had shown this place from the train window, had said that under these trees where I now was, more than 100 years before, the unfortunate German poet Kleist and his lover had committed suicide together. What had brought me here? When walking randomly, when my eye caught these parts, why had I immediately turned? In fact, why had I, as soon as leaving home, headed in this direction and come here as if by agreement? After separating from the creature I trusted most in the world and listening to her saying that two people could only approach each other up to a certain limit, was I giving her a kind of answer by coming to the place where these people who went even to death together departed from life? Or had I simply wanted to convince myself, to remember that in the world there could also be loves that didn't stop halfway? I don't know. In fact, I can't determine well whether I even thought these things at that time. But the place where I was had suddenly begun to burn under my feet. I was as if seeing them lying side by side, with a pistol bullet each in the woman's chest and the man's head. I was imagining stepping on their blood flowing twistingly among the grasses and joining in a pool. Like their fates, their blood too had mixed with each other. And here, a few steps ahead, they were lying. They were still together. I began running back the way I had come. From below, from over the lake, laughter was coming. Couples holding each other by the waist were going around without stopping, as if they had set out on an endless journey. From the casino's door opening every other moment, music, sound, and foot clatter were striking outside. Those tired from skating were climbing the slope toward the casino. They certainly wanted to heat up by drinking grog and dance a bit. They were having fun. They were living. And I understood that by withdrawing into my head and only my own soul, I was not above but below them. I was feeling that, contrary to what I had thought until now, separating from the mass meant not a peculiarity, an excess, but a deficiency. These people were living as one must live in the world. They were doing their duties, adding something to life. What was I? What was my soul doing but gnawing at me like a tree worm? These trees, the snow covering their branches and hems, this wooden building, this gramophone, this lake and the ice layer on it. And finally, these various kinds of people were busy doing a work life gave them. Every movement of theirs had a meaning not visible at first glance. I, however, was swaying like a wheel that had shot off its axle and was rolling idle, and was trying to derive privileges from this state of mind. I was certainly the world's most unnecessary man. Life wouldn't lose anything by losing me. No one had any expectation from me, and I had any expectation from no one. From this moment on began the change dominating my life's direction. From this moment on I believed in my unnecessariness, my uselessness. Occasionally, I seemed to return to life again. I thought I was living. In fact, a few days after thinking these things, a completely new situation took me under its influence and occupied me for a while. But in the deepest corner of my soul, this conviction, the conviction that the earth didn't need me, settled and remained for all time. No action of mine could escape its influence. And today, too, although so many long years have passed between, I remember all the details of that moment that broke my courage completely and made me completely distant from my surroundings, especially. I see I wasn't mistaken in the judgments I passed on myself at that time. I came running to the asphalt road and began walking toward Berlin. I hadn't eaten anything since last evening, but in my stomach I felt a kind of nausea rather than hunger. In my legs was not tiredness, but a tension spreading toward my body. This time I was going slowly and plunged in thoughts. As I approached the city, my hopelessness increased. I absolutely couldn't accept that my coming days would pass separated from her. I found this possibility far from seriousness, ridiculous, impossible. I could never go begging with my head bowed. Such a thing was both beyond me and would be of no use. I was imagining things resembling the dreams I built in childhood, but, compared to them, more mad, more absurd, and more bloody. At night, exactly when she was performing her number at the Atlantic, to call her to the telephone, after apologizing for disturbing her, to shoot a bullet in my head at the microphone after briefly saying goodbye. How beautiful that would be. When hearing this terrible sound, at first not understanding what it was, she would pause for a while, then like mad would shout, "Raif, Raif," and try to get an answer from me. While giving my last breath on the ground, I would probably hear these sounds too and die smiling. Because she didn't know where I was calling from, she would struggle in helplessness, couldn't inform the police, and the next day, while searching through newspapers with trembling hands and reading the details about this tragedy whose mystery couldn't be solved, her heart would struggle in remorse and despair. She would understand she would never be able to forget me for the rest of her life, that I had bound myself to her memory with blood. I had approached the city. I passed under and over the same bridges again. It was beginning to be evening. I didn't know where I was going. I entered a small park and sat down. My eyes were burning. Throwing my head back, I looked at the sky. The snow was freezing my feet. Despite this, I sat for hours. A strange numbness spread through my body. To freeze and remain here, and the next day to be buried quietly in some place. When Maria heard this by chance days later, what would she do? What shape would her face take? How she would regret everything she had done. My thoughts all circled and wandered around her. I got up and set out on the road again. I had to walk hours more to come to the middle of the city. On the road, I began speaking to myself. I was always addressing her. As in the first days we met, 1,000 kinds of beautiful, attractive, Convincing ideas were attacking my head. There was no possibility these words wouldn't affect her, wouldn't change her mind. With my eyes tearing and my voice trembling, I was explaining to her the closeness between us, the impossibility of our separating for such meaningless reasons in this world where two people finding each other was so difficult, that a person like me, always calm, ready to accept everything, suddenly becoming passionate at first seemed strange to her. Then slowly holding my hands, she was smiling and saying, "You're right. Yes, I had to see her and tell her all these things. She must change the terrible decision I had accepted so easily in the morning. She would change it. In fact, perhaps she had been astonished at my leaving her house without almost any objection, had been upset. I had to see her immediately, this very evening. I wandered until 11 o'clock and at night, walking up and down before the Atlantic. I began waiting for her. But she didn't come. Finally, I asked the man in gold embroidery standing at the door. "I don't know. She didn't come this evening," he said. Then I guessed her illness had increased. Running, I went to the front of her house. There was no light in her window. She was certainly sleeping. Thinking it wouldn't be right to disturb her, I returned to the pension. For 3 days in a row, I waited for her on the road the same way, then went before her door, looked at her dark windows, and returned unable to dare do anything. Every day I sat in my room, trying to read books. I was turning pages without noticing even a single letter. Sometimes, resolving to pay attention, starting from the beginning, but after a few lines I was seeing my mind was again wandering in other places. During days I was accepting events as they were, understanding her decisions were final, that I could do nothing but wait for some time to pass. But with night my imagination would begin activity, making me think impossible things like a feverish patient. Finally, contrary to all my daytime decisions, I would burst from home late, wander on the roads where she would pass and around her house. Because I was now embarrassed to ask the gold-embroidered doorman, I was contenting myself with looking from afar. 5 days passed this way. Every night I saw her in my dream, closer than before. On the 5th day, when I understood she again hadn't gone to work, I called the Atlantic from a casino and asked for Maria Puder. They said she hadn't been coming for several days because she was sick. So she was really this sick. Was I doubting this? Why had I waited for such confirmation to believe in her illness? She wouldn't change her work hours to escape from me or give instructions to doormen to turn me away. With the decision to wake her even if asleep, I headed toward her house. The boundary of our relationship was wide enough, despite everything, to give me the right to do this. It couldn't be right to give so much value to the morning scene of a drunken night. I climbed the stairs out of breath and immediately brought my hand to the bell so as not to hesitate and give up. I rang briefly and waited. There was no movement inside. After that, several more times, I rang long. The footstep I waited for wasn't heard. Only the door of the opposite apartment opened ajar. A sleep-dazed maid asked, "What do you want?" The person living here. After looking at my face carefully, in a surly manner. "There's no one there," she said. My heart leaped. Did they move elsewhere? My panic and excitement seemed to have softened the person across from me a bit. Shaking her head, she answered, "No, her mother still hasn't come from Prague. She herself also got sick. Because there was no one to look after her, the health insurance doctor had her taken to the hospital." I ran toward the girl saying these things. "What's her illness? Is it serious? Which hospital did they take her to? When?" The maid, confused before the attack of my questions, withdrew a step and said, "Don't shout, you'll wake the household. They took her 2 days ago. I think they took her to cherished." "Her illness? I don't know." Without even thanking the maid girl looking after me in astonishment, I jumped down the stairs 4x4. From the first policeman I encountered, I learned where this hospital they called cherished was. Without knowing for what purpose, I went there. The big stone building hundreds of meters long gave me shivers inside. But I went toward the big door without any hesitation and brought the doorman out of his room. The doorman, who perhaps showed a bit more courtesy than deserved to the visitor who came after midnight and disturbed him in this terrible cold, had no information he could give me. He had no news of whether such a woman had come, or her illness, or where she had been admitted. To each of my questions, trying to smile although annoyed, he responded by saying, "Come at 9 tomorrow. You'll learn." How much I loved Maria Puder and how madly attached I was to her. I understood this completely in this night when I wandered around the high stone walls until morning and always thought of her. I was looking at the windows from many of which dull and yellow light struck outside, trying to guess in which of these she was. I felt an irresistible desire to be beside her, to serve her, to wipe the sweat on her forehead with my hands. This evening I understood that a person could sometimes be bound to another person with ties much stronger than being bound to life. Again this evening I understood that after losing her, I could only roll and be dragged in the world like a hollow walnut seed. The wind was sweeping snow from one wall to another and filling my eyes. There was no one on the streets. Occasionally, a white automobile would enter through the hospital's door, exit again after a bit. A policeman, when passing beside me the second time, looked at me intently, and the third time asked why I was wandering around here. When I said I had a patient inside, he advised me to go rest and come tomorrow. But in his subsequent encounters, he passed beside me with a silence pitying my state. When the surroundings began to lighten, the streets slowly came alive. After a bit, the white automobiles entering and leaving through the hospital's multiple doors multiplied. At exactly 9 o'clock, although it wasn't visiting day, I obtained permission from the duty doctor to see the patient. Certainly, the wretched expression of my face had caused this exception to be made for me. Maria Puder was in a single bedroom. The nurse who came with me said I shouldn't stay inside long, that it wouldn't be right for the patient to tire. The illness was pneumonia, but the doctor didn't find it very dangerous. When Maria turned her head and saw me, she immediately smiled. But her face suddenly changed and took on an anxious state. As soon as the nurse left the room and left us alone. "What happened to you, Raif?" she asked. Her voice hadn't changed at all. Only her face's paleness had taken on a yellowish state. Approaching beside her, "What happened to you?" "Look, see," I said. "It's nothing. It will certainly pass. But you look very worn out. I learned you were sick last night from the Atlantic. I went home. The maid of the opposite apartment said they brought you here. They didn't let me inside at night. I waited for morning too." "Where?" "Here. Around the hospital." She ran her eyes over me. She was very serious. She made a movement as if about to say something, then gave it up. The nurse opened the door ajar. I said goodbye to the patient. She nodded her head but didn't smile. Maria Puder stayed in the hospital 25 days. Perhaps they would have kept her longer, but she told the doctors she was bored here, that she would look after herself well at home too. With lengthy advice and bunches of prescriptions, on a snowy day, she left the hospital and came to her house. During these 25 days, I don't remember very well now what I did. Probably I did nothing except for the times I went and saw her, stood at her bedside and watched her sweating face, her eyes occasionally sliding to the side, and her chest breathing with great difficulty. In fact, I didn't even live, because if I had lived, now I would have at least a tiny memory belonging to these days in my mind. Only when beside her would a tremendous fear, the fear of losing her, surround my insides. Her fingers shooting out from the edge of the bed, her feet swelling the end of the cover, had already taken on a dead state. In fact, her face, her lips, and her smile too seemed to be waiting for a small opportunity, a moment, to be subject to this terrible change. Then what would I do? Yes, maintaining my calm, I would deal with her final affairs, would choose the place of her grave, would console her mother who would have returned from Prague by this time, and finally would leave her into the pit with a few people. I would leave there with everyone. After a while would come secretly to the head of the grave and remain alone with her. And everything would begin at this moment. From this moment on I would have actually lost her. Then what would I do? Up to here I was thinking everything in all its details, but I could never imagine after this. Yes, after putting her under the earth and after those at the head of her grave dispersed, and I remained alone with her, what could I do? Since at this moment all affairs belonging to her would be finished, there could be nothing as ridiculous, as causeless as my being on earth. My whole soul was a state of terrible emptiness. After she began recovering, one day she said to me, Talk to the doctors. Let them discharge me now, she said. Then, as if saying something ordinary, she murmured, You look after me better. Without answering, I burst outside. The specialist wanted her to stay a few more days. We agreed. Finally, on the 25th day, I wrapped her in her fur, entered her arm, and brought her down the stairs. I brought her home in a taxi. While taking her upstairs, the driver too helped by holding one of her arms. Despite this, when I undressed her and put her in bed, she was in an exhausted state. From this moment on, I truly looked after her alone. An elderly woman would come until noon, clean the house, light a large porcelain stove, cook a pot of invalid food. Despite all my insistence, Maria didn't agree to her mother being called, writing letters with trembling hand. I'm fine. Enjoy yourself and spend the winter there. If she comes, she won't help me, because she herself needs help. She'll worry for nothing, will upset me too, she was saying. Then again, with that manner of not giving importance, she was murmuring, You're looking after me, after all, or are you tired, fed up? But saying this, she wasn't smiling, wasn't joking. Besides, since her illness, she had hardly laughed at all. Only on the first day I saw her in the hospital had she greeted me with a smile. After that, she had maintained a stubborn seriousness. When requesting something, when thanking, when talking about any matter, she was always serious and thoughtful. At night, I would wait at her bedside until late. In the morning, I would come early. Later, bringing a rather large divan from the other rooms and her mother's bed covers, I began sleeping in the same room. The incident that passed between us on the morning of New Year's Day. Actually, it wasn't permissible to call this an incident. That small conversation had not been mentioned even with a word. Everything, my visits to the hospital, my taking her and bringing her home, our life here, was considered so natural as not to need discussing. We both avoided the slightest allusion to these matters. But it was certain she was thinking some things. While I was wandering around doing various tasks in the room, while reading books to her aloud, I felt her eyes constantly following me, staying on me without ever tiring. It was as if she was searching for something in me. One day, in the evening under the light of the lamp, I was reading her Jacob Wasserman's long story, The Never-Kissed Mouth. Here was mentioned a teacher who had never been loved by anyone in his life and had aged waiting for a love, a human love, although not admitting it even to himself. The poor man's spiritual loneliness, the hopes born only inside himself and dying again quickly without being sensed by anyone, were depicted with a skillful pen. After the story ended, Maria was silent for a long time, closing her eyes. Then she turned to me in an indifferent voice. You didn't tell me what you did in the days we didn't see. Chapter 12. My affairs never gave me interest. Like a machine, I worked without knowing what I was doing. I was knowingly deceived and even felt a kind of pleasure from this. I was made a fool by my brothers-in-law and didn't care. My debts, interest, and marriage expenses took and carried away the few pieces of property remaining in my possession. The olive groves weren't worth money. Those with money had become accustomed to buying property from abandoned estates for nothing. A tree root that could give 7 or 8 liras of harvest per year couldn't find a customer for half a lira. My brothers-in-law paid my debts and took my olive groves purely to save me from my difficult situation and not to give opportunity for the family's fortune to be scattered. I had nothing left but the ruined 14-room house and a few pieces of our furniture. My wife's father was still alive and was an official in Balıkesir. Through his mediation, I became an employee at a company in the provincial center. I stayed for years. As the family burden increased, my connection with life decreased. My effort that should have increased was completely disappearing. My father-in-law died, and my sister-in-law and mother-in-law fell on my head. There was no possibility of supporting all of them with the 40 liras I received. A distant relative of my wife had me hired in Ankara at the bank where I now work. Because I knew languages, despite my meekness, he hoped I would advance quickly. It didn't turn out at all as he expected. Wherever I was, my presence and absence were equal for those around me. Everywhere many opportunities would appear. Many people were giving me brief hopes to spend the love I knew existed in my soul in excess, to begin living again. But I absolutely couldn't free myself from that doubt. I had believed in one single person in the world. I had believed so much that being deceived in this had no longer left in me the power to believe. I wasn't angry at her. I felt there was no possibility of being angry at her, being upset at her, thinking against her. But I had broken once. This brokenness I felt toward the person I trusted most in life had almost spread to all people, because she was for me the symbol of all humanity. Then, although years had passed between, the more I saw how I was still attached to her, the more I felt a greater resentment in my soul. She would have long forgotten me. Who knows who she was living with now, who she was wandering with? In the evenings at home, while listening to the children's noise, my wife's slipper sounds washing dishes in the kitchen, plate clatter, and my sister-in-law and mother-in-law's mouth fights, I would close my eyes and imagine where Maria was at this moment. Perhaps again with a person of equal mind, she was watching the red-leaf trees of the botanical garden or in a dim exhibition, under the light of the setting sun striking from windows, the immortal works of master brushes. One evening while returning home, I had stopped by the neighborhood grocer, had bought this and that. Just as I was about to leave the door, the radio of the bachelor living for rent in a room of the opposite house began playing Weber's Oberon opera overture. I almost dropped the packages in my hands. One of the few operas we went to with Maria was this, and I knew she had a special affection for Weber. On the road, she would always whistle its overture. I felt a longing as fresh as if I had separated from her just yesterday. The pain of lost most valuable belongings, fortune, every kind of worldly happiness is forgotten with time. Only missed opportunities never leave the mind and make a person's insides ache with each remembering. The reason for this is certainly the thought this might not have been so. Otherwise, people are always ready to accept things they consider destined. I didn't see more interest from my wife, my children, generally from the household, but I knew I had no right to expect this. The feeling of unnecessariness I had first felt in Berlin on that strange New Year's Day had settled in me completely. What need did these people have for me? Could I be endured for 5 or 10 kurush of bread money? People needed not each other's material help and money, but their love and interest. After this wasn't there, the true name of being a family head was to feed various strangers. I longed for this to end as soon as possible and for the moment when they would need me in no way. My whole life gradually took the form of longingly waiting for this day, still very far away. I was almost like a prisoner waiting for his day to be completed. Days had value only in terms of bringing me close to this fate. Like a plant, without complaint, without consciousness, without will, I was living and going on. My feelings had gradually become numb. I wasn't affected by anything, wasn't happy about anything. There was no possibility I could be angry at people, because the most valuable, the best, the dearest of people had done me the greatest evil. Could something else be expected from the others? There was also no possibility I could love people and approach them again, because I had been deceived in the person I believed most, trusted most. Could I trust others? Thus years would certainly pass. The day I waited for would come, and everything would end. I wanted nothing else. Life had played me a bad trick. Very well. Here I was, finding fault neither in myself nor in others, accepting events as they were and enduring silently. But there was no need for this to continue. I was bored, simply bored. I had no other complaint. One day, that is, yesterday, Saturday, at midday, I had come home and undressed. My wife said various things were needed. Tomorrow the shops are closed. Go to the market once more even though it's tiring, she said. Reluctantly, I got dressed. I walked to Hale. The surroundings were rather hot. On the streets, there were many wandering aimlessly and seeking a bit of evening coolness in the dusty air. After finishing shopping, I too squeezed the packages under my arm and walked toward the statue. I wanted to return home not by the usual crooked streets, but by the asphalt road, even if wandering a bit. The big clock swinging before one of the shops was showing 6. I suddenly felt grabbed by the arm. A woman's voice was almost shouting near my ear. "Herr Raif," she was saying. I was badly surprised by this German address. I would almost have shaken from fear and fled. The woman had grabbed me very tightly. No, I'm not mistaken. You're really her, Raif. Goodness, can a person change this much? She was shouting and passers-by were looking at us. I slowly raised my head. Before even seeing her face, from her tremendous body, I had understood who it was. Her voice, too, hadn't changed at all. Ah, Frau van Tiedemann. Who would think to see you in Ankara? I said. No, not Frau van Tiedemann. Just Frau Dopke. I sacrificed one van for a husband, but I'm not very damaged. Congratulations, so. Yes, as you guess. Very little time after you returned, we too left the pension. Naturally together. We went to Prague. As soon as she said Prague, my insides stung. This time there was no possibility of restraining the thing I had been trying not to bring to mind since a while ago. But why would I ask? She had no news of my relationship with Maria. What meaning would she give my question? Wouldn't she ask how I knew her? Then the things she would say. Wouldn't it be better not to learn these at all? After so many years had passed between, exactly 10 years, even a bit more, what use was learning? I noticed we were still standing in the middle of the street, and, come, let's sit somewhere. We have things to ask each other. I'm still astonished to see you in Ankara. I said, yes, it would be so nice to sit somewhere, but our train time is coming. Less than an hour remains. Let's not miss it. If I had known you were in Ankara, I would certainly have searched for you. We came last night. We're leaving this evening, too. I only now saw that beside the woman was a yellow-faced, quiet girl child about 8 or 9 years old. I laughed. Your daughter? I said. No, she said, my relative. My son is finishing law studies. Are you still recommending books to him? She couldn't remember for a while, then laughing. Yes, you're right, but he doesn't listen to my recommendations anymore. He was still very small then. About 12 years old. Oh my God, how quickly years pass. Yes, but you haven't changed at all. You too. I remembered she had been more sincere a moment ago and didn't raise my voice. We were walking downward. I absolutely didn't know how to begin the things I would ask about Maria Puder. I kept wandering in unnecessary subjects that didn't concern me. You still haven't said why you came to Ankara. Ah, yes. Look, let me tell you this precisely. We didn't come to Ankara. We're passing through Ankara. We stopped by while passing. She agreed to sit for 5 minutes in a lemonade shop and continued her story there. My husband is now in Baghdad. You know, he's a colonial merchant. But Baghdad isn't a German colony, I think. I know, dear. But my husband has expertise on warm country products. He does business on dates in Baghdad. Was he doing date trade in Cameroon too? The woman looked at my face as if to say, you're very inappropriate. I don't know. Write him a letter and ask. He doesn't involve women in trade affairs. Where are you going now? To Berlin. Both to visit the country, and also. She showed the pale-faced child sitting beside her. And also for this child. Because she's a bit thin, she spent the winter with us. Now I'm taking her back. So you go back and forth to Berlin frequently. Twice a year. Her Dopke's affairs seemed to be going well. She laughed and flirted. I still couldn't ask. Now I myself had noticed that this hesitation came not from not knowing how to ask, but from fearing what I would learn. But wasn't everything equal for me? There was no living feeling inside me. Why was I afraid? Maria too could have found another her Dopke for herself. Perhaps she was still single and running from man to man, searching for a man to believe in. She would certainly have forgotten even the lines of my face. When I thought, I too couldn't remember her face, and for the first time in 10 years, I noticed that neither did I have a picture of her, nor she of me. I was left in astonishment. How had we not thought of this when separating? Come on, let's say we had supposed we would meet very quickly and had trusted the power of our memories. But what should I say to noticing this only now? Hadn't I felt the need to bring her face before my eyes? Chapter 13. I remembered that in the first months I had kept all the lines of her face in my memory and lived her in my imagination at every moment without any difficulty. Then, when I understood everything had ended, I had carefully avoided seeing and imagining this face. I knew I couldn't bear this. The face of her, the Madonna in a fur coat, even if only in my imagination, was powerful and effective enough to make me lose all my calm. Only now, when wanting to remember all the old days and memories once more, certain I wouldn't feel any excitement. I had searched for her face, but couldn't find it. And I didn't even have a picture of her. What need was there? Frau Dopp looked at her watch and got up. We walked together toward the station. The woman was very pleased with Ankara and Turkiye. I haven't seen a country where foreigners are so respected, she was saying. Even Switzerland, although owing its prosperity to foreign tourists, isn't like this. The people look at every foreigner almost as if they've entered their house by force. Whereas in Turkiye, everyone is as if waiting for an opportunity to do a convenience for a foreigner. Then I like Ankara very much. The old woman was talking constantly. The little girl was going 5 or 10 steps ahead, touching the trees at the edge of the road with her hand. After approaching the station quite a bit, with a final decision but trying to appear as indifferent as possible, I began speaking. Do you have many relatives in Berlin? No, not very many. I'm originally from Prague, from Czech Germans. My first husband was also Dutch. Why did you ask? When I was there, I had seen a woman who said she was your relative. Where? In Berlin. I had encountered her by chance at a painting exhibition. I think she was a painter. The woman suddenly became interested. Well, then, she said. I hesitating. Then, I don't know. We had talked once or something. She had a beautiful painting. By that occasion. Do you remember her name? I think it would be Puder. That's right, Maria Puder. Her signature was under the painting. It was also written in the catalogue. The woman wasn't answering. I pulled myself together again. Do you know her? I said. Yes. Why did she tell you she was my relative? I don't know. I think I had talked about the pension where I stayed, and she said I have a relative there. Or in another way. I can't remember now, of course. This was 10 years ago. Yes. Not a short time. Her mother had told me that her daughter was once friends with a Turk and talked about him all day. So I was curious if it was you. But isn't it strange? The woman had never once seen this Turk her daughter admired. She had gone to Prague that year. She had learned there from her daughter that the Turkish student had left Berlin. We had come to the station. The woman walked toward the train. I was afraid that if we changed the subject, we couldn't return to the same topic again, and I couldn't learn what I really wanted. For this reason, I looked into her eyes, waiting with great interest for her to continue speaking. After dismissing the hotel porter who had placed her belongings in the wagon, the woman turned to me. Why are you asking? She said. You were saying you knew Maria very little. Yes, but she must have left a very strong impression on me. I had liked her painting very much. She was a good painter, with an anxiety that suddenly appeared inside me, but whose nature I couldn't understand. I asked, did you say she was a painter? Not now. The woman, looking around, searched for the little girl, seeing she had entered and sat in the wagon, bending her head toward me. Of course not, she said, because she's no longer living. How? I heard this word come from my mouth like a whistle. Those around us turned and looked, and the child in the compartment extended her head from the window and looked me over in astonishment. The woman's eyes were wandering carefully over me. Why are you so surprised? She said. Why did you turn pale? You said you knew her very little. Even so, I said, a completely unexpected death. Yes, but it's not a new thing. Perhaps it's been 10 years. 10 years? Impossible. After the woman looked me over again, she pulled me aside a bit. I see that Maria Puder's death concerns you. Let me briefly tell you, she said. About 2 weeks after you left the pension to return to Turkiye, we two got up with her Dopt and went to our relatives who owned a farm around Prague. There we encountered this Maria Puder and her mother. The relationship between her mother and me wasn't very good, but we didn't dwell on this there. Maria was very thin and weak. She was saying she had gone through a serious illness in Berlin. After a while, they returned to Berlin again. The girl had pulled herself together quite a bit. We two got up and went to East Prussia, my husband's original country. When we came to Berlin in winter, we heard Maria Puder had died at the start of October. Of course, I forgot the estrangement and such and immediately searched for her mother. She was very wretched. She had almost become like 60 years old, whereas at that time she was only about 45 or 46 years old. According to what she told us, after leaving Prague, Maria had felt some changes in herself. She had gone to the doctor. It turned out she was pregnant. At first she was very pleased with this, But despite all her mother's insistence, she hadn't said who the child was from. She kept saying, "You'll learn later," and talking about a journey she would make soon. Toward the end of pregnancy, her health began to deteriorate. The doctors found the birth dangerous. Despite the rather advanced situation, they wanted to intervene. Maria absolutely didn't agree to the child being touched. Then she suddenly got very bad and was hospitalized. Apparently, there was a lot of albumin. The illness she had gone through before had also shaken her body. Before birth, she completely lost consciousness several times. The doctors intervened and took the child and kept it alive. Despite this, Maria continued having fits and a week later died in a coma state. She couldn't say anything. She absolutely didn't suppose she would die. Even in the last moments she was conscious, she would say incomprehensible things to her mother like, "When you learn, you'll be astonished. But then you too will be pleased," and wouldn't give the man's name at all. Her mother remembers that before going to Prague, her daughter often talked to her about a Turk, but she had neither seen his face nor knew his name. The child stayed in hospitals and care homes until 4 years old. Then her grandmother took her. A somewhat thin and quiet girl, but very charming. Don't you find her so? I felt a weakness as if I would fall right where I was. My head was spinning. Despite this, I was standing upright and laughing. "This girl," I said and showed the wagon window with my head. "Yes. Isn't she cute? She's so well-behaved and quiet. Who knows how much her grandmother will see of her." While the woman was saying these things, she kept looking at my face. In her eyes was a flash I could almost call hostile. The train was about to leave. She jumped into the wagon. After a bit, both appeared side by side at the window. The child was watching the station and occasionally me with an indifferent smile. The old and fat woman wasn't releasing me from the circle of her eyes at all. The train moved. I waved my hand to them. I noticed Frau Dopp was laughing traitorously. The child had withdrawn inside. All these things happened yesterday evening. As I write these lines, a bit more than 24 hours have passed. Last night, I couldn't sleep even a second. Lying on my back in bed, I kept thinking of the child on the train. I was as if seeing her head moving with the train's shakings. A child's head with abundant hair. I didn't know the color of her eyes, her hair, or even her name. I hadn't paid attention to her at all. Although she stood beside me, one step away, I hadn't once looked at her face with curiosity. When separating, I hadn't even squeezed her hand. Nothing. Oh my God, I knew nothing about my own daughter. The woman had certainly sensed many things. Why had she looked at me so traitorously? She had certainly guessed something, and took my daughter and left. Now they're on the road. When the wheels jump from one rail to another, my daughter's sleeping head shakes slightly. I was constantly thinking of them. But finally, I couldn't bear more, and the image I wanted to keep far from my head slowly, silently stood before my eyes. Maria Puder, my Madonna in a fur coat, was standing across from me with the thin curve at the corner of her lips and the deep gaze of her black eyes. On her face was no resentment, reproach, perhaps a bit of astonishment, but more with interest and compassion she was looking at me, whereas I didn't have the courage to meet her gaze. 10 years. Exactly 10 years. With all the brokenness of my poor soul, I had been angry at a dead person, had held a dead person guilty. Could a greater insult be done to her memory? For 10 years I had suspected without any hesitation, without thinking I could be committing injustice, the person who was the foundation, purpose, reason of my life. I had imagined the most unthinkable things about her and hadn't once stopped and said, perhaps there's also a reason for her doing this and leaving me. Whereas among the reasons was the biggest, the most irresistible, death. I was going mad from my shame. I was writhing with the sad and useless remorse felt toward a dead person. Even if I tried to give penance for the rest of my life, kneeling, for the crime I committed against her memory, I sensed I still wouldn't succeed in this, that loading the heaviest of faults onto the most innocent of people, the betrayal of leaving a loving heart on its face, would never be forgiven. Just a few hours ago, because I didn't have a photograph of her, I had thought I couldn't remember her face. Whereas at this moment I was seeing her much more vividly, in detail than when I had seen her alive. Exactly as in the painting, somewhat sad, somewhat self-sufficient. Her face was paler, her eyes blacker. Her lower lip was extending toward me. Her mouth was preparing to say, "Ah, Raif." She was living more than ever. So she had died 10 years ago. While I was waiting for her, while preparing my house to receive her, she had died. Without telling anyone anything, to not make me writhe in impossibilities, to not put me in distress, she had died, taking all her secret together. Now I understood the true reason for the anger I felt toward her for 10 years, for taking myself into an insurmountable wall against my surroundings. For 10 years, with an undiminishing love, I had continued loving her. I hadn't allowed anyone but her to enter inside me. But now I loved her more than ever. I was extending my arms to the image across from me. I wanted to take her hands again into my palms and warm them. The life we spent together, that 4 or 5 months, was before my eyes in all detail. I remembered every point, every word spoken between us. Starting from seeing her picture at the exhibition, I was living once more listening to her song at the Atlantic, her approaching beside me, botanical garden walks, our sitting across from each other in her room, her illness. Memories rich enough to fill a life from top to bottom were more vivid, more effective than in reality because they were squeezed into such a short time. These were showing me that for 10 years I hadn't lived even a moment, that all my movements, thoughts, feelings were as far from me as if they belonged to a stranger far from me. The actual me had lived only about 3 or 4 months in my life, approaching 35 years. Then I had been buried and remained in the depths of a meaningless identity, having no connection with me. Last night, while in bed facing Maria, I understood that carrying this body, this head having no relationship with me, would from now on be more difficult for me. I would feed these as if feeding a stranger, would drag them from place to place, and always watch with pity and contempt. Again last night, I understood that after that woman left my life, everything lost its reality. I had died with her, perhaps even before. The household went out early today, all together to walk around. I stayed home, making my indisposition an excuse. Since morning I've been writing these things. The surroundings have begun to darken. They still haven't come, but in a bit they'll rush and laughing and shouting. What's my relationship with them? After souls aren't together, what do all the ties between express? For years I haven't said a single word to anyone. Whereas how much I need to talk. To be forced to drown everything inside. Isn't this nothing but being closed in a grave alive? Maria, why can't we sit at a window edge and talk with you? Why can't we walk silently side by side on windy autumn evenings and listen to our souls talking? Why aren't you beside me? For 10 years, perhaps I've fled from everyone for nothing, have been unjust in not believing in people. If I had searched, perhaps I could have found someone like you. If I had learned everything then, perhaps I would get used to it with time, would try to find you in others. But after this, everything's finished. After committing the truly big and unforgivable injustice toward you, I don't want to fix anything. Based on a wrong judgment I passed about you, I held all people guilty. I fled from them. Today I understand the truth, but I'm forced to condemn my breath to eternal loneliness. Life is a gamble played only once. I lost it. I can't play a second time. Now for me a life worse than before will begin. Again like a machine, I'll shop in the evenings. I'll meet with people who's who and what they are I'm not curious about and listen to their words. Was there any possibility for my life to be otherwise? I don't think so. If chance hadn't put you before me, I would have lived and gone on in the same way, but unaware of everything. You taught me that in the world another kind of life also exists, that I too have a soul. If you couldn't carry this to the end, it's not your fault. I thank you for the few months you gave me the possibility to truly live. Aren't such a few months worth several lifetimes? The child you left behind as a part of your body, our daughter, will wander in distant places, unaware a father of hers exists on earth. Our roads met once, but I know nothing about her, neither her name nor where she is. Despite this, I'll always follow her in my imagination. In my head, I'll invent a life course for her and walk beside her. I'll try to fill the loneliness of my coming years by imagining how she grew up, how she went to school, how she laughed, and how she thought. Outside there are noises. Our people must have returned. I want to keep writing. But what need is there? What happened from writing this much? Tomorrow I must buy another notebook for our girl and put this away and hide it. I must hide everything, everything, especially my soul, in places it will never be found. Raif Effendi's notebook was ending here. On the other pages was no note, no record. As if he had reflected the soul he hid with great fear outside onto this notebook's pages for one time only. After that he had again withdrawn into himself and been silent for years. Morning was coming. To keep the promise I had given, putting the notebook in my pocket, I went to the patient's house. The panic I encountered when the door opened, the crying coming from inside, told me everything. I paused and waited for a moment indecisively. I didn't want to leave without seeing Raif Effendi one last time. But I felt I couldn't bear this, that I couldn't see this person whose most living parts of life I had watched throughout a night, even lived together, suddenly become a meaningless pile. I slowly went out to the street. Raif Effendi's death hadn't affected me that much. Inside me was a feeling not as if I had lost him, but as if I had actually found him now. Last evening he had said to me, "We couldn't sit and talk properly." I no longer thought this way. Last evening I had talked with him at length. As he was leaving this world, he was entering my life in a way more vivid than would be granted to any other person. From now on I would always find him beside me. I sat at Raif Effendi's empty desk at the company and, putting the black-covered notebook before me, began reading once more.